We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grim energy. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grim energy. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far? Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put the line down when I run around, and I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better for you, got no mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a damn, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, different rock, we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Guess we're gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I told you I'll ace. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I'm gonna show them. We got no cry. We barely fight, that's one crash in pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
Follow my
down.
pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live rock, we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Guess we're gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I told you I'll ace. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will arise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, a fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I find it never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside.
When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night.
Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are.
Here's to the moment the sky
dancing with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. High in this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. 2 independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while 3rd place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the major last call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
Turn it back.
Gear up, order weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage. wait for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time we go. Live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. We bout it, 5 as 1, crash in pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time we go. Live from how can we go?
Become a pro player? How hard is that to take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversity, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here. Beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
우리는 우리 앞을 가로막는 누구든지 물리칠 준비가 되어 있습니다.
We are ready to defeat anyone that stands in our way.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
並んで運命を形作る道を歩む。
It's time to walk the path of honor.
Welcome to the survival week. It is going to be Group A and Group S. Everything comes down to this week. You want to be in the best position possible. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me today is Holler. Holler, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited about it. It's, of course, a Survivor week. It's going to be Nongshim going up against SCARZ to start things off. The top two seeded dogs going at it. And we're going to start off with a banger, so to speak, Kindofu.
Yeah, a lot of action. I think SCARZ, they have been in this position for many times over the past few months. And maybe there will be a difference in this result today.
Yeah, but let's, I think we got to set up the stage a little bit here in the sense that SCARZ is a team that's kind of always been the bridesmaid, never really the bride, going up against Nongshim, who got into S3 and then made waves, right? They got to the grand finals. They lost to Nova Esports, Nongshim that did. And that kind of hurt SCARZ, kind of watching on the sidelines, seeing exactly what they could have been, seeing as that they took them to that game 5. And they took them to that grand finals in that qualifier here. So this is a huge moment. SCARZ really shook up their lineup. They even stole a player in Klo, and they put themselves in. But of course, let's talk a little bit about the prize pool here. It's 50,000 USD, $10,000 going the way of the champion, all the way down to 7th place, 6,000. So every single place matters. Every single game, super important here.
Yep, and they will get a minimal of 6,000 USD for being in this league itself. Today, we're going to start off the day with SCARZ going up against Nongshim, after which we will have Vicious going up against R8, another exciting match. And of course, SCARZ, this will be the second game of today. It will be against Gen.G.
Yeah, not to say that the schedule is stacked, but I love the way SCARZ play. And seeing that we're going to see them twice today, that means that today is going to be guaranteed a good one. Because SCARZ, every single series, I mean, yes, they came out on top in the second place, only losing to Nongshim, but all of the games have been super competitive. They're so much fun to watch.
Yep, it's going to be super exciting. And of course, with that being said, there are some changes today. The first big change is the fact that we're no longer in the best of 3s. It is going to be a slightly longer series. We're going to best of 5s.
Yeah, and it's a huge deal, right? I mean, a lot of the teams that are going into this one, you kind of made your way through best of 3s and you kind of stumbled along in that sense of making your way here. But now going into this one with best of 5s, it's going to be a whole nother story. But let's check out the first team, SCARZ here. SCARZ here, this is a massive turn of events. I mean, they got Glow, they took him away from Nongshim, they have Arashi, ASD, and Ochik too. And of course, they have the All-Star, the MVP with 10 of them in the ranking week. Mfang, he had 71 kills, leads across all of the different players. This guy is an absolute monster. When you see him on the Gorge, you gotta run away.
Yeah, the growth has been tremendous and really excited for the performance of SCARZ today, but they are also going up against a powerhouse. Slowly but surely, they have been improving over the weeks, the months, and of course with every single game. Now let's take a look at their competitors, Nongshim RedForce. No new names here. Nongshim RedForce, the greatest Red, Kyung9, Haku, Illusion, Siri, as well as Fave. These 5 members have been so far the rock from the JPKR region, and they have not had a loss just yet. So it's really exciting to see if SCARZ can be the first one to, let them bleed for a bit.
Yeah, this is a team that's very strong as well. I mean, we've seen them in Season 3. They did very well. I mean, get runner-up on that one. But going into this one, we expected much higher. I mean, they're perfect, right? They haven't lost a single game. But some of the stats are a little erring on the side of SCARZ. I mean, you have the highest killer in Mfang. And then you see that just the most assists that are coming with Ochik. He's doing very well. He's second in assists. But going into the Nongshim side, if you're looking at what they're doing, they don't really have a whole lot of kills. Haku has not been the monster that we've seen. He's only has 38 kills. Siri is outclassing him in terms of those kills with 40. But Siri, the reason why they're successful is because he's not really dying. He has 9 deaths throughout the entire ranking week in 12 games. That's actually crazy considering the next lowest is going to be from, the Nongshim side and Illusion and Faye.
All right, so let's take a look at the head-to-head, right? So Haku and Enfeng, like you said, the stats slightly different, if I can say so myself. 71 kills going over to the side of Enfeng, only 38 for this competition for Haku so far. And in terms of average damage dealt, you can tell that Enfeng is actually a little bit higher, right? Close to almost 30,000 higher. But even with this stats, right, all of the JPKR region fans, I think they're going to be backing Haku at this point. He has been the consistent rock for the team. And Nongshim, I don't think they're going to be in a too tight of a position today.
Yeah, and this is kind of like a tale of two cities in the sense that Enfeng, we're seeing the rise of this guy really succeed. I mean, he was kind of changing from the farm lane, and when they had that roster shakeup, he's just excelled in the jungle and become this absolute monster. You're seeing the meta shift as well in the sense of, you know, we don't really have the tanky junglers anymore. We have those high-flying, high-damaging glass cannon types that are just really starting to succeed. You have the Kong Min, you have, you know, Fade, you have almost everything that, like the Luna, Enfeng is doing very well. Haku, on the other hand, he's kind of, not dare I say struggled, but he hasn't done as well. He's died quite a bit. He has the most number of deaths, and things are a little uncharacteristic where his positioning hasn't really been as good as he was in Season 3.
That's true. I mean, not every day is a Sunday anyway, but with regards to this, it is going to be Nongshim taking up the blue side. So they get the prio pick, and we're going to have SCARZ go on the red side, also known as the counter pick red. So let's see what these two teams can be doing today. I want to see what kind of action they're going to bring, and are we going to see the specialty heroes coming out from both sides?
And this is one of those moments where Nongshim generally, I think that they've gone with red throughout the drafts. They usually like to be in that counter-picking position, but they've changed things up. They've kind of seen that, hey, actually, SCARZ are going to be picking heroes that are very flexible and good for Enfeng. They're not going to, you know, target ban like a Kongmin first phase. That's not going to happen, right? Especially with this type of meta. So Nongshim are kind of being in the situation of, we're going to go blue. We're going to let them, SCARZ, put the initiative on in terms of that ban, pick out some of those high meta heroes, and then we're going to target Enfeng as much as possible. I think that that's a smart play going through because Enfeng is the all-star on SCARZ.
Yeah, that's true. And not only that, right? I think the previous meeting that they have, Nongshim actually ousted them through the late game. So they're better at controlling the pacing of the game and understanding when to actually strike. So let's take a look at the first few bans coming in. Lady Sun as the first ban, not the Liang anymore this week. And we're going to have the Mai standard bans across the board for Nongshim and SCARZ.
Okay, look, I like the Mai ban, but only because it's against Nongshim. For the record, Mai is 0-6 in the KME, has had no success whatsoever. But Illusion has not really been on this hero, so that's why, I mean, the success rate isn't as, you know, skewed, so to speak. But they're going up against this one. They know that Illusion is a maestro on this hero, so they have to ban it out here. They're going to also ban out the Gen.G, which is very high. I think it was like the third highest in terms of win rate. It has a 78% win rate, very strong at 11-3.
Yep, now SCARZ, they're going to try their best, and they're going to pick up the Lung along with the Secure. Now, Nongshim, they
guaranteed. He has the highest number of kills, averaging 5.5 in a game. This is the most throughout the entire game.
In fact, there is a very high chance of a first blood, right? Simply because Secure level 1 with the Mulberry Power optimization is going to be really huge for the team. But of course, with that being said, this thrilling season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping to bring top-tier competitions to fans worldwide. And we have a big game here for you.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the biggest ones, right? Just setting it up, the Survivor Week. This is where we want to be. Of course, our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, and straight away, there is a huge demand for that first camp here. And Faye gonna have to commit the flash, but this is a good advantage for the side of Nongshim, right? They need to make sure that they're able to keep Arashi in place.
Yeah, and look, they're trying to kind of limit as much as possible. They're going to let Siri just farm in the bottom lane. He's going to be fine just all by himself, at least for now. But they're trying to prioritize Kyung9 as much as possible. He will set things up, and you definitely want him to kind of definitely win out that lane so you don't have to worry about it later in the mid-game.
Oh, Arashi, he escapes with just a sliver of health. But at this point, I don't think it's a huge concern, right? Clash lane normally is really about the skill matchup. And so far, SCARZ are allowing it to be a skill matchup one-on-one, right? There hasn't been much support. Ochik finally arrives on the top lane, but I don't think it's going to be too big of a difference right now between the Clash laners.
Yeah, and through it all, I mean, look, we're seeing that Glow has been rotating to the top lane, trying to provide as much support to Arashi as possible, and now Ochik is going to be there. I mean, this is all kind of like the reaction that started with Nongshim, forcing it out. Faye was all the way up there, and look at how many people are like, hey, we got to get Arashi in this game, in this series, and to set him up, and they're just kind of rotating along. So you're seeing the resources like the cat and mouse game between these two teams.
Oh, definitely. Simply because Kyung9 actually stole that first camp on the top, they needed to make sure that they even the odds, right? Even if the farm doesn't go to Arashi, you know, Kyung9 must not get it. That's the MO of Nongshim right now.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, at this point, I think that we're in a decent spot. I don't think it's going to be the worst thing at this point, all things considered. Look, Siri is the man. He's definitely the one that you want to give as much space and time to, but look at Haku quietly farming. I mean, he's catching up to Mfeng, who's been like just a beast throughout. He has the highest net worth and now tied with Haku. I mean, he's catching up to Mfeng.
Okay, maybe the first catch. They're actually walking onto Kyung9. I don't think they want to commit at this point, right? The wave clear is more important. It's hitting the 3-minute mark. Giving away your first blood at this stage of the game isn't ideal for either team because, look, the snowball factor on both sides is really big, really strong. My concern now is I think SCARZ, they're behind by a little bit, but if they make one small mistake, Nongshim will definitely snowball this lead.
Very cagey, right? Setting it up, nobody wants to step out of position. No one wants to be super aggressive, looking to invade, especially at the early start. I mean, it's going to be the 4-minute, which is going to be a huge factor. Kyung9 is actually going to just kind of, you know, make Arashi use the set sail a little bit early. This is a bit of an opening, especially at this 3-minute, 30-second mark.
Yep, 30 seconds to go. That's a long cooldown for that first set sail for Arashi.
Yeah, look at this. And through it all, SCARZ, they have 4 members in the top lane. That provides, you know, the map control in the bottom. Things have kind of shifted. You're seeing what Haku is looking to do. The Tyrant will be up in 15 seconds. SCARZ now have to kind of rotate to kind of, you know, to compensate for that over movement, I would say, that they had in that top lane. They're going in. Winter is here. They're setting it up. Faye actually is going to be backing off at this point. But a little bit of a start at this point. Mind you, SCARZ, very on the low side, kind of. They need to be careful. They need Ochik to get those sprites to get as much heal as possible because it looks like they want to start the Tyrant here.
Okay, but they have decent burst, right? So the positioning now, Haku can come in for the steals. They're going to try and pull it away.
Yeah, and they've also got Arashi making an appearance on his boat. Says, hey, anybody want to get on? Nope. All right, I'm going to go back to the top lane. Oh, okay, he's going to stop in the mid lane. He'll be fine here.
Okay, so they even the odds on the side of SCARZ, right? They're still trailing by a little bit. They need to get more last hits, right? And I think one of the main lanes that's losing farm actually is ASD. He's not doing too well against Siri. He has given a couple of Firehawks away. And right now, unless they put a leash on Siri, this game could go really bad for SCARZ.
Yeah, and Siri is just, he does such a good job of farming. I mean, he's been largely by himself throughout the entire game, but he's finding ways to get that farm. And he doesn't step out of position where ASD or Ochik are able to kind of threaten him in any way. So, you know, it's difficult to get a hold of the Siri, considering the fact that, like, you would think that he's isolated and it would be an easy target. So, you know, it's difficult.
Yeah, and also because of his second skill, the Protecting Winds, it actually negates quite a bit of the damage from ASD, right? So ASD can't exactly spam, and he doesn't get that one shot that he's looking for in the Siri.
Oh, look at Arashi. Skirts out, finds Kyung9, pushes him out a little bit. But Mfeng, this is the biggest one. He's waiting in ambush. He's level 10, 2-level differential from Kyung9. If Kyung9 goes slightly out of position, this might be potentially first blood here. Siri in the bottom lane threatening. They want to go for this one. Infinite fastness, and through it all, it looks like ASD will survive. The teleport here, Mfeng making an appearance, and everybody's like, hey, guys, we're not fighting with Mfeng now. It looks like ASD will survive.
Yeah, both teams actually really safe so far in this, close to 6-minute match. And it's, even with the safe gameplay, Nongshim are leading by 1,000 gold.
Yeah, it's actually pretty huge at this point. I mean, they're so good at finding ways to farm. And this is why, you know, when you have that lead, it's such a huge advantage, right? When you're able to play up, you might be up like, you know, some net worth, an item or two, and you have those power spikes, which really helps Nongshim kind of, you know, put themselves in that driver's seat to kind of control the game. game. SCARZ now need to figure out a way. They found Haku. He's taking a lot of damage. He's being bursted, and he's going to give up first blood. Enfeng finds him and gets back to safety, but Arashi, he's going to be killed. It's a 1-1.
Okay, but I think this is a SCARZ win nonetheless. Enfeng, you give him the lead. Look at what SCARZ is doing now.
Yeah, they're threatening at this point, right? They've been forced back. The winter is here, completely zoning at this point. Looks like they're going to take the mid T1 at, the 6-minute mark. That's actually huge. And now Nongshim on the retreat. Looks like they're going to take the mid T1.
Yep, I like this new SCARZ way of playing, right? So very clinical, very good at getting the objectives. They get a kill. Doesn't matter whether they lose Arashi or not, they get a T1. And that's all that matters, right? Because once the dust settles, now there is an option to invade the jungle. There is lesser vision for Nongshim. And SCARZ, finally in a long time, they will have a decent lead against Nongshim.
And this is why SCARZ is scary. I mean, look at Enfeng. Look at how aggressive he is. He's actually winning the jungle matchup in terms of levels right now. He's been threatening, and it looks like Nongshim not even comfortable being able to take the Overlord, but they're going to go for the backside, and Enfeng gets picked off. I complimented him, and he goes down, but they trade with Illusion, the infinite fastest. ASD will survive. Nongshim want more. Haku bounces forward, and he tries to go for Arashi and tries to threaten, but the Crimson Golem, this is a big one. Haku has that smite if they want to go for this one, and Ochik might go for the steal more than anything else, and it looks like Haku will take that along with Siri on his way out. If they want to go for this one, and Ochik.
Okay, so SCARZ definitely tried to slow that down, and right now they're able to pull Nongshim away from what they actually needed to do just now, which was the Overlord. So SCARZ, they maintain a little bit of control, but now they need to make sure that they watch the lanes on the top as well. You can't allow Haku to do what he wants.
Okay, if we're looking at the SCARZ side, Enfeng probably should not be the one frontlining everything, right? Once they know where he is, I think that, Nongshim are definitely going to draw a bead, and they're going to prioritize and just kill him as quickly as possible. He is very squishy. They have that potential. So they need somebody up front to kind of set things up, to kind of be up, dare I say, bait. And then you have Arashi with a set sail and Ochik on the Mulberry Power to kind of counter-initiate, and then Enfeng is just on cleanup, right? That's ideally how these team fights are going to go, but Enfeng needs to be careful. He cannot get out of position like he did in that last fight.
I mean, that's why Nongshim drafted in this way, right? Simply because they have the Shi. So whoever jumps in first, there is a chance they will be caught out by the Silky Beauty and get controlled to death, right? So this is where the strength of Nongshim's game lies. They're able to drag the game a little bit more until SCARZ finds that perfect initiation.
Yeah, I mean, like the potential for that control, the CC is going to be key. Being able to find him out and draw him out, right? That's the biggest thing. And if Illusion is able to hit those orbs, the Silky Beauties, I think he's going to have a great time. But of course, easier said than done. Not the easiest of targets are CCs to hit.
Yeah. So at this point, maybe SCARZ, I don't think they want to take too big of a fight, right? Any lead you have against a pay pick is always very vital. You don't want to allow this pay to snowball. Similar situation for Nongshim as well. So at this point, right, I think it's better to have a better control of the map, get the turrets down, get your T1s down, have a little bit less vision for your opponents, and maybe you can kind of surprise them before they can react.
Yeah, I mean, if he's able to find that right angle, I think he's going to have a good time. But Haku's kind of been largely stymied. I mean, they've kind of spotted him out. He's not able to kind of get things going. He's died, 0 kills to his name. But Haku's still able to find ways to farm, which is the biggest thing. My only concern is that once that mid-game hits and the rest of SCARZ get a little beefier, he's not going to have the easiest of times being able to kill people. My only concern is that once that...
Okay, it's a scouting boat. I don't think they get this.
I don't think so, but the Tyrant Haku takes this one, but it looks like he pounces over the wall and through it all. The infinite fastest, ASD getting back to safety. Arashi is going to go back as well. Kyung9 going in. He gets a little serious, and he turns this, and they've got Ochik as well, but Kyung9 will sacrifice himself for the greater good. It's 1 versus 2. Enfeng now getting focused here. He's going to go golden as his Illusion. Looking to turn this, and Enfeng goes down. 4 members down. Nongshim finding ways and finding pickoffs, and they're up 4-1 on that trade.
Nongshim just better at this point, right? This is why Nongshim is so scary. This is why they won all of their games coming into the survival week. And look, it's just one minor mistake, and there is another potential kill here. Arashi forced to use the boat to get away. This guarantees a T2, and right now Nongshim have full control of the map.
Yeah, Haku like pouncing in. He's like, Arashi, I'm going for you. And Arashi's like, I'm not having any of that. I'm all by myself. I am scared. Haku level 15 at this stage, starting to outclass Mfeng. I mean, we were tooting the horn of this Kongming pick, but man, Nongshim have an answer. They're able to find ways to go and find him out because of the fact that he is definitely on the squishier side. They need the rest of SCARZ to kind of keep him in line, but here we go. It's going to be a Azure Golem. Arashi all the way up in front, looking to fight, but the winner is here, and that's not going to be enough. Haku's going to be killed. They found Kyung9 though, and it looks like he's going to trade. Mfeng finds the pickoff, but Ochik is going to be killed, and these are good trades in favor of Nongshim.
Yep, they have definitely hit that final marker here. Haku's already 15, Siri very close, and gold-wise, this is a huge lead, a 6,000 lead for the side of Nongshim, and we might see the fall of T3 here.
Yeah, it might fall, but I mean, the winner is here. Will slow that down. They need to deal with the minions. They do have the wave clear. Let's be honest. SCARZ lineup definitely has that damage. They're able to kind of deal with this. Nongshim are backing off, just wasting a little bit of time in terms of just like farming the enemy jungle on their way out. But they're going to pick up the Overlord here. This is a game that Nongshim have been in full control of. They've understood what the winning conditions are, and they're playing this one to the T. A game that Nongshim has been in full
and you know, and also SCARZ great wave clear, but how long can you hold for? And for every kill that Nongshim gets onto you before your necessary wave clear is a big dent in your defense.
It's a huge one, right? I mean, Kyung9 all by himself, he's potentially going to try to get baited here. They're trying to kind of get that flank here, but SCARZ probably not going to commit. They need to deal with the defense of their base. The top T2 is going to take some damage. That's where the most of Nongshim are. They burn it down so quickly.
Yep, and look, Succubus cloak onto Siri. It's so difficult for the side of SCARZ to kill him now, even if Mfeng gets his full combination.
Yeah, Flaming Palm onto this one. ASD taking most of that damage. Oh, the pull back, the Silky Beauty. They found Arashi. They're saying, hey, I'll take that one to go. And they take a freebie in that case. SCARZ now on the run. They have 2 members down. They're trying to hold this top T3. They're just trying to throw things out, go for this one, but they pull it back. The Infinite Fastest ASD stays alive. He will go back to the fountain to recall to save up. The mid T3 has been taken out. Nongshim now looking to siege, looking to close this game. They're going to go up in front. They find ASD. They're doing some work. Glow goes golden, but he flashes back to safety. He's not going to survive. They have the knock up, and it looks like they're going to take the base, and they will take game 1. Nongshim on the board first.
Oh, easy peasy for the Nongshim RedForce team. They look so satisfied at this point, and they should be, because look, the draft, it wasn't the strongest. We knew what the weaknesses were, but they covered those gaps so well on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was actually very happy about this SCARZ lineup. I thought they were really going to stick it to Nongshim. I felt like Nongshim were going in, but I mean, but the way that they played, were able to use like the Shi to just kind of control the battlefield. The Dia, just like with those bitter farewells, just kind of locking people down, made it very difficult for SCARZ to get anything going. Because again, if they're controlled at all, they're just going to die. They're just, glass cannons at the end of the day.
Yeah, which is kind of scary, right? It was supposed to be the opposite, where you had Arashi coming in, you had Ochik coming in with the Mulberry power. These were supposed to be the initiations for the set of SCARZ, but it never happened. Instead, it was always Kyung9 jumping in to make sure that they got serious, and followed by the Shi catch by Illusion as well. And it just all started to crumble as it hit that power spike in the late game. Once Siri came online, it was so difficult for SCARZ to play the game.
I'm wondering if they had more of like a Zhang Fei or Lian Po as like a roamer to kind of, to beat that tank, right? Like it felt like everybody was like not willing to do or not able to do it because their hero, the draft composition didn't allow it, where they were, again, just being able to be controlled by Nongshim when they would just jump on you. I felt like at the end of the day, that's probably the biggest weakness of that draft.
I mean, personally, I would not change the Sakia. I think the Sakia pick is fine. I think it's more of the Princess Frost, right? Going up against a lineup that is so mobile, that has Kyung9 on the Mayin. Look, you're looking for that perfect Frigid Prison. But against a Mayin, it's so hard to do so. And against a Shi, she's always going to be in the back lines. So it's so hard for you to have any catch at all. I think there would have been a better mid laner. So bringing you back to the BP phase, right? Ban pick. The fact that they banned out the Yixing, that was a very smart ban, because that would have changed the whole plane of the fight.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just that amount of control. And there's a reason why Yixing is actually the most picked hero in the ranking week. Everybody wants, Yixing just to kind of has that control, the taking liberties. We've seen it succeed quite a bit, but again, it just opens it up for later down the road. I mean, that was just game one where, we don't have to worry too much about what's going to happen. This is a long road. It's not the end of the series. And I do expect SCARZ to bounce back. But seeing as that they got some of their signature heroes like that Kongmin, as well as the Loong, I mean, I'm kind of wondering, I'm like, that has to kind of hurt the morale on the side of SCARZ.
Oh, definitely. And at this point, do bear in mind, like, these are the very stock standard strats that Nongshim like to pull out in game number 1, right? These are normally strats that come out later parts of the game. And the fact that they're using it now shows that they have so much more in the engine, in the tank, because they still have the Ogren pick, they still have the Dun picks, they still have the tank jungle metas available. And with that being said, let's take a look at the gold, the items. And right now, I just want to point out to you, now, Illusion, I think he's been doing great in his catches. And once he caught you, look, he didn't even complete his Scepter of Reverberation or Mask of Agony. Not needed at all.
Yeah, he didn't need anything, right? I mean, look, I think Illusion was great. Siri could have been on almost any hero at the end of the day, and I think he would have had a large amount of success. Like, just the way he's able to farm, I mean, his KDA is on point, always in perfect position. There's a reason why the dude has only died 9 times in 12 games. I mean, the guy is just so hard to find, and SCARZ really not able to initiate and to get a jump onto Siri and to really set the tone for how those team fights should have gone.
Yeah, a lot of damage. I mean, just the existence of Siri itself was already a threat because he was dealing one of the highest damage in the game simply because the team was allowing him to get into perfect positions to get just the shots, oak bolts off, and the normal attacks as well. So the gold, once it started rolling in for the side of Nongshim, it never stopped. There was no damage control on the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, and look, when Nongshim have a lead, it's so hard to take that away from them, right? The gaps that they give are very small. Being able to kind of control it out, find that burst, and the only reason they back off is because they're just waiting for the next minion wave. So they're very smart in terms of like this macro play, but the MVP, it will go to Siri on his 502, 32% of the damage, dealt 24% of the gold. Man, this guy just finds farm throughout the map, and he's so difficult to pin down.
Yeah, it's even more difficult for us to find him at this point. To be honest, I was very focused about Anthem as well as Haku. The fact that they got the first blood, right? It was a good marker to start with, but you can see the pick onto Illusion. It doesn't matter whether he dies or not. As long as he gets that first initial catch, it's going to cause so much trouble for the side of SCARZ. And also, Faye, I have to give him the silent compliment here. His destined encounters were always on point. Every single moment that mattered for the side of Nongshim, he delivered. And Nongshim definitely benefited off of that.
Yeah, it definitely benefited. I mean, look, everybody was playing so well together. This is a team that's just like largely finding their groove. But look at how many times like Illusion hits that Silky Beauty. It's almost been in every single highlight where they're just able to kind of control somebody, find that pick off, and then it sets it up for the rest of them. I mean, it's like, yeah, you take out Glow or Mfang and you just like mitigated so much of the damage that they had. Mfang looking to fight this 1 versus 5. Like, people are being pulled around, they're being isolated, and Nongshim playing this draft perfectly here.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? He never made a play where it was risky. He always felt like, Anthem felt like he was the one being targeted by that control skill, but it actually wasn't him, right? If you take away Arashi, there's no more tank, there's no more big CC like the set sail, as well as the knockup. There's nothing like that to change the game, with the exception of the Sakia, but as a Sakia for Ochik, are you expected to tank for the team? That's not going to be possible.
And that's kind of where I was talking about. I was alluding to it earlier about the fact that I think that the secure pick, if it was a more traditional tank roam, I think that they would have had a little bit more success, right? You need somebody up front or to be able to take a couple body shots before you, I mean, yeah, you get pulled away, but if you're like, in Umbrella Outburst form, for Ali form, you're going to have a great time because that's where you want to be, right? But in this case, nobody really wants to be controlled. Nobody wants to be stun locked in any way. And they just had a really difficult time trying to fight back into Nongshim here.
Yeah, but with that, I think we're going for a short break. When we're back, we're going to bring you the second game of the series. It's going to be a long one. It's a best of 5. We'll see you in a bit.
In this world the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Game 1 is down. It is time for game number 2, Nongshim and SCARZ. So far, the story still stays true. Nongshim taking it with a win in the first game of the series. It's a best of 5, and it's time to go for the next one as well. Paula, what do you think about game number 2?
Actually, I'm a little disappointed with SCARZ. I thought they were going to pull it out. I really like their draft. There were some minor issues in terms of just having that frontliner, that tank that they really needed. I think that in the end, I kind of dissuaded myself in the sense of like, I'm not a huge, a proponent of that secure pick in the end. I think that Zhang Fei or the Lian Po, something to kind of make it a little bit tankier would have been helpful. But again, maybe they're saving it for another game, considering the fact that we're in the global banded pick. And of course, you could only pick that hero once as we move on. This is a best of 5. So again, maybe they're looking to save it for those later games.
Yep, there is quite a bit of information they need, right? You still have the picks like the Liang, you still have the picks like the Morts. These are the heroes that also have very big plays, and I think a Lianpo or saving a Zhang Fei, even for those moments, going to be really important for the side of SCARZ as well. Likewise, on the side of Nongshim, I think having this clear open field in terms of the heroes to pick from. Look, Nongshim's draft pool is very deep, and so far they've barely scratched the surface.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think they proved that in Season 3 when they were able to go to, the Ultimate Battles, which is a Game 7, right? They had heroes throughout. They were very competitive and ensuring that they had this. So going into this one, they are well prepared. And I think that the hero pools have actually gotten larger. They're definitely more versed in some of the other heroes that they didn't really play as much in Season 3. This is a team that's ready and, looking to make some waves as they move on, potentially. Obviously, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. They have a long way to go as they first need to qualify into the KWC from here.
Of course, with that being said, now this is a Nongshim that we saw from months ago, and this time Nongshim is even stronger. So this is a big concern for SCARZ. Now, this means SCARZ as well, look, they have improved, but have they improved enough, and have they grown their hero pool deep enough the matchup against the likes of Nongshim RedForce, because so far we have had many challenges in the professional league for Major East League. Nobody has come close.
Yeah, nobody's been close yet. And I think that they just haven't really been able to kind of catch Nongshim off on a really bad day. Sometimes they've made some mistakes where the games got a little prolonged. But Nongshim right now, undefeated. There's a reason. There's 13-0 throughout, if we're including the ranking week. And don't get me wrong, that was just the first game here. But this is a team that's ready. They're so well coached. They're well disciplined. They understand what they need to do. And to always understand the win condition. They're constantly playing for it. And throughout, even when they're losing, they're finding ways to win.
Yeah, so do we see a fade in this particular series for SCARZ, right? They desperately need a win. You can't allow a team to go 2-0 up in a best of 5. That puts too much pressure on you, because all they need is 3 wins to take the series. And right now, Nongshim already have 1 game in the bag.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think at the end of the day, SCARZ need to figure out a way to just see what sticks, kind of play again to your strengths. I think that Mfeng is still that, you need him on like the fade that you were talking about earlier, somebody who's very flashy on the jungle, in that jungle role, because that's his play style, right? He doesn't seem to do as well on like the Menki or like the Dune types. He wants to be in your face, blowing up people, right? That's where that's his MO, right? That's what you want to do. But so, again, going into this game 2, again, you got to go loaded for Bear. I think you need to do something to ensure that you get to that potential game 4 and really strike back here.
Yeah, and Nongshim, they're going to make life a little bit more difficult. It's going to be the Dharma. First pick coming in. This is a Kyung 9 special. Not only that, they have also removed one of the best counters in terms of team fights, the Luna, right? How do you fight against a Dharma when you have nobody to distract the rest of the lineup on the side of Nongshim, right? There is no more distraction. There's no more jumping of backlines. There's no more repositioning. SCARZ are going to try this with the Lady Sun and Zhang Fei combination. Is it the best? Could it be a Ming combination? I don't know. Maybe SCARZ know something on the side of Nongshim that we don't.
I think SCARZ, it's a solid 2 pick. I mean, you really can't go wrong. Obviously, I'm a Ming player, so I'm a little bit more biased in that matchup. I think the Lady Soon pairs excellently between those 2. But I think going into this one, going up against that Dharma, who could set things up with that truth, you do want that counter initiation. You also want to be tanky to survive it so that you can kind of, potentially get into that team fight. But Nongshim, they actually solidify their own bottom lane with this Lung and the Lianpo in return. I like this 1-2 combination as well.
Yep, and it's quite tough to play against, right? Because once you have a Lianpo and once you have a Dharma, CC is not going to be very easy for you. At the same time, picking up the Lung is very self-sufficient, right? Unless he gets caught with multiple CCs, it's going to be a tough journey to kind of kill this dragon in lane and even during team fights as well. So Nongshim, they've done well for themselves in this first phase picks. They're going to continue with the bans. Lady Zhen, one of the best people to kind of freeze them after the fact that they are CC immune, taken off the board by the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, it's actually pretty nice. I think they're kind of expecting potential Ogren, something maybe, that Mfeng will kind of rise on. I think that you want to kind of, ensure that he doesn't really get going, but it looks like SCARZ are going to go with a Nua pick. Let Glow work on this Nua. I like this pick. It has a lot of potential, but, again, it's all about having a good lead and to kind of having that advantage.
Yep, and it needs to be a huge burst composition coming out from the SCARZ, because like I said, CC is not going to be your best friend against Nongshim's lineup at this current point. They need something that is huge in damage, which is one of the reasons why Nongshim actually banned out the Pei, they banned out the Luna as well. Assassin meta heroes, it's going to be really tough to play against that, so Nongshim are actively banning them out. And to make matters worse, now Nongshim, they pick up the Yixing along with the Ogren. This is a disastrous combo for the side of SCARZ. Are we looking at a potential second clean win for the side of Nongshim?
Yeah, I mean, okay, just to kind of clarify, it looks like they're going to go with the Menki to counterpick all of this. Again, I'm not a huge fan of this. Not to say that I don't like Menki. I think that he's very cute, but I think it's more that, you're not letting Mfeng play his play style. And he definitely wants to be on a flashy, high-flying jungler, which is not the easiest thing to go into, especially against an Ogren who's very sustainable and has that Yixing to back him up. This is a nice little combination that just kind of controls the battlefield, and it's a good counter pick, dare I say, against an Ogryn. So picking it up yourselves, this is looking to be a very successful draft by Nongshim here.
It's a necessary pick, right? Because at this point, that is all they have left. There isn't enough tankiness on the side of SCARZ, so Mankey is one of the best options available. I mean, Dune was available as well, but do you really want to burn that out now? Considering the fact that, look, nobody drafts to lose, nobody thinks that they're going to lose the game, right? So they're going to place full confidence in this Mankey pick. Look, this guy, Anthem, needs to have the Dream Roams done to the T. And then they need the combination coming in from the Nua as well. Everything needs to go swimmingly for the side of SCARZ. If not, it's going to be a clean 2-0 again.
Look, you're talking about the fact that nobody drafts to lose, and I kind of want to beg to differ on this one, because every single one of my ranked games, all my teammates are drafting to lose. Seriously, the worst picks ever. Okay, sorry, that's a little personal business. I'm a little bitter about that. It's been a long, tough road in that ranked world.
Yeah, I guess you could call it the bitter farewell, right? I share the same sentiments as well. I've had quite a bit of difficulty in my ranks this past couple of days. But look, we all learn, we all lose. It's fine. End of the day, we will get to where we will be. All we need to do is be patient. And right now, SCARZ, I like that they're being patient. They are being patient and reserved to the draft, right? They pick out what is necessary, what not what they like. And hopefully, SCARZ will be able to draw this series to a 1-1. But if Nongshim have it their way, this could be very well the start of SCARZ downfall on day number 1 of Survival Week.
This is tough, right? Because I like Nongshim's draft. Everybody's on like a peak hero, like Dharma, Kung9, Ogryn, Haku, Illusion, Yixing. Like there's Siri on his Lung. I mean, everybody. These are like their signature heroes, dare I say, for some of these picks. It just really. I gotta say, Faye Lianpo. I don't want to be like, oh, why didn't you include the roamer? Roam lives matter too. But this is a team that's drafting for Bear. They're incredibly strong going into this one. Now, if we're looking on the SCAR side, how do they do they dissect this lineup? What do they need to do? Do they need to play much faster? Maybe limit Haku as much as possible, because you know that they're going to funnel all of that farm into this Ogryn here.
I think the first thing we need to look at is, let's identify where is the best place to get an advantage from. You can definitely get an advantage in any of the 3 lanes, including the jungle as well. But at this point, it's not just about, hey, I want a lead and I want to get an advantage. It's which advantage that I take will be most damaging to my opponents, right? That's the question that all professionals ask themselves when they go up into the gorge against one another. And at this point, look, a lot of people will say, hey, let's go and destroy the farm lane. Let's get Siri out of the picture as well. But I think you kind of need to fix Illusion first. If you can fix that big burst potential from taking liberties and sliding stones, then you have a better chance of controlling the game, because then the board does not matter that much. The damage from Illusion will not be a factor.
Yeah, but that's so much, like, it's easier said than done. Illusion and Siri, these guys, their positioning is generally almost like 90%. I mean, there are some minor mistakes that they make, but generally speaking, they're always in the right spot at the right time. And just, with Kung9 and Haku, the Bash brothers up in front, just providing that space, ensuring that they, are able to kind of stay clear from everybody else. Like, this is a team, again, very scary. No real weaknesses that I see that are obvious to everybody here.
Yep, exactly. And I mean, this is the difficulty of playing against a team like Nongshim, right? They have drafted so well for this game number 2. It's also going to be a pain if they lose this series, similar to what happened to SCARZ in game number 1. But right now, Nongshim just making all the correct moves so far. You need to be able to take jungle camps away. And once again, this Lung pick on Siri, he's very self-sustaining. As long as he does have his ultimate, he's going to be fine. And in the early levels, Siri is not known to be someone who takes risks and overdives.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge. And okay, something that we just noticed right now, or I just noticed, is that Mfeng is actually going to be the farm laner on the Lady soon. ASD has done a little bit of a swap in terms of role. ASD will be playing that tanky side of the Mankey, which I think is smart, right? Because Mfeng wants to be that killer. Mind you, this is a guy that previously did play farm, right? He's no stranger to this. He should be able to do very well. But as I say this, the rolling rate away, Mfeng taking a lot of damage to kind of start this off. This is going to be a tough lane dealing with this Siri Faye combination here.
Yeah, he needs his itemizations really quickly. In terms of scaling, both of them are going for the same things, right? It's going to be the Meteor first, and then we'll see what they want to build from their Eternity Blade, and maybe then the Shadow Reaper and whatnot. But at this point, look, laning is going well, for... Wait, hang on.
Yeah, Kyung9. Whew, limps away. Sorry, go on.
He definitely wants to be on a high it's not going to be an easy task for this side, for either side actually. Right now, whoever gets the first blood, I think because of how close this game is going to be, it's going to be really important, and the snowball factor will matter a lot. Because look, if you give extra gold to Glow, you give extra gold to Mfeng, or you give extra gold to Siri, you give it to Illusion, all of these people can change fights in an instant. It's too big of a damage.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help out. I mean, obviously everybody kind of ensures that they want to get it. I mean, even Ochik to a certain degree is like, accidentally, I got first blood, sorry. I'll take that away. But again, you want to get Mfeng going. I think that he's going to be of course, your win condition. Glow has made a little bit of a rotation here, just threatening. They want to make Nongshim's life a little bit more uncomfortable here, because you saw in the first game, right? Nongshim, even when they're 50-50, kind of sticking around, in that laning phase, Nongshim were able to extract more farm off of the map than SCARZ, and that's kind of what helped that snowball.
Yeah, so Nongshim, I think they're really good in terms of identifying where are those markers, where are those gaps where I can get farm, right? Not just farm, but also EXP. And one of the behaviors you notice that's really different about Nongshim compared to your usual teams in the league is that they only wait for their golden opportunity, nothing else.
Yeah, no other chance at that point, right? They need to ensure that when the opportunity's there, they got to take it. And unfortunately, it hasn't been easy for SCARZ. They've kind of been, limited, right? These guys are so familiar with one another. The rivalry has been ongoing. They understand how each other play. So getting into this state where, again, we're in the survival week, this is, the #1 versus #2 seed, there's a lot of familiarity in terms of how they move across the map, when they're looking to move, and all of that. And even Haku here, threatening, SCARZ, Mfeng will show up, especially because the Tyrant has now spawned. This fight could be a little precarious, especially since Nongshim right now have a small difference in terms of net worth they're losing here.
Yeah, so this is something that you will notice about Nongshim, right? Even though Nongshim, sometimes they will actually give you that first Tyrant, and most situations you feel like, hey, Nongshim just gave away this Tyrant, it's gonna look good for the other team. But somehow they always find other objectives to take, and once they have that extra farm, it doesn't matter whether you have the Tyrant buff, right? Sometimes you will find yourself in a situation where Nongshim show up with more members, 4v3 or even 5v3 situations, and that's where teams get caught out. So SCARZ, they're gonna need to, #1, watch the rotations and be mindful of who are the actual members missing on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, Glow with the emergence. He's going to make an appearance. The infinite vastness, he's going to, kind of go forward a little bit, but he will go reverse in the end. But the ruin will be a little off the mark as well. But, to your point, yes, SCARZ did pick up the Tyrant. And I like the fact that you're talking about how Nongshim was like, hey, not too worried about that, because they were, all 5 members were still scattered throughout the map. Again, they're extracting more farm, in other places. They're like, if all 5 members of SCARZ are going to be there for the Tyrant, you have room and space elsewhere. And Nongshim, again, able to find ways to get back in, but again, they're a little bit behind, about 400. Siri getting a little bit low. He's going to give up first blood. Mfeng finds it, but Mfeng a little on the low side, and he's probably going to get cut off. Haku wants that revenge. He executes him on his way out. Ochik, he's going to try to run for his life, but it doesn't look like Haku has the speed to keep up, and it looks like Haku will continue to chase the path, passing onto it. But with 4 members, Haku, I think it's going to be, super ambitious, if anything.
It's lucky that they didn't get the kill on the Ochik. This is a situation that could clearly turn very badly for the side of SCARZ. So the fact that they went in with the manpower that just dissuade him from jumping in. But take a look at that. Straight away to go into the jungle and try to get a steal, right? It's all about making trades. And Nongshim, I think this is the team that makes positive trades all game long.
Yeah. I mean, it's smart, right? I mean, you think that, you gave up first blood or whatever, but at the end of the day, without Mfeng there, they were able to kind of invade the enemy jungle and, again, try to take things out. But one thing to note is that they were not able to take any of the buffs. Obviously, it would have been fortuitous if they were able to find the right timing to get that invade, to take away those buffs, because, again, that would have really limited ASD's farm. But now Nongshim here on the aggressive, pushing, forcing it, SCARZ to play a little bit on defense here, but Glow sticking around, ensuring that, hey, if at the end of the day, it's 3-on-3, we got the numbers, we'll be fine.
I'm just concerned about Glow's farm, right? At this point, we need Glow on the side of SCARZ to be a little bit more rich, wealthy, and of course able to get a little bit more gold in the pocket. Because the way that he works is going to be very different from Illusion. Look, Illusion can poke and prod. He can just set down control. It doesn't really matter that much because he's not the main damage source. But hang on, there is a 1v3. I think they might want to contest this.
Yeah, and Haku going up in front. He's going to try to take as much attention as possible. Illusion is going to deal with ASD. Haku still up in front. The Conductor of Souls on to Mfeng, trying to draw him out, but he's being chased. Oh, the nice little knock-up, and Haku finds Mfeng. And Faye with those nice little burst rams, just slowing the rest of them down. And ASD Dream roams back to safety. Haku still up in front, threatening, becoming this nuisance, this raid boss that just takes up everything in the front line.
And this is the difficulty of playing against Nongshim, right? So target prio is going to be really difficult. Rashi's going to try and hold his 2v1 turning into a 2v2. But once again, right, Nongshim, they rotate their members down. And I just want to highlight, SCARZ, it's not that they didn't know what to do. It was not worth it. They could have gone for Illusion, a 4-man jump onto Illusion. But do you really want to waste all your resources onto getting a kill onto a mid laner who does have a passive, a free destiny for you, and put yourself at risk of being knocked out by Haku and Kyung9 as well?
I mean, but at the same time, it's like, do we focus our attention onto Haku instead? I mean, he's going to be able to out-sustain you. He's the highest in terms of net worth, is 6.5 at this stage. 1,000 higher than ASD at this point. So he's done so well in terms of just being able to get that farm, and the reason why he's a power player on this Oghren. But, you know, you got to be, if you go for a team fight, you got to target prioritize. You got to ensure that you get that kill, and Haku is not the easiest of targets to do that with.
It's hard to do so, right? Blood Rage, he also has the Eye of the Fiend. It's going to be immensely difficult to kill this Oghren at this point of time. Now, this gold lead, it's not really apparent on the total gold, but you can see the differential of close to 1,000 between Haku as well as ASD is making ways for the side of Nongshim. They get a little bit of return on the side of SCARZ. They get the T1 on the bot, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, the infinite vastness. It looks like they want to go. They've got the knock-up. Ojik trying to turn this around. The Umbrella Outburst, but pushing him away. He's trying to get blown up. Faye, oh, with those shields, just barely keeping it alive, but Mfeng chases him down, and through it all, it looks like he's going to be killed. But Mfeng was killed in return, and now Ojik, he's been stuck around. Siri getting the double, and they'll happily trade him out. Faye for both of those.
Yep. SCARZ playing chess, but Nongshim playing checkers. Every single move that SCARZ makes, Nongshim says, yep, I know, I have the answer to that as well. So there is a solution, and here we go.
Oh, with the truth, they found him the Dream Roam, but not enough. If anything, though, they've threatened him away. They've taken the buff, which is a huge win. They're going to continue on, finding Arashi. They're going to chase him down under the tower. They do not care. And Haku on a killing spree at 10 minutes, and this is opening it up for the Shadow Tyrants. ASD is there. He's going to potentially go for that steal. He's been thwarted away. Kyung9 pushing him back with that formlessness, and then Enlightenment just kind of scaring him away. But this is going to be a free Tyrant going the way of Haku here.
Yeah. So if you want to know what makes a team great, it's a team like Nongshim, right? So not only do they win the fights, they're able to identify what is the next big objective they want to do. And look, most of the time for Nongshim, they don't just get one option, they get multiple. And so far they have been taking, oh, and hang on, Siri trying his luck.
Yeah, but Glow finding the emergence. Oh, he gets him with that lock-in. He does have it with the creation, but the secondary one, not enough. But he gets him with a rune. Glue snipes him down. Glow really had to work for that one.
So does this mean that if I compliment Nongshim, they will keep dying over and over again?
I think so. I think that the data is very clear here. Haku over the wall. He's going to chase after Glow, who's taking a lot of damage at this point. The mid T1 is still standing. No minions to continue on. Haku's still up in front, not scared. ASD, mind you, he's a level behind. He's still going to be that, you know, that cute guy that's able to tank most of what Haku's bringing. But now Mfeng, looking for the angle, really wants to go on Illusion. Not able to hit him with that ultimate shell.
They need to be careful about the top lane, which is exactly what Kyung9 is doing. But there's a lot of pressure, and once again, Arashi might have been caught.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be burst ramp slowed down, but he will be able to just kind of sprint away. ASD with that leaping saber, the umbrella outburst onto Haku though. They have the room, they're throwing everything in the kitchen sinks, but the blood rage, he's turning it around. The conductor of soul slamming it down, Mpeg down, as well as Ochik. And they're like, hey, you want to go for me? What are you going to do? Haku continuing on, chasing it after ASD, who's a little on the low side, did scare me a bit with that dream bubble, but through it all, Nongshim will take the mid T2 as well and turning it around off the triple kill by Haku.
There is always a freebie when Nongshim are in play, and take a look at that. 4 kills, they're gonna take 2 turrets in quick succession. ASD has to hold his own against 5 members on the side of Nongshim. This might be game here.
Yeah, this might be game. I mean, they just took all 3 towers in the mid lane. They found ASD, they bounced him up, and that is a rocky road, and they're gonna take game 2 just like that. Nongshim, wow, just full control of this game.
Quick as lightning. This is a team you have to fear, and I mean, you have to be so clean against the side of Nongshim RedForce, because right now it is Nongshim 2-0 against SCARZ, and there was little doubt during the game that this would happen. Not just the draft, but also the execution as well. And SCARZ, this is not how they wanted to start Survival Week, but this is how things go here.
I mean, it's looking rough for the SCARZ side at this point, right? I think that going into this one, the draft definitely favored Nongshim. No surprises there, but being able to control that out, very few opportunities for SCARZ to get back in this game. Like an uphill battle. So difficult for them to get anything going in this case, and SCARZ really on the back foot. Now they're down 0-2. This is a terrible situation to start off the Survivor Week for them.
I mean, this is what we expected coming into Survival Week, right? Look, top of the group is going to have an advantage in the sense where they're going to be running through the upper bracket, right? With that being said, if you drop down to the lower brackets, your chances of winning are still there, but you have to fight through what I consider as Hell Week, because you have to fight through every single team in the league to even get a second shot at being the first place for KME, which would then guarantee you a slot into the Kings World Cup, otherwise known as the Esports World Cup as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all about, I mean, look, you have groups S, congratulations, right? These, SCARZ, Gen.G, Nongshim, congratulations to them. But there's a double round robin between all of these teams, right? And it's for seeding. The biggest thing is that, yes, you want to be first and second because those are the ones that are guaranteed. If you lose to one of the other teams, you're then dropped into the lower bracket. You don't want to be there, right? Because the third place team is going to be in that lower bracket. If they lose out to the potential whoever wins Group A, then they might just be out of the tournament, which is huge, right? So getting into this one, you need to ensure that you win out. And right now, try things out because these Nongshim guys, they're not going away. You're going to play them again. So if anything, game 3, I expect SCARZ to bounce back, try new things, figure out ways to, again, draw some blood on these guys.
All right, so let's take a look at the itemization here as they head to the O. It's all about Haku this game. Blood Rage with the Ominous Premonition as well as the Eye of the Phoenix. Everything about tanking it up, and boy did Nongshim benefit. SCARZ, they tried 5 different members going on to Haku, but the target prio coming in from Nongshim was just that much better. And surprisingly, okay, look, Haku is the one actually dealing all the damage as well. It was not even Siri. 83,000 close to for Haku of hero damage for the team. That's insane.
Yeah, full control, right? I mean, this is a, dare I say, a standard game by Haku on that Ogren. I mean, I think the gold graph was a little ups and downs. Nongshim really didn't get going, but if you're kind of seeing just how close it was, and then, it didn't really seem like Nongshim were ever losing, if anything. Obviously, it was close. There was a slight edge in favor of SCARZ. They had opportunities. But once you saw that, Haku got, on that Ogren, he was hit that critical mass, he was just so difficult to deal with because he was just up front, just sustaining everything.
Yeah, so we know the MVP is going to be Haku, right? There's no need to kind of prep that and guess. So Haku should be your MVP. And look, if he does this performance again in the next game for this series, it's probably going to be a 3-0. And Haku here 7-0-2, taking 35% of the team's hero damage taken and dealing 33%. That's a high figure. And look, all the stats about, hey, Anthem was doing better whatsoever. No, Haku, guys. It is all Haku.
Yeah, Haku. I mean, he had 7 kills. He has now 7 MVPs, right, in this league. And look at Mfeng got the pick off, but then it's a suicide mission. Look at your positioning. You had no way of getting out of there. Yes, you got that first blood, which is great, but you got to ensure that like maybe you're looking to just stay alive, stay on the gorge, get yourself some farm. And look at, again, Mfeng being chased out, Haku not letting him go and just continue to just free fire, just forced him down every single time. It almost seemed personal in a way.
Yep, so there's a lot of positive traits coming out from Nongshim, and I think this is what makes them really scary. Not the fact that they have lasted so many, best of 7s, best of 5s against international teams, but also the fact that now they're so clean in the recognition of who they need to actually double down on. Once they get the kill, look, the moment Mfeng was dead, there was not enough damage on the side of SCARZ, and they happily obliged, taking, I think, just the whole lane in one fell swoop on the side of Nongshim. This is a scary team. I mean, if they're not champions, I don't know who deserves to be.
Yeah, I mean, the timing, they're just like, yeah, we don't even have the T1 at like the 9-minute mark. And then they're like, oh, we'll win one team fight, 1, 2, 3, and then take your base. Like they went straight down the mid lane, just completely controlled it throughout. And that's just how scary this Nongshim lineup can be, right? Because again, a single team fight and you just lose the game at 10 minutes. I mean, that's kind of crazy, right?
Yep, so third time's the charm, that's what we like to say. Is this going to be the charm for the side of Nongshim? That's the big question here, because look, SCARZ, we like them, they've always brought us exciting games, but today they have just been muffled by the side of Nongshim, and I don't think this is going to be any different in game number 3 if they have any say about it on the side of Nongshim. But of course, we will go for a short break. When we're back, we'll see what the reality is like for both these teams. Keep close, we'll see you soon.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to
Welcome back. It is time for the final potential game for the series of our best of 5 between Nongshim as well as SCARZ. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and right now with me is Holler. Holler, I think we wanted a little bit more action coming up from SCARZ, a little bit more resistance. Will we get it in game number 3?
Never say die, right? At the end of the day, I think SCARZ are going to want to actually just really stick it to them in this game 3. Of course, I mean, the series might just be over in this third one. You're going to see everything that, SCARZ playing their best, right? They definitely want to just win this one out, really stick it to them. Because again, if you can't draw blood on Nongshim a single time, that's got to be super disheartening. And this is a game and a series that they really want.
Yeah, but it's the last game of the series, meaning you only have one shot. And maybe if you make that shot, you have a couple more on the side of SCARZ. Now the question is, do they want to go for the tank jungles? Do they want to go for the Ogrins? Do they want to go for the Pace, the Jinx? What kind of option does SCARZ want to try now? Because no matter how you look, there is a little bit of fear now going up against Nongshim.
I mean, you felt it in game 2, right? SCARZ in that second game. I mean, they actually had a probably a more conventional draft in that say, but I'm not a huge fan of the Menki now. I think that the meta has shifted into like high flashy type of junglers and not really the tanky types anymore. But they did a role swap. I mean, you're losing game 1 and then all of a sudden the opposing team is, swapping roles. I think that speaks volumes about your own play as Nongshim, right? And SCARZ right now reactive and not putting themselves in a great position. I think you got to let Mfeng fly in the jungle role.
Yeah, I also think you kind of have to let go, right? People perform best when you let go of all the stress, let go of all the pressure. Just do your best, right? Forget everything else. And maybe this could be the formula that SCARZ will employ to try and win this third series of the game. And you never know, we might see a reverse sweep here.
I mean, you never know, right? Never say die. I think that at the end of the day, SCARZ right now are just kind of, going back to the drawing board. You see that they're looking at their draft sheets with the strategy of what they want to do. They need to ensure that they put themselves in a little bit of a better position because Nongshim have had all the answers. That last game 2 had them on their signature heroes and playing to a very high level that was almost demoralizing for SCARZ. So bouncing back, this is the biggest thing of putting yourself in a good position to win as well as limiting your opponents.
Yeah, and at this point, you know what? I'm just curious about what is going through the mind at all. Look, you pick blue side, you lose. You pick red side, you lose. You pick what you think is the best draft, and every single attempt has been shut down, not just quickly, but also very decisively by the side of Nongshim RedForce. And as a team, look, they have been faced with this situation multiple times, countless times as well. Will they fall once again? Is this the story that is SCARZ and Nongshim?
Yeah, and I mean, going into this one, look, SCARZ has a whole nother series. They're going to be playing Gen.G in our third series, the final series of today. So they're not going to be going away. We're going to see more of them. And I do really want to see how they bounce back in that Gen.G matchup. But, this is one of those things where when you're going up against Nongshim, and again, the rivalry has run deep. These guys have been at it for quite some time. There are only so many slots going into this one. And yes, on this one, technically the first place gets into KWC, but second place, you just got to kind of go into the last call. Right? I think you have a great opportunity representing the east side, which is of course the best side, and west really don't have a chance in that case.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so just secure your positions. As long as we get it done, right, it should be double east. And, that's why we don't miss over here. But with regards to that, it is going to be continually a Luna ban. They know this Anthem jungle assassin meta is too strong to handle. Even Nongshim is afraid of it. So SCARZ, they will release pick.
My wishes are bound to come true one day.
Set up ASD with as much as possible. Mfeng obviously did pick here. I mean, they've tried to snow pick in response to the Arlie. Wow, walk me through that one, kid.
It's going to be a big disaster in the late game, right? At this point, yes, Arlie, she does have a lot of mobility, but what do you do when a pack of wolves are chasing you? And you can be sure that Nongshim's lineup is going to have a lot of control coming in. Straight away, you get the Zhang Fei as well. Dream for the side of Nongshim. And knowing how Siri plays, it's really hard for ASD to have any form of catch against this.
Okay, so for the
Chano
viewers at
team.
home that aren't too familiar with Chano here, obviously with the wolves and the traps and just kind of, there's a lot of overwhelming that the wolves can potentially do. There's a lot of damage, obviously, from Chano and mobility. But, you know, you were talking earlier when we previously casted, you were saying that, hey, we need some AoE damage to deal with the wolves. But in terms of, like, roam, like, what are you looking for Ochik in this case to kind of help supplement the ASD Arlie here?
I think what SCARZ are considering at this point is the Yuhuan roam, right? I personally would love a Yixing roam, but I know it doesn't work in pro play like that. So Yuhuan roam is going to be the hero of choice. They need a little bit more going into Yixing, right? I think the stuns is a little bit more valuable compared to what Yixing brings to the table, especially going up against a lineup that has Zhang Fei and Chano. Look, Zhang Fei, for Fei, aptly named, he is going to be able to help shield his fellow farm laner pretty much all the time. So Leaping Savior are going to be very effective in pushing the lane. And adding on, anytime a trap is activated, they are actually more prioritizing the attack onto heroes as well. So if ASD actually shows up a little bit too close in lane, the wolves will start chasing it.
Might have a tough time there. But look at Nongshim here. They're going to look to go for the Agudo Haku. Mind you, Agudo is 3-0, and it's almost like they're trying to bait out the Ogryn pick by SCARZ, which is definitely the hard counter. SCARZ right now, they need somebody who's like an Ogryn, but probably don't want to pick the Ogryn into this Agudo because, you know, again, Haku's Agudo is flawless in this series and has, you know, all the answers for what that Ogryn wants to bring.
Yeah, exactly. I think at this point, so this is the difficult space that SCARZ are at, right? Because it looks like, hey, we just need a big tank. We should be able to get in. And look, there is no more Diadea, right? For the side of SCARZ, it was already used. Actually, the Yuhuan Diadea combination is one that has found a lot of success in the Pro League here in Major East so far. It would be great if they can pull that combination out. But still, substituting the Ogryn for a Dun, is it going to be the best answer against Agudo? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Dune and Byron in Season 3, I would be like, this is a great matchup, or great little 1-2 punch, you're good. But Byron, 5th most picked thus far, he's 2-13 in the KME. Absolute disaster, right? Not great. And then also, if you're looking at the Dune, he's 3-10. He has a 23% win rate. I mean, the data is showing us that this is not a good combination here. And I know this is what they want to do. They want to be that frontliner, and they're picking into it. But I think you're kind of falling into a bit of a trap, and Nongshim are setting that up.
Yep, and as you have noticed across all the pro leagues, all the professional games, even from last year, if you first joined us last year, Lady Jun, a mortal enemy for Dun, right? He needs to not be CC'd. And the moment he gets frozen, you can expect the burst damage potential coming out from this lineup of Nongshim is so scary. Agudo, Chano, just the two of them will be able to take turrets like crazy, will be able to melt heroes as well. And here you have Kyong9 picking the Guan Yu as well. It could definitely spoil the composition and maybe even catch Anthem on this Arlie if he uses the Parasol to try and escape.
Yeah, and look, I think the Guan Yu's an interesting pick. He's Kyung9 has played it once before. He's 100%, just 1-0. But this is a hero that I think that you're going to see a lot more of. The repositioning and just being able to control the enemy lineups, very huge. You just got to be super careful where he's going to be. If he's lurking on the sides or the flank, you might have a tough time. They need to ensure that the positioning is flawless. But I do like the Yixing on that pick. For the side of SCARZ, I think Glow will be able to just kind of ensure that they're largely kept at bay.
Glow needs to make sure that he gets his taking liberties landed. It needs to hit. The sliding stones need to hit as well. And I think one of the more important markers on the side of SCARZ at this point is really just shut down Kyong9. If you shut down Kyong9, it's essentially a 4v5 because he's going to be a walking freebie if he's under level, under farm. So this Horseback Rider, I love the hero Guan Yu, but he struggles quite a bit when he's behind. So I think SCARZ, they would do right to try and make the Clash lane life so much harder for him at this point.
Do you which lineup do you like better in this one? I mean, it's not the most traditional of Nongshim drafts, and I like the fact that they're kind of experimenting in a way. The Guan Yu Aguro pairing, we have not seen that, and then now they've kind of added the Chano, which is relatively new. It makes for an interesting draft synergy here.
Yeah, look, if we're talking about people being caught out of position, I would definitely prefer the SCARZ lineup, right? If you're caught out of position, I think you still have some saving grace. But for Nongshim RedForce, yeah, if anyone gets isolated, with the exception of maybe, I don't know, Faye, it's dead meat. Instant kills coming in.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like it's going to be the players have locked in. We're about to go into the third game of the day. This is the first series, Nongshim going up against SCARZ here. It's going to be number 1 versus number 2 in the KME in the survival week. And to see exactly who's going to kind of come out on top, we still have a long way to go. But right now, Nongshim in the driver's seat, 2-0, pushing back and doing a lot of damage on the ASD already.
So you can see the value, right? End of the day, look, he is someone that makes life so difficult. And not only him, Anthem is falling low as well. So right away, SCARZ already suffering quite a big hit.
Yeah, and look at Enfang back on the Arlie, back in the farm laner, that is. ASD on the Dune here. So again, they're sticking to the role swap. Again, we've always known that Enfang, he'd been playing the jungle throughout, but it looks like against Nongshim, they really want to change it up and let Enfang kind of fly on his traditional farm lane role, which he was prior to Glow joining.
Oh, Kyung9, he smells blood. That was a potential first blood in the mid lane if they wanted to go for it, but I think it's not worth it. And, just slight kind of small wins for the side of SCARZ. Glow actually managed to steal 1 camp away, which is kind of rare going up against Siri. Because, look, level 2, there isn't a lot of jungle clear ability coming in from Glow. So it's a surprise he got it.
Look, what do you think about Glow shifting down and dealing with the Siri, playing one-on-one essentially in the bottom lane against Siri?
I mean, you're not sharing farm, right? That's one of the main things. And yes, you will be able to hold your own against Siri.
Yeah, but in the same way, I feel like, Enfang and ASD now, I mean, generally, you kind of funnel a little bit of farm into ASD, but now you're fighting with Enfang in it. I mean, they have, both of those heroes really need items to get going. Is this the right role swap as opposed to maybe taking Arashi into the bottom lane instead?
No, I think they need to just change the way they move after they clear the lane, right? So, look, there's plenty of objectives around the map. They need to try and start stealing camps for potential first blood here.
Yeah, potential, the Unruly Blade, ASD gets back to safety, knowing the limits. I mean, he's level 4, so he just hit it, but Glow making an appearance into that mid lane. Illusion throws a flowing side just for good measure.
Look, Glow is probably going to be one of the big game changers in this particular game. If he manages to set the situation up nicely for the side of SCARZ, it could very well turn in their favor in the mid parts of the game, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. That could be something that SCARZ can try to work off of, but right now it should be Nongshim in control all day.
Yeah, they should be in control. I mean, look, they have a lot of potential, especially when Siri gets going. I mean, Illusion is on the back line doing such a good job of being like, hey, you come a little bit closer. We have the Ocean of Tears. We're just going to kind of control you. And this is just all space. And you never really want to see Siri free farming. So this is very scary if you're a SCARZ fan.
Oh yeah, for sure. And right now the gold lead, it's not very big. It's about a couple hundred gold only, but the gold differential in terms of like the jungle, that's a slight concern for me at this point, right? It's not the jungle, sorry, because they're same names. But Anthem here at 2,000 up against Siri here, both farming quite comfortably. I think the attention has to shift into the clash lane. Nobody has touched the clash lane, surprisingly.
Not yet. I mean, they've been going at it. You were talking about the fact that Kyung9 really needs to get some going up. But against the Arashi, it looks like it's almost neck and neck. I mean, obviously, Kyung9 down about 200 gold at this point. Just staying with it, right? Just kind of ensuring that the tower's not really taking any structural damage and just looking to support when needed, especially since the 4-minute fight is brewing, basically.
Oh no, Kyung9.
They got the tumble. The Umbrella Outburst knocking on the 2. The world is my board. Locking them in, though. But ASD with that wind slash turning it around. And it looks like they've got the knock-up with that Ocean of Tears. 5 members of SCARZ all joining at this point. But through it all, Fate, he's going to stampede away. Nongshim right now, sticking around. And it looks like they might want to go start up the Tyrant here.
But this is what I like about Nongshim, right? They know when to disengage.
Yeah, they do. But ASD going in, misses the wind slash. He was trying to go for that Unruly Blade wind slash combination, but not able to connect. Kyung9, he shows up and he's got a motorcycle, so he's a bit on the scary side. Nongshim, on the other hand, looking to go for this one, but it looks like the passive will keep Glow alive. Not able to get that pick off. And through it all, SCARZ limp away, but nobody's dying.
It's surprising because right now, SCARZ getting actually outpoked by Nongshim, and that's something that's really weird because Kyung9, I mean, okay, look, he has the heroic charge, and once he lands that, it is quite painful. He does have quite a bit of itemization on his hands now for someone coming into the game at 5 minutes. But the fact that Nongshim are able to outpoke SCARZ in the middle, it's a surprise to me.
Yeah. I mean, they have a little bit of control in that time. I mean, you have that illusion that can, it's kind of can kind of catch you off guard, and like that Ocean of Tears, it just hit on the Glow, who gets blood. That's the first blood going the way of illusion, and that's it, right? You just set it up, and this is why we've seen a lot of success in Lady Jun in previous seasons. Not so much in this one, the KME that is, but the Umbrella Outburst pushing him away, and the heroic charge takes me in a bad spot, and Siri gets that pick, and now it looks like they got the Stampede. He's gonna try to go on Ending Sorrow, but he gets run over by Kyung9. 3 members down, make that 4, as it looks like they've taken Mfeng as well. Nongshim in the driver's seat.
There is no safety. I mean, Nongshim, this is a great game for them. 4-0. No other team has been like this, giving this kind of performances in the Pro League in Major East so far. And look, same as game 1, same as game 2. We take a couple of kills, okay, that's great, but we also take the neutral objective and we take your turrets. They take everything from the side of SCARZ.
No, but this is why Nongshim are so good. It's one thing to win the team fight, and they're very fundamentally sound, right? In the sense of like being able to win out those team fights, but converting them into structural damage or even big neutrals like the Tyrants. This is why Nongshim get that snowball going. That net worth lead actually is in favor of SCARZ, if you can believe that. But they're down 4 kills.
Yep, and take a look at the vision score, right? 17 for Faye and 12 for Kyung9. Both of them, look, they are playing in the side lane, so they know exactly where and who are missing from the SCARZ lineup.
Oh, Illusion get going on. Arashi not able to go in. He's got to be careful, but the heroic charge pushing Glow back in a bad spot. He goes, ex-teammate, I'm going to send you the wrong way. Gets that pick off with the help of the tower there.
Now, and you can start to see, right, why Nongshim's draft is also so scary, even for this particular game, because there's so much control coming in, and it puts you in a very difficult position. They have the God's mobilization, Haku's ultimate, dropping Furball down, that's one stun. At the same time, you also have Kyung9 who's running for his life.
Yeah, he's trying to dash away. Oh, the light step back. Mfeng almost with just not enough damage. That was super close. Mind you, Haku in the bottom stole the buff. Nongshim right now, I know the net worth lead has now shifted in favor of them, but man, you're starting to feel it, right? This Nongshim effect, that map control, it's very difficult to make moves against this Nongshim lineup.
Yep, and like I said, there is too much control. Right now, you know, it's really hard to play against a team that has multiple forms of control, but to do it with lesser farm and no items, not the ideal situation. So SCARZ, this is going to be a struggle for the next, 5 minutes, unless a miracle happens.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the miracles happen in the favor of, like, you know, when you're starting to get that farm. Look at the space and look at how SCARZ right now, they're losing. So they're starting to feel it and they're starting to group up, which means that they're able to extract the net worth much more slowly across the map throughout. They need to figure out ways to kind of split that up, ensure that they're able to kind of put pressure on the bottom lane as much as possible. Nice little world is my board. ASD looking to go in for this one, but Illusion gets caught off. Arashi with a nice rear attack actually flanked him out, but he's going to die for his troubles. It's a 1-for-1 with that Umbrella Upper trying to go in on the Stampede. The light step back, Mfeng gets back to safety, but ASD forward finds Siri, and this is a good opening as that looks like SCARZ are looking to turn this. It's 2 for 2 thus far. Haku still up in front, looking to farm. ASD getting pushed around left and right, but he's got the Gale's Benediction. He's going to be into the heart of 3 members. ASD probably will back off. The Unruly Blade forward, not enough. Looks like they will back off now.
Yeah, Nongshim just playing like a cheat code. Even when they lose, they win. It's just so hard to deal with them. And right now, they can only try to kind of steal away the Azure buff from the side of Nongshim. It's going to hurt them. It's a small consolation prize. But once again, look, nobody has been successful in getting Haku down just yet. And the moment Haku gets level 15, the moment he gets his full 6-slotted itemization, not only is he going to be difficult to kill, he is also having a very high kill potential. There's too many people to watch out for on the side of Nongshim at this point of the game.
Yeah, look, Nongshim are, just on another level at this point. Haku did not die, in the last game. It looks like Kyung9 will die on this one. Mfeng finally finding him out, and he makes him pay. ASD gets sniped out. Siri is going to take this one, and through it all, they want to go forward. They got the furball, trying to go golden. Glow stays alive just barely, and he survives.
Yeah, and this is what is so suffocating about the Nongshim lineup. Because, look, great. Arashi, maybe he can tank for a little bit, but with ASD down, look, Nongshim...
Arashi, the spark strike! He goes right onto Illusion, but he's not able to... Oh, he does get the pick off with the help of Ochik, but he trades his life away for this one. Under the tower now, they're going to look to dive. Siri finds him out, does get the pick off, and it finds Ochik.
Has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, look, if you want to win Nongshim at this point for this draft, you have to kill off Haku, you have to kill off Siri. Both. It's either them or nothing, right? If you don't manage to kill any one of them, that buys them enough time to kind of counteract your aggression. In fact, you have also used up all your skills. So SCARZ, they're caught in between a rock and a hard place because Nongshim so far, Haku and Siri's positioning have been clean.
Very clean. And that's the hardest thing. Is like, you make it sound so easy. Like, oh yeah, just kill Haku, just kill Siri, we're gonna have a great time. But it's impossible. Wow. Their positioning is so good. Plus, Haku is so tanky. Understanding the limits of this Agudo, by far the best Agudo player that we've seen in esports, right? I mean, he's just been on another level. He's undefeated at this point. Nongshim playing around this hero's strengths so well. They've put themselves in a great position off of the back of course, Haku and Siri here.
Look, you know what? I think we've been casting together for a very long time, so I forgot what it smells like. But it smells like gas in here because you've been gaslighting me all this time. But of course, with that being said, I'm not saying it's easy, but it's doable and it's what they need to do, right? So right now, SCARZ, as long as they understand that win condition, they should try looking for it. Of course, easier said than done. Siri, I think he's going to be really tough to reach. And it's going to be a stretch if you ask Mfeng to go all the way to the back without dying in this game.
Is it my fault that when I cast, I pass gas? Huh? I mean, that's what you're smelling, clearly. But through it all, it looks like SCARZ here looking for that angle. They're going to be just kind of swept away. The world is my board is going to be committed. Haku's in there. He's just going to do some donuts. He's not scared at this point, and it looks like they're going to go forward. Ochik taking a lot of damage. The Umbrella offers. They've got the knockback onto Arashi, who dashes away. They're going to look to change targets onto ASD instead. The Unending Sorrow is going to keep Ochik alive, but ASD is already down for the count. Nongshim want more. And they're continuing on, but they need to deal with this mid T2. They will back off and fix the lane in the top.
Yeah, but the pressure coming in tier 2, this is a guarantee for the side of Nongshim. The question now is, do they want to push for the tier 3? And it looks like the answer is yes. And if they get this T3, it's going to be really difficult for SCARZ.
It's going to be tough. Nice taking liberties onto 2 there by Glow, at least starting it up, but they aren't able to kind of capitalize and to continue on with the damage. Look at the bottom lane is pushing. That's one good thing that SCARZ did before they took that team fight, understanding that, hey, we need a little bit of space. But now Nongshim looking to take this Overlord. This is going to be a tough one for SCARZ to get.
Yeah, it's a defensive stance. Faye, he does not have his madness bar at full yet. But look, there's so much damage. Like I said, Haku and Siri, the two of them combined, they can take down literally any tank in the game, let alone a Shadow Overlord at this point. So a 3,000 gold lead, not as big as the previous game itself, but with the damage that Haku and Siri offers, it's quite painful. And bear in mind, Siri now also has the Crimson buff, so he's going to be able to deal a lot of burning, also true damage.
It's going to be scary. Any sort of team fight, like, again, like, how do you get onto, like, you don't want to target prioritize onto Haku because he's very tanky, and then plus you have like Illusion and Faye to back him up. I mean, that's kind of what they want, right? Haku to be that frontliner, to be that tank. You want to get onto Siri, but look at how he just plays. He's always in the back line, understanding where they could potentially be. If they go for a jump, he kind of backs off, keeps himself alive, and he's just doing all that damage pretty much for free, like, all the way from the back.
Yeah, look, SCARZ, they're trying to put all their luck onto the side of Mfeng. He needs to get his farm up as they try and defend this T3. Looks like they will be able to hold off for a while, but I don't think it's going to be for too long because the T3 looking like it's going to be gone.
They've got him. Arashi, they actually go for this one, and they continue on. Oh, Kyung9 all the way in the back line with that heroic charge. 3 members down already. Mfeng in the fountain, just trying to stay alive, but it looks like they're going to take the base. And Nongshim will take the series 3-0 in a clean sweep.
No chance, no shot. This is Nongshim's game, Nongshim's day. They start the day off with a bang. 3-0. We will not have it any other way.
Nongshim just very clean, calculated, systematic, right? And SCARZ, that's got to be a little disheartening, right? I mean, they were keeping themselves close. They were down about only 3K, which is not the worst thing in the world, but there were no ways to get back in, no gaps. Nongshim just playing on another level, just controlling the map, forcing them to play Nongshim's game, which is pretty much a losing one if you're up against them.
Yeah, it's a three-way defeat in 3 different ways at this point. Physical, emotional, and mental defeat as well. This is a tough blow to SCARZ, but this is not their only game. They still have a second series to play against Gen.G later today. Maybe they will recover by then. But for now, it's all about Nongshim. And Nongshim, look, most of the times when we start off looking at new teams, when they come into the league, we're kind of thinking like, okay, who are the star players? But this is no star player, this is a star team. And Nongshim, they have definitely learned since last season in Season 3 Invitationals what it takes to be a top team. Coming in second, this time they are here for number 1.
Yeah, I mean, they took their L's, they learned, right? And this is a team that's actually starting to get much, much better. There's no weaknesses on this team, right? Just being able to kind of, when they move well together, they're able to kind of initiate, everybody's on the same page, everyone understands their role, and they play it to like the highest level, right? Even with this lineup, they knew what they were going to go in, and they had the perfect answers for everything that SCARZ were throwing at them.
Yeah, and as a team that's watching Nongshim now, even for Gen.G as they go up into Group S. And Group A, everyone is going to be looking at them because you will play Nongshim if they are the top of the upper bracket as well, right? So I don't know what kind of homework you're supposed to do. Like you said, I don't see any gaps.
Yeah, I'm thinking thoughts and prayers at this point, right? For any team that's going up against Nongshim. Tough situation. Like going into this one, I think that, even with the drafts, especially in game 1, which I thought SCARZ had their best opportunity to really set the tone there in that first game. Again, minor tweaks to it to kind of give themselves a little bit better chance, but it's one of those things where it's like you have to draft perfectly, you have to play perfectly, the stars need to align, everything needs to go your way to really have a chance against Nongshim.
Yeah, exactly. And I think at this point, it's definitely a learning lesson, but I don't think it's definitely the end of the journey just yet. It's a clean scoreline, 3-0, but the farm by Siri and Haku, this is why you ban out the Agudo now, right? Nobody has been banning out the Agudo against the likes of Nongshim. At the same time, they have gotten hit with a double whammy. Look at the damage, 104,000 coming in from Haku, coupled with the 87,000 by Siri. The two of them were just running amok along that SCARZ lineup. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It was just painful.
Painful. I mean, this is like the gold graph favor of Nongshim almost the entire way. Look, I don't think that you would ever want to ban the Agudo, which is as weird as it sounds, because, I mean, yeah, he's 3-0 on that hero himself. And they don't really seem to have an answer. I think that you need to think about this more from a draft perspective of being able to counter pick it. I think that Agudo has, Haku, we've shown time and time again that he's pristine on it. He's able to play it out and able to just control the map, make life so difficult for anybody to kind of get onto you or to jump the back line. His positioning has been flawless, I would say.
Yeah, but you want to play cards that like what's gonna happen, right? But what's gonna happen now is the MVP. It is none other than Siri, 8-1-5. This guy was like a shadow. Nobody could touch him pretty much the entire game. They got a couple of licks in, but Siri was never threatened that much in this final game of the series for game number 3.
Yeah, perfect game. I mean, yeah, I died that one time, so I'm going to there's a little bit of a blemish there, but all jokes aside, again, SCARZ, they got caught out with that heroic charge. I mean, from the Kyung9, pushing him away, putting him in, and then now you just isolated, just pick your poison at this point and just going in one by one. Tough situation for SCARZ to kind of get into that team fight going in. They tried to go for illusion, and I do believe that they do end up getting the pick off here, but, Glow dying, getting caught out. Kyung9's repositioning has been so good, and the team fight from Nongshim just on another level.
Yeah, I think they really just shook them mentally as well, right? This is one of the things of playing against a strong team, which is the fact that, look, it's hard to identify certain win conditions in the fight as well, or even for the game. they didn't manage to mute Kyung9. That was one of the weaknesses that they had to deal with. Anthem managed to chase down Kyung a couple of times, but Kyung9 is not your prio target, right? And Nongshim knew that, so they always grouped up. Haku, Illusion, Siri, and Faye, the 4 members were always together. And as a lineup on the side of SCARZ, the moment ASD is down, how do you fight against a lineup that has 2 major damage dealers?
Yeah. I mean, look, going into game 3, and this is the biggest shakeup, was that the roster swap, right? Or the lane swap between Mfeng now playing farm, ASD going into the jungle. I think that you gotta stick with what got you here, essentially. And it might be just the whole experimentation against Nongshim, but Mfeng is the far superior jungler, and ASD seems very comfortable, or not as comfortable on that jungle. And if we're looking at kills alone, Mfeng is averaging 5.5, did not get even close to that. ASD was like around 3.3, not even close to that. It's just both of those guys were really struggling because it didn't seem like that was the role that they were really practicing and very comfortable on.
But I mean, that's why Nongshim is so strong, because they force you to make errors like this. And this is really exciting to see. But of course, like I said, this is not the end of the journey for them. This is just one series, right? They still have so many days to play, and they still have a second series today to play as well in Group S against Gen.G. Now that's going to be their second challenge of the day. Can they rise to the challenge, or will they fall once again? That is something that needs to be answered, but later on. We will have our second series coming in for the day. That's going to be something that I'm curious to see as well. It's going to be Vicious going up against R8. What do you think about that one?
I'm excited about that one, right? We want to see R8 kind of, they got bounced into the Group A by Gen.G, and how do they respond, right? Are they going to come back even stronger and take this personally? But we're going to have to find out. We're going to take a little bit of a break first.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Welcome back. It is time for the second series of the day, Vicious against R8. Like you said, Holler, R8, they were knocked down into Group A by Gen.G. So passions are burning high for them for sure.
It was a heartbreaking one. I mean, they were playing on that last day of the ranking week, going up against Gen.G. They had a slight advantage. You know, they were up 1-0, and Gen.G. were able to kind of bounce back. But this is a series that they're kind of like, okay, yes, we're in this situation. We happen to be in Group A. We still need to fight our way out of this one, but we've beaten these teams before. We should be fine. But sticking it to them, anything can happen in Survival Week here.
Yeah, I mean, upper brackets are for... Nah, I'm not going to say that. But in any case, you know, at this point, it also proves to be a good training ground, right? Because we're going to take a look at Vicious first, who are going to be their opponents. Here we have Vicious Esports, the Desert Flame. Now, they didn't have the best start, but this time, Doom, Engma, Doma, Aspire, and Vo, they are going to be trying their best against R8.
Yeah, I mean, going into this one, they were the, fifth position going into this one. And just being, they're definitely better than the other teams. We haven't seen them at their peak level. They still struggle at times. They haven't been able to find really ways to get back in the game. And that's kind of where they struggled, when they're losing, they really kind of falter in that end. But Vicious is a team, they have a lot of potential going into this one. We know that, Doma's quite, on another level. He's very good in the mid lane. Doom is very good in the clash as well. So this is a team that we expect much better things. But let's talk a little bit about this R8 Esports lineup with this video here. R8 Esports here happen to be fourth place, but they're going to be represented by Abdo, Zinon, Roichi, Mijoj, and of course, BX, who has the third highest kills throughout the entire league. He had 50 of them. He's an absolute all-star in that jungle. He plays a mean fade. He's always able to find the back line. This is a guy you got to be careful on, not to take anything away from the rest of the squad, because you see that Abdo sets things up with his Dharma Truths. You have Zinon on the Yixings as well. Roichi and Mijoj definitely doing a great job in that farm lane. So this is a team that's really, we saw a lot of potential, but we want to see more of them as they go up against a tough squad in Vicious here.
Yep, so actually, you know what? Vicious to me is kind of like the underdog in this competition. Look, they didn't have the best start, but they have been steadily improving throughout the tournament right here. And head-to-head, Aspire, look, they're kind of running it quite close, 30 to 31 kills, but Real EG actually edging out in the average damage dealt. Right now, I think this might be that small difference maker that will swing the game in their favor.
Yeah, Aspire here. I love the pose that he does play a Shoyu as well. So he's kind of representing the long rifle, the sniper, the long arm of the law. This is a guy that you got to be careful about. I think that we saw a lot of good things from Aspire when Vicious is playing well. He's definitely on point. He's the guy that you kind of want to just kind of limit if you're R8 in this case. But if we're looking at the R8 side, man, they got a lot of good, good players. They're starting to gel well with one another. Mijoj has the, 114 assists in that ranking week. He's the third most. He's a guy that's always setting it up for, again, BX and everyone else.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the sides this time. It is going to be R8 taking up the blue side. So Prio pick, Prio ban for them. And red side going to be going to the side of Vicious. Now, R8 is a team that definitely speaks and shouts quality at the same time. I'm really concerned about BX because if they get their way, look, they get the Jing. We have seen BX on Jing and he keeps you quiet.
Yeah, and this is what I love, right? The fact that the, Honor of Kings Esports, not to say that we haven't seen a Jing or a Luna or Fade, or, I mean, we didn't see a Fade, but we've seen definitely more flashy junglers, right? And you're seeing them shine and able to kind of dictate the pace of the game. And it's the game is kind of shifted away from more of the tankier style junglers. And you're allowing for these high potential, high risk reward type of heroes just kind of make these really flashy plays.
Yeah, but it's really like how you handle a knife, right? You sharpen it, you have to be really careful because if you don't do it properly, you will get hurt. So I like the risk that teams are taking now. And let's take a look at R8 against Vicious here. R8 gonna go with the Prio ban. What is the first ban? Are we abandoning the Liang altogether? Are they not scared of the assassin junglers? Looks like that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, it goes both ways, right? You're talking about a knife, and it's dual-sided on this one in the sense that like they usually banned out the Liang. That has been the R8 special where they do want to let BX fly. But instead, they're going to go a different route, force Vicious to potentially ban it themselves, or, R8 could scoop it up. They seem to really like the Liang, though.
Yeah, I think they are concerned about Doom. At the same time, no, Vicious, massive respects to BX, no Jing for you.
Yeah, setting it up. But it looks like they're going to go with the Arlie to set themselves up. Again, very, very top tier farm laner. You're going to set yourself up for success with this, especially in a best of 5. And this could be actually the first game between these two playing in a best of 5 in the global ban system. So again, there's a lot more at stake. Things are very different. It's not your traditional best of 3s.
Yeah, I like the way that Vicious are kind of drafting at this point, right? They're not going for the immediate counter pick into the farm lane just yet. I think they're kind of weighing their options, right? Do we want to take a risk in this game number 1 and try to beat them with a lesser rounded draft, right? Save the big picks, save the good picks for the later half of this series.
I mean, you're kind of playing with fire in that case, right? I mean, you can overthink it going into this one. And I do think that right now what we're seeing, at least from the R8 side, these are picks that they generally like. Again, I think the Byron has had very limited success in the KME. He's kind of been laughable at this case, seeing as he's been, 2-13, has a 13% win rate. But Abdo's on this hero, and I think that Abdo kind of just levels up almost to any hero he plays in that class laner.
Yeah, while they haven't had the best of successes, when Abdo is able to hit those flash storm strike hits, it has always been a huge success for the side of R8. They always know how to capitalize on that, and I think that will be one of the main win conditions that R8 will be hoping to set themselves up for in this match against Vicious. At the same time, Vicious now, they are really concerned about the burst potential. They've picked up a Shi, which struggles a little bit with mobility sometimes, so they ban out the Gun and Mo because that is actually one of her mortal enemies as well.
Yeah, a nice ban there, right? Really setting it up. You don't want to deal with the Gun and Mo. Those blades just definitely hurt. Vicious, though, they end the first phase with the Gen.G. I like this pick. It's 11-3, 78% win rate, very strong farm laner. I think it does well when paired well, in this lineup. I think it's done a decent job, but they're going to have to ensure that they are able to sustain and to keep those stuns on, because once Gen.G is able to kind of use his utility kit to just burn people down, I think you're going to have a much better time.
Yep, and right now, the Dune and Mining Peaks will be able to enable that. At the same time, the Shi is kind of like a insurance policy, right? If it works, we get the Silky Beauty, we get the CC, we pull you in. If it doesn't, we'll push them away and then we can start to disengage, right? Unruly Blade, whatever, Get Serious, all of these are great skills to engage and disengage. R8 though, I like this. They actually take out the Secure, they take out the Liempo, two of which kind of negates the strength of their group, right? They want the burst damage, they want the CC, they don't want the heals coming in, and they will finish off the Mankey and the Nuwa. Is there going to be enough damage and is there going to be enough growth from Ryo Ichi for R8 to make it count?
So this lineup from Vicious, to me, I mean, obviously the Dune and Mayin have damage of their own, but I feel like it's pretty much a 4 protect 1 lineup where you're going to let Aspire try to get as much farm as possible and to just take over the game in terms of damage. It's a little worrying for me because it's like an all eggs in one basket type of draft here, but how are they able to keep Aspire alive? He's like your win condition. If he stays alive and he's able to just kind of be largely untouched, you're gonna have a great game. But if he gets killed early, I think Vicious will struggle in this game.
Yeah, so it's all about the vision in this game, right? The way the Vicious draft works, they like to poke from far. As long as they see an opening, they should be able to get a kill as long as Doma lands that second skill. And that's a very important marker, which I'm sure R8 recognizes as well. So there is save capabilities in the sense they do have the Nuwa with creation, with the matrices, it will be able to block the members on the side of Vicious off, and if it's necessary, look, Menace, once it's full, you have the Unbridled Outburst, many turnaround situations available for R8 as well.
Okay, but going into this one, I mean, like the Nuwa damage and the potential control, good. I think it is going to add up. But again, I don't like this hero from behind. It doesn't really do it for me. I don't know if this lineup has enough damage. Again, similar to what Vicious have with that 4 protect 1, I think that the Arlie and largely the Nuwa Byron are going to be doing most of that damage. I'm not 100% sold on these tanky junglers anymore. So this is going to be an interesting game 1. See how both of these teams go. It could be well balanced in your opinion, but your thoughts? Who has the edge going into this one, Kindofu?
I think the laning phase might go a little better in comparison to the side of R8. They have slightly better wave clear in that sense. But of course, with that being said, it also runs down to the jungle farms because they will be one of the main win conditions for both sides, right? Now, with that being said, of course, this thrilling season of the major leagues is made possible with the support of EWC. So we're helping to bring top tier competitions to fans worldwide.
Yeah, and I mean, bringing fans worldwide is going to be huge. But Doma, I love this Ana pick, the Ana skin, quite nice. And our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
All right, and definitely there's a difference in the way that the teams play, right? So now teams are employing more of the double lane strat, so they're trying to funnel as much farm going in to their farm laners, and this is a strength specifically for picks like Arlie because of the quick rotation speed that she offers at the same time, right? Aspire gonna do the stock standard things. He's gonna try and rush it down into the lane and hold his own against Xenon. Now, at the same time, right now, laning phase, I think, like I said, it's going to be beneficial to the side of R8, but it also matters where this first blood is going to go and where this first tyrant is going to go.
Yeah, and they're trying to do what they can in the sense of R8 just trying to funnel as much farm into Roichi, letting Xenon kind of be by himself on the bottom lane. He doesn't really need as much items early. Obviously, it would help him if he did, kind of just to expand on that damage potential that he has. But Roichi, again, win condition, he's the one that needs all of the farm. He needs to be aggressive and just looks like they're going to be moving him back and forth, trying to steal whatever sort of farm he can get on that map.
Yeah, for sure.
Egma getting going on. The Unruly Blade back. He gets back to safety. R8 threatening on this one. Abdo, the flash away, going to use a little early, but with that Doma rotation, not the worst thing in the world.
Okay, so Abdo now is going to be at risk, right? Because there's no more flash save, and Doma is going to continually be here, at least to secure that space right as well. This is where this small little advantages add on, and suddenly you will see Vicious going to be a monster in the mid stages of the game.
Yeah, but they need time, right? I think the biggest thing is that they haven't had the greatest laning phases throughout their games, and so they've kind of had to play from behind throughout. It's not been an easy road for Vicious. They need to ensure that this first 5-10 minutes got to be super key and ensuring that they're staying around and sticking around in this game.
Yeah, I think it would do well for themselves to find better first blood opportunities, right? There should be another lane in which they can focus on. I mean, end of the day, you want to burn out certain resources right before the fights, right? So, 3.5 minutes, maybe force Ryoichi into a bad position, and he is being caught out.
Yeah, he is being caught out. He's in the bottom lane, and it looked like he's going to give up first blood. Aspire found him out. He was actually wrapping around. He was like, okay, you're going to light step, but you're going to, light step into a even worse position. But giving up to Aspire, pretty huge at this stage.
Okay, so BX, he makes the trade for that kill, right? So first blood given, but he does take away that Crimson Golem away from the side of Vicious. So that's going to be a big marker, especially as we're 30 seconds away from that first Tyrant of the game.
Yeah, this is an opportunity right now. And R8 right now taking a lot of damage, even on that bottom T1. So Aspire, again, the one guy you were like, hey, I don't want him to get going. You're letting him go, and he's free-reigning. He's doing a ton of work right now. And at this 4-minute mark with that Tyrant, it's going to be huge. How does that fight happen? And especially, are they able to limit Aspire from getting in?
Yeah, and more importantly, I think at this point, I just want to keep my eyes on Doma, right? That Silky Beauty is definitely going to be a game changer in this fight. And if he lands it, I think Vicious, they win this fight flat out.
Yeah, Ryoichi looking to go for this one. They had the Ruin used a little early, but Egma takes the Tyrant. It looks like they're going to just walk away. Vicious finding, camps across the map. Nice rotation there, ensuring that they got that Tyrant, really setting themselves up for success at this stage.
So tell me, Vicious, they have improved, have they not? This is a very different Vicious from what I remember in the first day we have ever seen Vicious, and I think they're doing so well for themselves. Now, the gold does not really reflect that at this moment, but the T1 turret does. It's falling.
No, mate, it's only like 5 minutes in the game. I don't want to jinx it already. I mean, obviously they're playing better, but now that you've said it out there, you might have cursed them in a way, but no, I'll jump to the side. I think Vicious are playing much better. This is the laning phase. You want a good lead, especially early. Set yourselves up. Let Aspire carry you to glory, as it looks like he's going to get forced on here. Majo is going to super aggressive. Umbrella Outburst only onto Dama, though, but it looks like he's going to be backing off. Not really going to get much value out of that ult.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge waste. Now the aggression can turn, and slowly but surely, I think Vicious, if they're able to get this T1 on the bottom, that's going to force out a lot of space from R8. Also gives up that opening for that mid buff in the Crimson Golem.
Yeah, look at how they're all rotating to the top. Doom is going to have a uninvited guest. And it looks like the emergence even on forward. Xenon not able to really do any damage. Doom is going to be fine. And look at how VC now are looking to cut off the angle of retreat. They want to go for this one. Find BX, not the greatest of targets. The Cannon Blast, but the Wind Slash, they actually found him. And with the thing inside the box, not able to get it. They do. Aspire gets him over the wall, one last card, and he blows him up.
Oh, that one must hurt for Xenon, man. He committed the flash and still died. And right now, they are unable to find good trades across the map. Look, end of the day, R8 did get that T1, but they're going to lose their similar T1 in the same lane right immediately now.
Yeah, they're going to take the top T1. So again, getting that kill, converting it into something, plus defending the mid T1. R8 were like, hey, we're not doing well in the top lane. Let's try to put a little bit of pressure on the mid T1. VC up to the task. They were able to hold the Silky Beauty onto Mijo, pushing him away. And now VC right now doing pretty well. I mean, it's only 2 kills, and it's only like a 600 gold net worth lead. But this is where we wanted to see Vicious.
Yeah, this opens up so many doors. Hang on.
Doom. Oh, the Ruin just off the mark. Abdo flashes him forward. He does end up killing Doom. And Mijo is trying to chase down Domo, but the Silky Beauty under the tower. And he says, okay, nay, I'm not going for this.
Okay, so right now, R8, this is a team that is constantly coming back, reviving themselves as they trade the T1 on the bottom. So things are even Stevens. And look, the gold has never been closer this game.
Yeah, it's 50-50. I mean, it's anybody's game at this point. Nobody really has a huge edge, I would say. And it's all about the next 5 or so minutes, right? Getting into that Shadow Tyrant and those Shadow variants, right? But Roichi doing a great job putting a little bit of pressure on that bottom T2. He parasails away on one of that one last shot, and it looks like the minion will become a Winion as he takes the bottom T2.
Oh, so it's going to swing into R8 at this point. That was a nice movement by Ryoichi. And with that, they're going to expose the jungle camps on both sides for R8 and Vicious.
Yeah, Engma looking for that angle. Cannibal, oh, just barely misses Mijoj, not able to connect on this one. Now Engma still up in front. Had a little tryst with Roichi in that brush, but it looks like they're going to be back off here. BX now looking to take the Overlord. This is a huge opportunity. R8 right now being aggressive, trying to take over the map here.
Yeah, but you can see they are starting to occupy those jungle spaces. And I think R8 has been very comfortable, or at least identified comfort, in just walking into the Crimson area on the side of Vicious. Vicious must learn to stop that.
Yeah, they can't give anything for free. You can't have any holes in your house, so to speak. No leaks. But it looks like they're going to take the Tyrant here. Egma will take that one for free. But look at how R8, all 5 of them are in the top lane. Bottom T2 is taking some damage. Aspire will take advantage of that space that's given to them. With those Vanguards pushing, it looks like VC have to kind of play a little bit more defensive here.
Yep, R8 definitely knew there was no turnaround play from that. Aspire was not there. The moment he showed on the map, R8 committed, they got the T2 on the top. Now it's a lot more free reign. Does he have madness on the side of Mijoj? He does. So this is going to be a good fight. He's looking for an opening.
He's looking for the opening, looking for the angle. But VC, they sniff it out. They're not going to get out of position at this point, not let Mijoj have that perfect Unbridled Outburst from the side, but they want to kind of continue on. Roichi flirting with disaster at this point. The Unbridled Outburst hits onto Aspire. He gets back to safety, and through it all, Mijoj, ult expended, hasn't really been able to capitalize and converted that into a kill yet.
Yep, but Doma did expend the flash. That's a huge common spell to give away.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one common spell. I mean, I get it. I mean, keep it alive. He just needs to play a little bit more safe. Aspire getting a little on the lower end. Doma will just ensure that he's fine. I mean, he did that Silky Beauty if they want to go for this one. But through it all, Abdo looking to just, harass, invade, make the enemy a little uncomfortable in their own jungle.
I feel like there's a hard link between Aspire's health and my health as well. Every time Aspire is looking to die, I feel like I'm the one dying. But at this point, so far, he has survived. Vicious, they're holding on. But this is not working out. R8, they have turned this into a 2,000 lead.
Oh, they found him. They pulled him back with that Silky Beauty. That was perfect. They found Roichi, and he was very squishy, and they were able to find him out. What a nice play by Doma, really setting them up for that one.
There's no way. Man, I just complimented them. Like, literally, as I complimented them, they died. And right now, R8, okay, they're doing well for themselves. Make another trade. They're gonna go for the Tyrant. And this is the Shadow version, but you can see Vicious also know what's going on. They make a beeline really quickly. Both teams gonna take it at the same time.
Yeah, and actually, this is one of those things where R8 down a member, down Roichi of all things, and just being like, hey, we're gonna still take the Shadow Tyrant. I think that's very aggressive. Nice little Cannon Blast. I think inside the box is looking to go for this one, but it's a kind of just set in. The rune will connect, but Mijoj is gonna be killed.
That's a huge tank down.
Oh, they have the Storm Strike. Oh, Abdo looking to go in. They find Doma. They get the pick off, and Abdo waiting in the wings, but he's going to be killed. He's going to trade with his life. They wanted to go all in, and BX is down. He made a mistake, and he took his buddy down with him.
Okay, the Azure Golem going to go into the hands of Engma unless anything, Xenon has anything to say about it. But Xenon does have the Crimson buff, so that's a small win, I guess. I mean, he has expended everything, no ultimates, no flash whatsoever. This T2 should be taken down, and Vicious, they heat and they cut deep. T1 also under threat.
Yeah, putting a lot of pressure on, right? Vicious here doing such a great job. I mean, this is a completely different Vicious lineup. Survival week, and you're seeing the best of them. Of course, only one squad makes it out of Group A. So every single match, every single game, so important. Setting yourselves up for that, trying to get out of this one, because it is going to be a tough climb as you've got 4 teams that all want it.
I mean, it's either you or it's gonna be me. And in all cases, you
it's definitely
wanna
you.
be the one that gives the drop.
I was gonna say it's definitely gonna be you, right? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
But at this point, yeah, Vicious, look, they're doing well for themselves, but I think they need to find more openings. Right now, both teams, they have the T3s on the top and the bottom at risk. And the next good play is going to be the one that exposes a big wound into the opponent's base.
Yeah, and but Vicious don't really know where the rest of R8 are, right? The fact that BX is up in the top lane, just freely pushing and split pushing, just providing that space. Now, Engma is going to get gone on here. They've got the Cannon Blast onto Majoj, but turning this around, not the easiest, especially since BX is back into this team fight. Doom was looking for his flank, but now the bottom lane is pushing. Both of these teams really looking for that fixing the lanes more than anything else at this stage.
Yep, and it's a very different call, right? So in terms of lane management, they're getting Aspire to go on the side of Vicious to clear the waves. This is going to help amplify the farm. But on the other side, it is going to be Abdo looking for it instead.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to be careful where Abdo is at. I mean, he always will go for that kill. I mean, there was that one time they went and dove in 2 versus 4. He's not scared, right? He's going to definitely go for those opportunities when he thinks it's good. Sometimes you know, it didn't really pay off in that one. So he did struggle in that sense. But I think in this case, as R8, you gotta find Aspire. I mean, this guy has been largely, you know, been unkept. Like, you know, he's not been targeted at all. He's 2-0-0. He hasn't really died. Aspire has just had like a really good game because he's been just free farming.
Oh, nice catch.
Yeah, the pull. They found Zenon. Oh, what a nice play by Doma, really setting it up. BX is just kind of caught flabbergasted. Really no chance. Tried to save his buddy, but no real way. And Roichi gets picked off yet again over the wall. VC finding him. Cannon Blast is really going to be very nice onto BX, slowing him down. And VC finding kills across the map, but this net worth still just barely in favor of R8.
Okay, but it shows the volume, right? The consecutive catches coming in from Vicious, and this is going to be a problem. I think, yes, it's great to catch out Aspire, but you definitely need to mute Doma. He is one of the main reasons why Vicious will win the next few fights. Every time he lands a CC, with the control, they are getting the kills. They must not allow that to happen. R8, that could cost them quite a bit.
Yeah, you know R8 is like Team Elsa, and they're like, we don't like Ana. But in this case, it looks like Ana on Doma has just been so good. Doma on Ana, excuse me, with the She has just been on point. The control has been great. The Vanguards are now going to push, providing a little bit more pressure onto R8, which really haven't been able to do a team fight that they really want. They haven't been able to initiate. Everything's been responsive and reactive to what VC have kind of thrown at them. And Egma's still up in front. It's just been a tough sledding for R8 to find any sort of opening.
Yeah, Doma just rewriting the script at this point, right? It's no longer a question, it's not do you want to, it's build a snowman. And right now, the snowman is crushing R8 because the T3s are under pressure. And right now, Xenon already expended Annihilation.
Majoj, Umbrella Uppers, that's going to be nice. He just got the nice little stampede. Doma goes golden for a second there, but the Crimson, that's going to be a pretty big one. Doma really wanted this one, Doom that is, and it looks like he's going to just try to dash away. He's going to sprint away for now, and Aspire is the only one to have been killed. Abdo goes in, tried to go for Doma, not able to find the pickoff, but they found Aspire, and I feel like it was your bad when you were like, hey, we need to kill Aspire. You're a terrible person.
Just to be clear, take a look at the replay, it wasn't me. But with regards to that, look, while R8 did get the kill, was it actually good for them? They got Aspire off, but they didn't manage to do anything with it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Aspire is the biggest win. I think take that and just be happy with it, right? The fact that he hadn't really died, I think that, I mean, he's level 15. You need to kind of equalize, seeing as that Roichi has been picked off. This is a situation where you find Aspire is back up. This is going to be tough. It will not be for free. Is the Shadow Tyrant looking to get gone on here by R8? Are they going to look to go? BX does have a smite if they actually want to continue on with this. Egma looking for that angle. Might go in for this one, but Roichi takes the Tyrant. The Unruly Blade. Oh, he slams it to a wall, and Egma not able to get over the wall. and it looks like R8's now back in the driver's seat. They're up 5-1.
Okay, so that definitely was an outstretch here. Engma, for the first time ever, unable to make it past a wall. It was a nice catch. This unbridled outburst was really what changed the fight. And most importantly, it is getting rid of Aspire. This is one condition and one situation that R8 wants to repeat.
Yeah, Josh, so low at this point. Vicious, they've got their shields. They're going to just kind of, defend at this point. But Engma down for the count, finding that opening now. Look, R8 back in this one. They're up 3,000. And this game has been so back and forth, right? This is the game that we wanted, the series, right?
Yeah, exactly. Ryoichi also getting the Sun Chaser. So both farm laners now getting that 6 slaughtered items. Later on, it will be the item swapping. And this also means positioning is super vital in the next few fights. So Doma, I think he's going to be really doing a good job if he can catch out any stragglers on the side of R8. R8, I think it comes down to Abdo. His flash. Oh, Xenon.
The rune. Oh, he gets the pick off. Xenon finds him. Aspire's like, oh, what you got? He's like, oh, I got that one. A laser beam to your face, and Aspire goes down for 40 seconds. This is an opening for R8 to figure things out. How do they continue on? Ryoichi looking for that angle, going in for this one. And now Xenon.
So that's a good start for the side of R8. Nice kills. The fact that they're consistently fighting Aspire, that's going to be a huge win. If they can get the Shadow Overlord, that's going to be huge as well. And Mar trying to go in for the steal maybe.
Yeah, potentially going in, but Xenon are going to be other. It's going to be stun lock. Yeah, potentially going in, but Xenon. It's going to be stun lock.
And look, the T's on R8's side, top and bottom, they're looking a bit shaky. But R8, they are starting to find the members on the side of Vicious, and it's not looking good. This Shadow Overlord, along with its Vanguards, will be able to cause quite a bit of structural damage.
Yeah, and I like it how R8 are dealing with the top and the mid lane, putting pressure there. The Shadow Vanguard will do its own on the bottom lane. This is a great opportunity to push things forward. R8 being aggressive, VC needs to deal with the Vanguards. The top one has been vanquished, but now the mid lane, again, T3s are still open. This is still an opportunity for R8 to kind of siege at this point.
Right, this is the test of your metal, right? So I think the Shadow Overlord will be contained by the side of Vicious, nothing too crazy. But right now, if they allow Vicious to kind of really just stagger the lanes, then R is going to waste this opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the Shadow Vanguard a little bit on the slow side. That bottom T3 is still there, and the Majoj about a little on the lower end, which is starting to worry me out. Tempest Dragon potentially in play in about 30 seconds. Bottom T down as well as the top, and the mid T3 as well.
I think inside the box already expanded, so they make the defense count, but they lose their T3s in the process. And as we hit this 20-minute mark, R8, they have turned this whole situation around.
Turning it around. This is an opportunity now. I mean, it really comes down to this. Do they actually play for this Tempest Dragon? The base is, again, wide open by Vicious here. They're going to have a hard time. The window of opportunity to defend while keeping their base safe, tough. Right now, Aspire in dealing with a bottom lane, so he's not even going to be in this fight. Doom is not even joined as well, so you have only 3 members, but R8 right now, they haven't started because Abdo is just respawning.
Okay, they have to be really careful about this R8. While it's a good situation, they just have to drag this. They're not interested in actually taking the Tempest Dragon. It's all about finding those gaps on the side of Vicious. They must be careful not to get poked down too much. You know, at this point, if you die, the game is over.
Yeah, it's pretty much over. I mean, VC right now on a lifeline. The last one probably, Engma just kind of skirting around, being pushed back. Those runes, oh, he's taking so much damage. The Gale's Benediction, do they go for the rune? I don't think so, but it looks like they're going to take the Tempest Dragon, and Majoj picks that one up, and now it looks like this is going to be the end for VC in the game 1 here. This is going to be a tough hole.
Yep. Unlimited power, oh my god!
Oh, connecting on it too. Life number 1. Will he come back and able to do anything? No, Aspire is down as well. 4 members. Doma flashes. He tries to get under the crystal. Tries to go golden to stay alive, but Engma is going to be killed as well. And it looks like they want to pull. And Ryoichi trying to fight this one out, but through it all, it looks like R8 will take game 1.
Oh, that was a tough one to swallow for the side of Vicious. They had a pretty decent
start to the game. I think it was teetering on the edge, but R8 being R8, they are full now. They have definitely eaten.
Yeah, definitely eaten. And it looks like they've eaten the bodies of Vicious on that one, right? Vicious were able to come back, and they were doing well. We're thinking, first 5-10 minutes. But of course, Kindofu, you cursed them. You pointed it out. You said you complimented them. You said some good things. And then here's what happened, right? This is all on you for why R8 Esports were able to come back in this game.
You and I remember the situation completely different. But with regards to that, the result is still the same. It is 1-0 with R8 taking the lead in this best of 5 series. Now, as we all know, best of 5s, they're not really a sprint, they are a marathon in this case. And R8 has the lead. So, what do you think? What needs to change? Because let me be honest, I think Vicious did well. I think they have improved so much. And I didn't see too big of a difference between the two teams.
It's kind of like, when you're learning chess, right? Again, I'm going to make the chess analogy, right? Early game, you studied up, you have all these openers, and you're able to put yourself in a good position. But when you're up against a veteran or somebody who's really good at chess, that mid game and late game, which is a little, you're not as certain on because things are very much in flux, you're going to kind of struggle. And that's kind of what we saw with Vicious, where they had a great early start, they were doing well, but then you go up against experience and you're like, oh wait, actually we kind of are not as comfortable here.
Yeah, I also think it came down to the positioning on the side of Aspire. They were actually able to catch out Aspire quite a few times towards the later parts of the game, and that definitely did hurt Vicious as they had much more firepower. And this is also the matchup between the Arlie and the Gen.G, right? At this point, there was just a lot more reach for the Arlie, which allowed Aspire to be taken down pretty easily as well.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think we got to give props where props are due in the sense that, like, the Abdo Byron obviously was aggressive, but it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I died, but I had a 4-man stun. It really set myself up. Like, it's one of those things where, like, oh, Vicious, next time they're kind of wary about all these different brushes, but let's talk a little bit about some of the stats here. I mean, look, R8 didn't have the flashiest of KDAs. I mean, probably the best is Xenon on 326, but it's a situation where it's like they played the game the way that the game should be played, which is not worrying about kills and sticking to objectives here.
Yeah, and you can see the majority of the damage dealt by Xenon as well as Real EG, right? Each of them, Xenon going close to 170,000 worth of damage, Real EG going close to 120. The both of them were paramount in the way that fights were taken. R8, you can see Xenon actually was able to get quite a few pokes onto the lineup of Vicious before the fights actually started, and always consistently locking down the jungler on the side of Vicious with the creation, with the coalescence, with the matrices formed up. There was very little room for them to run from.
Actually, Xenon Nua was just so good. Like, his ruins were impactful. They were on point. He had a lot of, terrain ability, making ability where that just kind of shifted things around. And it looks like they do agree with me in the sense that Xenon, the MVP here, 3-2-6, 36% of the damage. He was really on point. Just like made them very uncomfortable, where Vicious were now able to kind of take the fights that they want because they were constantly being pushed and pulled.
Yeah, and the start of the game, I felt like it was more Vicious rather than R8. They had to commit so many different skills for this, but Abdo had a wonderful game, but consistently stopped by Doma. And I think you will find that Doma, as the game went on later, he also got controlled, got pushed back by the lineup on the side of R8.
Yeah, and I felt like they got the memo. They were like, oh, we got caught out by Doma a couple too many times. And then they're like, okay, let's prioritize him. Let's get on top of him. I mean, Aspire was the #1 target. And this is the whole 4 protect 1 thing that we were talking about in that draft, where once he goes down, you're really struggling to do damage on the rest of the team, because especially when you have like a BX Menki or, the Majoj, Zhang Fei, you're just going to have a hard time trying to really burst these guys down.
Yep, and one thing, take a look at the matrices. It's all about controlling Angma on this Dune. Like, look, he's tanky, but when he's stunned up, when he's CC'd up, he's at risk of taking the fall every single time.
Yeah, no real chance. I mean, it's night and day from what we saw from like Season 3, right? The Dune, teams have answers for him. You just control him, you stun lock him. Yeah, he's in the heart of your team, but like, can he deal with 4 or 5 members that are pushing him, stun locking him and just being able to kill him and have that damage? We're in a completely different meta right now in Honor of Kings Esports.
Yeah, and this is what makes it so exciting, right? So all of these are just small challenges, problems posted by one team to another. But this problem and solutions will be answered in the second game of the series. As we go for a break, we'll catch you soon.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Welcome back as we watch R8 power through the vicious start to the game. Let's see if they can do it in game number 2. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me is Holler. Now, Holler, what do you think are the chances for Vicious in game number 2?
I think that chances are always going to be high, right? I think that they have the opportunity. They know how to play at least the early game. And that's a huge start, right? Getting yourself in. But going into this one, of course, global ban and pick. We saw the heroes that were picked in the last one. We saw a lot of potential, but they didn't really have a whole lot of answers late game against this R8 lineup, which were able to claw their way back in. It was a very good comeback win by R8. But going into this one, I think Vicious, this is one of those things where it's just one game. You know what I mean? It's not the end of the world if you lose that one. It's a marathon, not a sprint. It's a best of 5. Let's look for the late game more than anything else.
Yeah, true. Actually, I want to pick on the picks itself for the draft in the previous game. Look, these picks, they're not like mega prio meta picks that, it's a must win. There's no Organ, there's no Channel. No, I think they can afford this L in the sense of a lesson. But I think, Vicious, they're still a team to watch out for. And R8, if they're not careful and they become a little overconfident in this second game, it could cost them.
Yeah. I think just be very, status quo, I would say, because R8 right now just proved that they cannot really be frazzled very easily, right? It's a situation where they know how to play the mid to late game. Just be like, hey, we're not out of this. Yeah, Vicious might be up slightly here and there, but we're able to just claw our way back. And that speaks volumes about a team and their experience. That resilience is needed by all of the teams, right? And I want to see that resilience really rise to the top here by Vicious as they bounce back in game 2.
Yeah, I want to see if they can take the lead this time, right? Look, there is a couple of heroes that is no longer available for the side of R8 thanks to the global ban pick format, right? So Arnie is not available, Nuwa is not available. So look, Prio farm lane, 1 gone. Nuwa, one of the big burst mage, artillery mages available, also gone. You're left with like Gun and Mo. And later on, you'll be looking at more controlling, more utility type of mages, heroes. And I wonder if Vicious is going to be able to turn that into a strength for following drafts coming in this series.
I think the craziest part to me is that, I mean, yeah, you have your like top picks, like the, you know, the Arlie and now like the Dharma here. The way teams are drafting in best of 5, like the strategy has shifted quite a bit, right? Like where we previously saw like the Yixing highly sought after was the #1 most picked in the ranked week. And then now we're going into this one of just being like, hey, actually, we need Yixing in a specific, you know, as a counterplay or, you know, in a specific draft. And we're looking again for, you know, a specific moment to really pull that power play as opposed to previously where we saw it first phase picked quite often. It's a completely different shift. And I love the fact that this, you know, this global ban of best of 5 really brings out the best in both teams because they need to think late game and, you know, just putting your team in a good position to win.
Yeah, now Vicious, they are committing to this game. They take up the secure, they take up the channel. These are big picks. It's a must win for them. They want to tie this series up. And R8, you know, you just mentioned it. It looks like they are not letting up as well. These are all big picks. Yixing, Dharma, there is a lot of synergy between this composition as well. There is the Yixing Dharma combination. Also 100% success win rate so far in the major East Pro League throughout this first week and as we head into day #1 of Survival Week as well.
Yeah, and so look, I'm looking at some of the, you know, the other leagues that picked out the Yixing. KM West seemed to be on it as well. It's the 3rd most picked in that league. Again, a very copycat league of KME, so typically they would be trailing behind. That makes sense. But if you're looking at some of the other ones, like MKL, it's the 14th most picked, PKL 25th most picked. Like, it is really not even on the radar in some of these other leagues, right? IKL, it's 6th. So it definitely has a lot of potential, and it seems like teams are picking up on this. But it's interesting seeing how some of the other leagues find these meta heroes, quote unquote, and how strong they could potentially be because they haven't really fit into those leagues or drafts yet.
Yes, it's also about the pacing, right? And the way that they like to execute the fights as well. I think right now, there is still a lot of premise onto the Dharma picks. There is still a lot of premise onto the channel picks as well, right? These are the habits of the KME on the east side. Now, with that being said, R8's draft to me is actually really spectacular because they've taken one of the biggest lose conditions away, which is instead of banning the Lianpo out, they pick it up for themselves. It can go into the roam, it can go into the clash, but definitely it's going into the roam right here. And they're taking out big teamfight AoE heroes like the Byron, like the Sun Tzu. They want to make life so difficult for the side of Vicious.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for that death ball, right? And again, I like what R8 are doing in the sense that, like, hey, they won game 1. Right? Let's go hard with game 2. Put the pressure on. Because once you have that 2-0 lead, it's going to feel insurmountable for the enemy team, right? Or in the case, Vicious here. So this is why Vicious need to strike back. They're going to pick up the Dion Wei and the Angela. I'm not 100% sold on the Angela pick. I think it's a little too static for my liking, especially since R8 haven't shown the potential BX flashy jungler. And Angela, if it's just sitting there, you know, it's like a sitting duck in that case, and it's a tough way to kind of, you know, keep Angela alive in that case.
All right, I'm gonna cosplay as a doctor, and I'm gonna tell you I concur with that particular statement itself. I agree. I think at this point, right, even if you get your Chaos Cinders, the second skill, that big ball of fire onto the Lianpo in the fight itself, it doesn't really matter that much. He will be able to be CC immune, get out of it. My main concern here for R8 is actually about the damage. They have perfect setup, right? You have the board, you have the Truth Mantra, you have the Burst Rams and Magma Slams, Tremor Smashers, all setup moves. But if Ryoichi does not hit the farming capacity he needs to hit, and if BX gets stunted in growth by Vicious, this game could end really early.
Yeah, I know, I agree with 100%. It's so weird. I'm agreeing with you. Normally I don't, and I always think you're wrong. But in this case, I think that you are right. I do like that the way that R8's lineup has kind of been set up. I think the synergy is quite good, as you just elaborately, put out. It's very, very good draft. But Vicious, on the other hand, look, the Dian Wei, when it gets that farm and it's able to hit critical mass, very strong. But are they going to have the space? Is Angela, Charlotte going to be able to provide enough pushback and not lose the laning phase where the Dian Wei Engma is able to get going?
Yeah, I think this first rotation in the mid lane is actually going to be really important. And I think based on what's happening here, nobody is going to go for the double lane farm in the farm lane, right? They will probably be heading down into their own respective farm lanes, and then it's going to be a test of mechanical skills and who eats more blows, right? At this point, who takes more than they should.
Okay, all right. Who will take more than they should in this case? Who do you give the edge to in this draft?
I like Chano in the side of Vicious. I feel the same way. It's a stronger draft for the side of Vicious, but the execution needs to match the strength of the draft as well.
Yeah, like, look, I have a hard time draft-wise when Abdo gets his Dharma, you see BX on the pay, and, Diren-J, Jixing, like, there's so many good heroes where I'm kind of struggling to be like, do they actually have an out here, Vicious that is, of being able to take down this lineup? I think it's going to be a tough game. Vicious have to have a good early game. Like, they need to repeat what happened in game one. They need to change what happened in the mid game so that they win and they kind of close the game out. They need to take map control a little bit stronger, transitioning into that mid game.
Okay, so look, R8 on paper, their draft looks really strong, but they don't actually have a lot of stain in their composition. It's really about the catches, it's really about the burst. If they can get the CC, they win every single fight. But R8, they have the save mechanisms coming out in the form of Vo as well. And here we go.
Oh, look at already threatening BX, takes it away, uses the smite, and Engma, he's going to be giving up first blood to none other than BX. That is a disastrous start.
You had to know that they were coming X on the pay. They don't have healers, they have huge, insane burst damage potential, even from level 1. Vicious needed to know that R8 would have done that.
I feel like he needed a scout or somebody to help protect, Engma as much as possible, right? Like, he had no vision. He was looking to just kind of go for this one. I mean, it's one thing to give up the Crimson, and I understand that you're not trying to give up anything for free, but to give that up as well as First Blood, that could not have been any worse for Vicious here.
Oh, and Doom, he has to commit the flash as well, taking the deal under his tower just to survive against Abdo. Now, this is not the ideal situation, and this shows you, right? Every single decision in Honor of Kings is so important.
Everything's important. But another thing is vision, right? Understanding where the enemy team is going to be key. Like, look at BX. Already make a rotation, wants to go for Doom. He tries to get away, and BX with another pickoff. And there's a reason why BX has 4 MVPs already, 50 kills, third highest of all players in the KME.
Yep, and they're sprinting this game apart at this point. R8 Abdo with the early wave clear. This is going to allow access into the jungle camps on the top side for the side of R8. And look, they're taking almost everything away from Engma, and they know Crimson buff is available.
Yeah, they want to go for this. Oh, nice truth. Throwing him back. Engma, no real chance. And the burst ramp for good measure by Minjo. Theo might even get picked off, but the Mulberry power keeping him alive. And it looks like that passive will keep Xenon alive, but now he might be in a bad spot. Dude wants to cut him out. They're taking liberties, knocking him around. The bait was there, and Xenon survives as well.
Oh, they got greedy. Doom, it felt like that was the kill for him, but no, it was his death. His funeral at this point as R8. They march ahead. It's a 4-0 scoreline at 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, not the greatest of starts. Completely different from what we saw in game one. And now Roichi and Aspire. Aspire, look, he's been largely quiet. He's been sticking around, just ensuring that he's trading blows with Roichi. But Aspire is your lifeline. He needs to stay alive. He needs that free farm. If anything, Vicious right now need to ensure that he's got that space and time.
I think VO needed, or Vo needed to be in the other lanes at this point.
Oh, the Blaze of Brilliance, the burst ramp. Oh, Majoge gets back to safety and ride the wind, not the right brush, and VO is going to let him go.
Oh, they burnt out 2 big ultimates for 1 flash. That is not a good trade at all. And R8, you know, once Majoge comes back, he is going to be ready to fight again.
The world is my fool. Finds Doom. He flashes to the edge of it. Abdo is taking some tower shots. They need to be careful, but without any minions, it looks like Doom will survive at least this time around. Roichi looking to just trade on this one. He's going 1 versus 3. The Blazing Brilliance pushing him away. The Tremor Smash not going to really connect. It looks like Majoge is going to be back off, but he did zone them away.
Okay, so this is going to be the best play coming out from Vicious. This T1 should be theirs, but Majoge doesn't want to give up.
Yeah, he doesn't want to. I mean, he's got the Magma Slam dealing with the minions, but now with that Chaos Cinder being eaten here, and those minions are still alive, and it looks like VC are going to take the bottom T1, which is a great piece for them, but they found Doom, and BX just making Doom's life miserable.
Yep, does it even matter at this point? Look, Vicious, great, they get the Tyrant, but they lose a T2 in the process, and if they keep making trades like this, R8 is going to walk their way into the base.
Oh, the world's my board. Oh, connecting him on 3, right under the tower. They don't really care. They've got Aspire, and Abdo still up in front with that 4th assist, finding the right position. The Trevor Smash, the knockup, and the Egma down. They have 4 members down. They want to go for Doom, who has just spawned, and it looks like R8 are like, we're going to let Doom go. He's going to go back and tell them of all these terrible people from R8 that have just looted and pillaged our base.
I'm sorry, you just said just spawn and he has to go back? That is not where they want to be on the side of Vicious. And right away, like I said, the trades are coming in. R8 are just eating it up at this point. T3, a bleeding wound on the top for the side of Vicious.
I mean, that was 5 minutes in. That was so quick by R8's, right? And the burst ramp controlling him. He's able to get away, and Bo is down for the count. He thought he could ride the wind, ride that magic carpet to safety, but he goes down, and now VC down yet another player.
Yep, it's not pretty at all for the boys on the side of Vicious, and you can tell this game is only going to go even faster for the side of R8. They are not even at level 15 yet. 5.5 minutes. This has to be the fastest T3 taken in the entire East League.
Yeah, it's very fast. I mean, we're going to have to get that fact checked because I'm not entirely sure. I know the fastest game was 7 minutes and 40 seconds, but this is looking to be just as bad right now because this is off the back of BX, who just had a phenomenal start with that steal, first blood, all those kills, and he's just pushing it out. Doom had been on the defensive from the beginning, but if anything, VC, you know, something positive is that they still have that mid T1 still standing, but it looks like that's going to go down as well.
Yep, it's actually not a pretty sight because look, they have the relevant buffs on the correct people as well. Board is laid down.
They found Aspire, they got him, and no way to get out, he says. And Tremor Smash is going to be used as well. They've got 2 on the knockup. Vo is down. They've got almost everybody. Egma looking to go down as well. They've got 4 members, and Doom is like, hey guys, what just happened? I was in the top lane farming. What happened?
Yeah, at this time it is Doom, but it is Gloom. He's gonna be caught out here. He has the. He's the only one left.
Oh, BX, Xenon trying to go with a flash. Doom, he actually misses him. He's trying to outplay him, but Xenon gets the pick off, and it looks like R8 all style as they take this game over in 6 minutes and 48 seconds.
6 minutes and 47. That is the fastest game in the East League so far. I mean, what can you top that with? 2-0 R8. Not only do they win, they crush their opponents in the fastest time possible in the league.
Okay, we're talking about the pregame going into this one, but like what Vicious need to do, and I'm like, hey, actually not do that, right? Not lose your jungle, not lose the completely, like lose the top lane. You got to give yourself a chance, and that has got to hit hard. Your morale's got to be super low after that one. That was a tough game to watch if you're a Vicious fan.
Yeah, it definitely was. Look, I think it just came down to certain decisions in the first part of the game. Look, there isn't a very huge amount of kill potential coming out from a Lianpo and a Direnzier in the early parts of the game. You do not have the Imperial Order. There's no level 4 on D-Range yet, so there's no need to fear that Aspire is going to die there early, unless he, plays out a position on which that's on him. So the original rotation by Vo should have been to follow that mid lane, at least. So even if the invade of BX did come true, there would have been 3 different members. The heals could come in after the Mulberry Power as well. It would have just changed the plane of the game. Would they have lost? I don't know. BX is pretty good. But it would have dragged the game longer. It would have given them a better chance on the side of Vicious.
Yeah, if anything, they need to just slow the game down somehow, right? But they had no vision. They kept getting ganked one by one, right? BX was finding the right targets and just invading the enemy jungle. He was super aggressive and just taking over the map. And that's what you want in a good jungler, right? You want somebody like BX who's just kind of threatening and could be in any single brush and just able to pick you off. Just really well played by R8 Esports, understanding how this team is supposed to play well together. The draft was phenomenal. The execution was even better.
Yeah, they took literally bites one by one onto Vicious lineup, and they just couldn't deal with it, right? So T1, T2, suddenly there's a T3 taken, and Vicious did not answer at all. They felt the better trade was to go for the Tyrant, which I don't disagree, but in that situation, was it really the most important thing to go for? I think not. And Vicious now, they have to learn a very painful lesson.
Yeah, a very painful one. I mean, to be honest, at least the lesson was short, right? So, I mean, that's one way of looking at it. But, I mean, the KDAs just speak volumes about how this was. BX getting, 7 kills? I think he's got to be clear MVP on this one. Just full control, even the most damage throughout the game with 32,000. He took very little. I mean, he took the least amount because every time he would just ambush you, he would just kill you before you could do anything to him.
Look, his GPM is insanely high this game. The game was, 6 minutes and 47 seconds? This guy had 7,500 gold in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, no real chance at this point. R8 Esports, just complete control, gold graph going their way. No real chance for Vicious to get in. I mean, look, at 6 minutes and 45 seconds, that is a tough loss to take.
Now, okay, I also want to point out to you that gold graph shows a secondary thing as well. And that is the journey for the side of Vicious, because it's going to be a long climb. But talking about a long climb, this climb was pretty fast. 7-0-5, dealing 25% of the team's hero damage and acquiring almost close to 30% of the team's total gold. It is none other than BX.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is when disaster started, and it was like not even a minute in. Egma just trying to farm, just wants to be left alone, but BX finding him out. Look at chasing him down, and Doom had struggled. He had no real answers to BX's ganks. He was always on point at a moment's notice. And look at Zenon. Look at, there's a reason why Yixing is just such a power pick. That board setting him up. It's like, oh, you're trying to run away. Where are you gonna go?
Yeah, and consistent outplays here. Just baiting. He knew he was low. He purposefully walked into the vision of Doom to say, hey, I'm low. Do you want to kill me? And every single time, look, his boards have been so on point. It led to the destruction on the side of Vicious countless times.
Yeah, countless times. And the setups are so good. I mean, Abdo did die. I mean, he when he sacrifices himself, it's always for the greater good. They're able to trade up because of him. All of his sacrifices and just setups, right? And the rest of the team understand just the value that Abdo brings. I mean, yes, he's going to die a lot. You're going to think, oh, Abdo dying yet again. But look at, he set it up. You have team wipes because of it. Abdo, buddy, I see you, bro.
Yeah, and everyone talks about, hey, know your value, know your worth. In this game, Honor of Kings, know your strength, right? End of the day, the moment they got that lead, they knew exactly how strong they were, and they went for it. R8 now leading 2-0 against Vicious in a best of 5.
Yeah, Vicious right now. I think if anything, you just need to just look at this as like a best of 1 and just take baby steps. Find ways to get back in. Your confidence is going to be shaken, right? And this is a time where it's like, okay, let's learn from this. Yeah, we lost in 6 minutes and 45 seconds, but we got to just forget about it. We got to build that resilience so that, hey, we have other teams to play. Yes, we might not have done great against R8, but let's finish the series strong.
Yep, definitely. I think this is a moment which is going to prove whether they can pass the test or not. End of the day, there is no knockout, right? But it is points acquired. They want to be in the best position possible. And you don't want to go into the later stages of this tournament thinking, you know what, I should have done better on day 1. do it now. It is the time to do it.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like we're going to find out if they're able to bounce back. Vicious, that is, in that game 3. But first, we're going to take a little bit of a break here.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Is this the end of Vicious for this day number 1 in Survival Week? Alright, looking so strong. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me is Holler. What is going to happen in game number 3?
Well, we're going to see Vicious bounce back. I'm going to predict that they're going to have a game longer than 6 minutes and 45 seconds. And I think that they're going to be able to just kind of get some more experience in this one. I think it's going to be huge for them to... Look, it's a double round robin, all jokes aside, in this global ban and pick. This is the first time they've been going up into a best of 5 series. Not the easiest in terms of draft, of trying to be like, hey, we need to set ourselves up for success come game 4 or 5, right? But I think that they've kind of taken away from what we know from Vicious, and some of those power picks that we saw in the ranking week not really able to be shown here because they were trying to, dilute their hero pool to give them some, a chance later down the road. But I think they need to change that going into game 3. This is a team that's looking down. It was not easy to watch that game too. But I think that they have this is a time where they really need to bounce back.
Yeah, you definitely can see the energy difference between the two teams, right? So R8 raring to go. Now, Vicious, deep in thought, I think they really want to start figuring out, okay, look, the world is against us at this point. It's a 2-0. Next game is probably going to take it all for the side of R8 if they win. So R8 this time, they will be on the red side. Looks like Vicious, they want to cryo pick this game.
Yeah, I think Vicious need to just pick whatever is their best hero right now. Get themselves in that win column, right? it's a huge confidence boost. It gives you an opportunity to continue on because you have all these other teams. Yes, it's a double round robin. You're not going to see the last of R8. So you want to really just kind of put the fear in them and just make them, understand that they can lose a game. And that would be huge for the confidence of Vicious here.
Yeah, actually, this is something that, a lot of people don't really understand or talk about. Like, the experience you have of playing against a team previously comes into future games. So if you get smashed by an opponent, that's what's the last thing you're going to remember about them, and it might put you in a shaky state.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, if I'm losing games at 6 minutes and 45 seconds, I too would be in a shaky state, right? And it's not even like a surrender thing that I did. It was just like they just steamrolled you. They just completely controlled that game and gave you no chances. And Vicious really looked outclassed. But again, it's just one game. I'm hoping that they have a short-term memory, or that at least the Men in Black pen that can help them forget that what happened in game 2.
I think that's difficult. I have also competed in a professional match before. I got crushed in 7.5 minutes, and that memory has stuck with me for 6 years. So I think it's a challenge for Vicious.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that you got to let bygones be bygones, man. You got to move on with your life, right? Give yourself a chance here. As it looks like Vicious are going to go with their best foot forward. I do like this Loon pick here. Get Aspire going.
Okay, but they need to complement this with a ton of control. So one of the strengths of Loon is the fact that he can enter fights, CC his way, get the burst, and get out with the infinite vastness as well. And this is complemented by compositions that have good control, right? People that you need to be focusing on as well. So Vicious, I think they need to go for a tank jungle. I think that will make a lot more sense against R8.
Yeah, it would definitely help getting them in. But look, the Ganon Mo Liu Bang picked by R8 Esports. Insta-picked, right? And I think I like the flexibility that the Liu Bang can go, clash or roam, yeah, and it basically just keeps him alive. If the Loon decides to go threaten, you were talking about the fact that he can kind of be aggressive and then just infinite vastness on his way out. You have that battlefield command that can potentially counter some of that damage. Give yourself a chance, and of course, Vicious right now looking to go strong. Algren and Nua.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, I would really love to see. I don't think he has been picked in this particular league yet. I would like to see another jungle. I think he works wonders against a Loon. It pairs really well with the Liu Bang as well, right? Global ultimates, it really can change the face of the fight for the side of R8. But hang on, why am I helping R8? Vicious needs to do better.
Look at you, you're just like a bully, man. Like, give Vicious a chance. You gotta stick up for the underdog. You gotta give them tips. But to your point, I think Neza actually is pretty good. Because, the Loon gets away the first time with the dragon, and then you have the Neza on top of it. Like, you have that potential chase. But going into this one, I still think that they need somebody who's like, the jungle or potential clash is open by R8 if they really wanted to do that, but I don't think that they will at the end of the day.
I think maybe Vicious can consider the Yuhuan, right? I think it's a decent pick. It really goes well with the composition as well. It's a fail-safe card if things go awry. At the same time, the Yuhuan roam is pretty strong as well. Now, Vicious, they have played quite a lot of cards. They know R8. They want that Jing pick. It's a good ban. The Lam as well. Lam with the control. It's really not about keeping Aspire safe. At this point, it's actually about keeping Doma safe, right? Because Doma, we've seen in a previous series what damage a Nua can do. And I think if you can take out the Nua early on in the fight, it's not going to go as well for the side of Vicious.
But how do you ban so many of the heroes that BX could potentially get on, right? Like, they're like Vicious, you have the Lung and the Nua, very squishy. Algren will do his thing from the front line, but if you could just bypass Algren and get to the back line, you're gonna have a great time. So BX, we know that he's a high-flying assassin type of player. Like, what are you looking to ban out here? I mean, he potential fade. You have what was it? You have like a Luna. You have options.
Yeah, but you can't ban everything, right? So at least for Vicious, it's really what kind of problems do you want, right? I would rather be faced with a problem that is familiar. I know what I'm supposed to do, rather than a complete random hero. Not that Hanxing is, but Hanxing is a problem. So
yeah, definitely a problem.
Great pick.
It's so good, right? I mean, the mobility, you just get to the back line as quickly as possible, and BX is going to be like this high tempo farming even in the enemy jungle because he has that mobility. He can get himself out. Now, VC
no
need to
turning
figure out a
back
way to just
until
lock him down.
victory is secured.
Like Liang, anything with control, because you have to slow him down in some fashion.
I like the thought process, but Liang, I think, is going to be quite costly. Liang puts a lot of pressure on the team for Vicious because they need to be with advantageous farm, which might not be the case. At the same time, look, R8, this chase down by Hansing, the unrivaled spear, the unrivaled means something because he totally cancels out the riding the win option of being a save for Aspire's Long. He can chase him down for days, there's no problem. So R8, this is a very monstrous draft.
It's looking very strong, right? And then plus, you potentially catch Hanshin, then you have the Liu Bang on top of this one. And this last pick is going to be interesting, right? Because it's like, where do they want this Liu Bang? And it looks like they will use it as a roam, and they'll pick up the Sun Ce. They've got the secondary initiation. They have pretty much all you want right now from a lineup. This is looking to be very strong by R8.
Yes, and there is a lot of kill potential coming out from this. Right, look, Dominator Shield, it's great sustain, but the actual chase down of the second skill by Liu Bang is what is going to kill Aspire on this Long. If he does not catch it, like where this mid-George Liu Bang is going to come from, number one, he's going to get stunned. And if they have a lead on the side of R8, it's going to be an instant kill onto Aspire.
Yeah. I mean, they have that potential for that burst and to just get on top. Look, Liu Bang, I know he can be as a roamer, but I just kind of feel like he's a little on the underwhelming side. Obviously, they were looking at this as more of like a bit of a juke in that draft, where they're like potentially pump faking it in that clash lane. But going as a roamer, I'm not 100% sold. I think that it's just a matter of just biding time, just keeping people up, and then at the end of the day, it's just when the team fights are happening, you're going to see the true value.
Okay, so I'm gonna feed you some nuggets here. You're talking as if I'm the player playing this Liu Bang. If that's the case, I agree fully with your statements. But it's Mi-George, and Mi-George has been on fire this few games so far.
Look, I'm talking to you, mate. I think it's you, right? Obviously, Mi-George is very different than you and I combined. But in this case, it looks like R8 up 2-0 already. We're going to go into game 3. Is R8 able to close the series out, or will Vicious find ways to get back in? Here are the drafts. Your thoughts on this one, Kin. Who has the edge going into this potential final game?
I mean, we all know how hard a Liu Bang falters if he falls in farm, so I'm going to give it the Vicious in this particular draft. Look, they have 5 Ryo picks. If they still lose with this lineup, I mean, it's a long lesson to learn, this one.
Yeah, actually, you're absolutely right. I mean, everyone from Vicious, I like in as a meta pick, all very strong. They all have that potential. But again, I think it really comes back to this Engma, right? Is he able to get going? Doma able to just provide a lot of space? Just be aggressive. Turn it up.
Yeah, they definitely have to, right? They have to quicken the pace on the Vicious. They have to identify the big win conditions as well. And don't give needless trades, right? Take wins where you should take them, and don't give any gaps.
Yeah, it looks like Vicious already being a little bit more on the aggressive side. Mi-George is just going to be in the top lane with Abdo. I think they were like fighting. It was like, haha, I'm the Clash laner. No, I'm the Clash laner. As it looks like they just threaten Doom right now, making his life uncomfortable.
No, but it's a good move, right? Because end of the day, it's really those side lane camps that make the difference in the first few minutes of farm. And the fact that R8 has successfully gotten it against Doom, this is meaning that there is going to be an EXP lead for Abdo in lane. And having the EXP lead advantage against Doom is going to be very valuable.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. And look, I think that you want to also look at not only from a hero perspective of who needs to farm, but also players, right? Abdo is definitely a core member of this team that really does well. He shines with that net worth, right? So you got to funnel him some farm and a little bit of control and make Doom's life a little bit uncomfortable. But in that top lane, if we're looking at what Engma, he was kind of trying to help out Doom in his lane too.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the bypass, hang on.
Oh, Aspire taking a lot. They go in. Mi-George finds him. He gets him with a couple blades. Here's the emergence. The creation is going to push them away, but first blood has already been given. Roichi's so low, he will limp away.
Yeah, but this is exactly how R8 are going to win this game. Okay, so we talked about this earlier in the draft, right? You were saying, hey, if you want to bypass the Allgren and stuff like that, And BX definitely can just totally ignore Engma and go for the backlines.
Yeah. I mean, completely, right? He has just full control of just wherever he wants to go. And it's going to be tough for Vicious, right? I think Doom has got to be your Johnny on the spot of, hey, where is BX? He's getting to the back line. Doom needs to be there to make that potential save, to kind of buy your guys some time so that they can survive, because they're so squishy on that back line.
Yeah, Doom tries, but they don't get the kill, and this could be a turnaround.
The set sail brings him along. The rune will connect at least onto Mijoj Abdod, but it looks like they're going to back off, and through it all, just a little bit low, but everybody will survive.
Yeah, but the rotation is so much faster, and once again, aggression again onto Doom on the top side of the game.
Yeah, and so much aggression, right? And forcing it out. Here's the emergence. Doma make an appearance? No, he's gonna just pretend like he's going in. Doom is like, buddy, I'm all by myself. Help me.
Yeah, there's no way, right? Especially when Doom already hears that Freshly Forged is on use, there's no way they will commit for that. It's a free kill.
Yeah, definitely don't want to use that one and this one. But Engma, again, taking most of the farm. I think that's the smart play here. Let the man go, but Xenon just trying to steal it with those couple blades. He might have stolen those boars there.
Yeah, this is tough, man. Engma is trying. Can they get the kill, actually? That would be great.
Yeah, I don't think so. At this stage, just not enough. Engma continuing. Again, he just needs that farm. But BX, look, we haven't talked about this guy because he's so busy farming. He's just running from camp to camp at this point in that backline. We'll see him probably about the 6-minute mark, maybe even earlier, especially since this Tyrant is up in about 4 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it really is BX. He is a shadow, an enigma at this point, right? So VC, if they don't get their cards up now, they're going to be chasing shadows at this point.
Yeah, and Tyrant will be started here. It looks like it's going to be the normal Tyrant going the way. The Ruin a little early, but BX will take this one out, secures it. R8 right now up about 700 gold, and now they're looking to just kind of use that to just push away VO.
Yeah, and the damage offered by Ryoichi is a little bit concerning here.
Josh taking some damage. The Flaming Palm, he ate that one. VO looking to go in front, but the shields are there. The Unending Sorrow now going to be committed by VO. Doma eating those couple blades. The Freshly Forged was not going to connect. And somehow Doma navigates his way through the blades.
Yeah, that actually is a good strategy, playing against the Garden mode, right? So instead of running away, you actually try to stay in between the range of the couple blades, and essentially you can negate all of the damage as long as there's no Freshly Forged available.
Yeah. I mean, easier said than done sometimes. It's like Mission Impossible when you're just trying to like navigate through all the blades, almost like a circus in that sense. But Mijoj all the way up in front. Engma just wants to deal with these minions. The Ruin looks like that's going to be committed as well. Abdo, he makes an appearance. The Battlefield Command on top of him, but through it all, Engma does not want to take this action.
Actually, that's a smart ultimate usage that actually puts on more pressure. The Team 1 now being threatened. Oh, hang on.
BX finds VO. He dashes away, just threatens VO more than anything else. He did have his ult if he wanted to go. Roichi taking some damage as well. Mijoj and Zenon looking for those couple blades. VO just kind of taking apart. Oh, he gets knifed out the Freshly Forged one, but Doom gets him with the truth. Roichi, that is. Now Doom is in a bad spot. He's taking a decent amount of damage in return. He's not able to just kind of get picked off by those couple blades, but Zenon gets picked. Aspire finds it and makes him pay.
Okay, and that's a good payment to receive, right? Aspire now actually gets the Eternity Blade. This is a good power upgrade for the side of Aspire onto the Lung. But right now, I think they need to match up the map control.
Oh, it looks like Roichi. Mijoj making an appearance here. Goes right onto Aspire, pushing him back, but Aspire's got the damage. The Flaming Palm eaten by Mijoj. Half-life already. Aspire's the man. He's the guy. He's your carry. You definitely want to get him going. And that was a good turn of events for Vicious.
Yep, so this is one of the cons of picking the Liu Bang as a roam, right? Because he's not going to receive as much farm, which means he's not going to be as tanky. It's really all about that Battlefield Command usage. So it's really going to be really important that maybe Aspire tries to get a few licks in onto the Mijoj before the fight. It could guarantee a kill.
Yeah, it's a possibility, right? But going into this one, but Zenon has been hitting his blades. Doom in a bad spot. He's formless, but he's being chased to the ends of the earth. Adu does not want to let him free, and Roichi will go up and clean up. Gets that pick off, and now BX with Mijoj in that bottom lane. Engma has shown, but with 2 members up, R8 right now looking to threaten.
Yep, the pacing is just too strong, right? It's so quick on the side of R8. So they get the T1 on the top and immediately Battlefield Command down by Mijoj to save BX, and now they have pressure on the T1 on the bot and the mid as well. So just superior map control, map movement. They get a kill on the Vo as well, and it's all disaster coming in for the side of Vicious.
Yeah, just an absolute disaster. Even they're taking the top T2 as well. I mean, Vicious right now, all hands on deck, trying to just hold, trying to defend. But where can they get any of the farm? Egma right now finds that his jungle has been just looted and pillaged, has nothing. BX taking that away, and he's got a 2-level difference.
Yeah, and that's the last person you want to give a Crimson buff over to, and that's BX. He's not only super mobile, he is also very painful. And right now, BX is just killing it in the game. Not really literally, but he's doing quite a bit of damage.
No, that's what you want, right? I mean, you just want him off the map, just farming everything, taking away from, the enemy team, all of that potential like jungle farm. And, we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Probably at the 10-minute mark. And then he'll just come in and clean house because he is starting to get that critical mass. Again, still continuing on, taking the bottom T2. He is a tough man to just pin down.
Yeah, and this is the benefit of having an assassin jungler in your draft, right? So, look, they have plenty of big damage, but let's take a look at the replay first. This was the catch that they wanted to try, and this was a save as well. So instant movement, and this is what's so scary about the Han Sing. We don't really see it this much anymore, but I think he might be making a showing back into the Gorge very soon.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just there's so much play. Like he adds so much to the lineup, where he's what you want is a meta jungler at this stage, right? He's got mobility, he's got that burst potential, and plus he's very good looking, right? Like what else could you want from somebody like as a jungle assassin?
Yeah, maybe that's why they can't kill him, right? They do focus on looking at his face, but here we go, BX looking for an opening.
He's too beautiful. It's like, I can't go for this one, but I'm no go. They found this fire and can't even infinite passes on out of this one. Bijos is going to be under the tower. Egma just being chased. He's been drained away, but through it all, VC right now with Aspire down, and it's going to be tough to defend here. The bottom T3 is being sieged as well. Egma still up in front, and it looks like there's going to be a quick pause in the action as Aspire, I'm thinking he was trying to hit the infinite vastness, and he's like, what happened, guys?
Yeah, it's difficult, right? At this point, this was what we were talking about in the ban pick phase, was, look, if R8 get the lead, there is a lot of kill potential because there's a lot of lockdown. Not in the sense of like super hard lockdown, but the mini stuns coming in, especially with BX, with the Ruthless Assault. Once he gets the cleave off, it's a very long range melee move. That should actually count as a range move, to be honest. And you also have Mijoj. When he dashes in, Dominator Shield, Battlefield Command, there's so many options. He can get in, get out, make the save, and all of a sudden, it feels like you're fighting against 5 plus 5 on the side of R8.
Yeah, but look at the rest of the lineup from Vicious, right? I mean, you have the Ogryn, obviously tanky, but it doesn't look like, R8 really want to deal with him in any way. They're going to let him be. So they're going to focus on everybody else who are generally on the squishier side. And if you've got those like mini stuns, like the combination of just stun locking the guy, I think that, you're going to have a good time. You're going to be able to burst them down very quickly.
Yeah, and so far, I think that could be a potential win condition, but they also need to watch out for this channel, right? So far, nobody has been able to find this channel yet, and I think it's of big concern to the side of Vicious, because, look, it's not going to be Aspire that finds that kill. There's no way. He is going to be putting himself at too much risk, trying to dive in, get the full combination, ride the wind, downpour, flaming palms, and throughout the entire duration, look, it's a wolf. Chano is able to move like the wind.
Yeah, he's gonna find you. I mean, he's got a lot of mobility. He's got the, soaring signal, like just so many different ways to find you. And it looks like R8 right now. Okay, they're rock paper scissors. Okay, just to have a little bit of fun, especially during the break. Might as well, right? Keep things cool. Calm, collected, everything, right? And if you're looking at the other side, it has not been as cool and calm on that side.
Yeah, a little more contemplation coming in from the side of Vicious. I mean, duly noted, it is necessary as well. This is, okay, not exactly do or die, but it's a game that I think allows you to set the stage for the next time you meet, right?
Yeah, actually, it's going to be super important, right? Getting into that one because you want to. I mean, look, if you get 3-0 swept by a team and then you have to play that team again, they're going to have all the confidence in the world when they go up against you a second time because it's like, oh, you didn't even take a single game off us. We're going to have a good time, right? Like you're a non-threatening, opponent, right? We're going to be able to take you out regardless. And then that's how this team potentially could feel about this. And so R8 right now, obviously in a great spot, very calm in that sense. But Vicious, they really need this game. They might lose the series, but taking off one game is going to be key.
Yep, and definitely learning from this experience as well, right? And that's what makes this global ban pick so venomous. Sorry for the pun, but in this case, because then you can kind of say like, hey, I want to train up, I want to learn my lessons against this particular hero comp. And then the next series they play, they don't even pick that hero. You know what I mean? It's so scary.
Yeah. And I mean, look, I think even going into this one where you're kind of like, the draft that they picked, definitely not top tier, but the way R8 are able to kind of utilize the heroes and to be able to just find the backlines and to find the weaknesses of, the Vicious lineup, I think just, again, more confidence going the way of R8, being able to be like, hey, you picked your best heroes, the meta ones, and we're still able to counter you.
Yeah, actually, I completely forgot about that, and I think this is what makes it even scarier because it's five prior meta heroes, and they're losing. They're not just losing; they're losing pretty hard.
Yeah. I mean, they like third game in. Confidence has been shaken. You're kind of seeing it even in the players, like the gestures and how they're kind of just waiting around. It's not an easy situation to be down 0-2 and to be like, hey, you got to play this third game. You got to get back in. It's like easier said than done because this is a very strong team in R8.
Okay, we count the small wins, right? So have we passed the 6.5 minute mark?
Don't remember. We should I don't want to be that guy that just
you are you are now.
Okay, well, as you guys can find me online at Dashcast, but yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that look, I don't think this Vicious squad is able to deal with R8 prior to 7 minutes in.
Yeah, okay, but the greater question here is, what was that scissors paper stone match for?
Good question. I mean, I think it'd be funny if it was like the players were doing that in the draft. Be like, oh, I want this hero. It's like, no, you take this hero. And then you rock, paper, scissors for that. I think that would be way better. But I mean, for this one, who knows?
Yeah, sell your boots. Loser sells the boots. Now.
Yeah, change things up. Handicap us. We got this. But look, double round robin, right? These are teams that are going to be playing each other again. I'm kind of thinking even like the first series today where we saw SCARZ kind of lose out 0-3. Maybe they were saving strats, right? They're looking for that second time around, or even in the playoffs when they need it.
I would not make a good professional player. I would be like, what? Same strats? No, we beat them now.
No, I mean, they should. I mean, there's a lot at stake. It's a little different from Group S and Group A. I think it's Group A, you definitely need to put your best foot forward, regardless, right? You got to win every series. Every single match is so important for you.
Yeah, there's too many factors to fail from, right? Too many games as well.
True. BX picking up the tyrant here. We're back into the game. Abdo being chased away. He's been but it looks like on too many wolves chasing after. To just kind of disengage at this point. The set sail looking to connect on this one, but Doom through it all. It looks like he's been picked off. Mijoj now trying to stay disengaged at this point. The set sail looking to connect on this one, but Doom through it all. It looks like he's been picked off. It's like they're gonna R8 are gonna look to go for the bottom.
It's not looking good. They do get a surprise return kill onto Abdo, but yeah, the map is not looking good.
Yeah, not looking good at all. I mean, they have the minions here, R8 right now, taking the bottom T3, and they'll slowly siege. 3 members down for BC. How do they hold? They got the knockup, but Aspire gets picked off yet again. No Dragon and R8. They're going to do it in 11 minutes this time.
Okay, 11 minutes, close to double the time, so they did let their foot off the gas a little bit, but still a very dominant performance coming in from the side of R8. Clean draft, clear win conditions, and even cleaner execution.
played. By R8. Understanding how to close out the game in the series. Just what you look, you take your L's, you do some learning on this one, and you're gonna have to bounce back because I think that Vicious will have probably a better chance maybe against the other teams. They should hopefully have a better chance moving on.
Yeah, it's not the best day so far for both SCARZ as well as what's the team again? VC, Vicious. Yeah, I'm lagging in real life as well. But with that being said, it is going to conclude the series. So both teams making it a nice showing so far. Nongshim, of course, now going to be atop the side of Group S. And RA, for now, they will be atop Group A as well. We still have one more series to go, and that's going to be the second Group S match. That's going to be SCARZ going up against Gen.G. But before we go to that, let's take a look at the items first, give a breakdown. We also want to find our MVP. Talking about MVP, it had to be BX, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too. He just had a lot of control. I mean, look, he was he showed up probably the mid game more than anything else, and he was like stealing stuff left and right in the the outer lanes. But his presence was definitely felt because he had all that farm, right? He was kind of out of control at a certain point. But one thing to note is that Vicious, yes, they might have lost the series 0-3, but they will be playing Venomous later today. But that is going to be off broadcast. It's going to be something that they're going to continue on. So hopefully they can get the W in that series, going up against Venomous in that one.
Actually, quite cool that we talk about Venomous as well. I mean, Venomous still looking for their first win, right? In this Major East League. So far, spring season 2025. And look, we have seen teams come from the bottom and get all the way very close to the top. And I'm speaking about teams like Nongshim. Nongshim used to struggle in the qualifiers. And right now, Group S, top of Group S, wins all across the board, has not been handed an L. They did not need any extra lessons. So look, Venomous could be the next one.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole thing of being able to be resilient, right? Being able to bounce back and to kind of just be like, hey, we're in this for the long term. We're able to kind of continue on. But hey, that's Nongshim. Let's not talk about them. Let's talk about Vicious and R8 Esports here. R8 Esports, I mean, they died, a total of 2 times in on an Abdo. But through it all, BX 4-0-3 had that presence, got those kills in the end, just really cleaned house, right?
Yep, I'm expecting a lot of damage actually. So yes, it is. Real EG totaling 60,000 damage. Xenon coming in close at 53,000. The two of them were always forcing preemptive ultimates, right? Especially from Vo and Aspire, and that's what was the main concern for Vicious because they had no counterplay available. Aspire had to use the Infinite Vastness, Vo had to use his Unending Sorrow really early before the actual value could be realized. And Doom, I think, he just made a couple of bad calls. He did commit with the Flash, the Truth Mantra, didn't really work out.
Yeah, it didn't really work out. And I kind of think that, another thing is, they knew about the skill cooldowns. I mean, yeah, when you know that Lung is used as Infinite Vastness, is a huge vulnerability, right? But Aspire just kind of stuck around. He kind of was still up in the front line trying to farm, and he got caught out because he didn't have that get out of jail free card. So he got, picked off, and all because of this man, right? BX was under, he saw the timings, he knew what it needed to have done, but he was 4-0-3, just farming across the map, presence felt. BX, man, clear MVP here.
Yep, no way to catch him, and this first kill onto the side of Aspire was actually what hurt them quite a bit because there was no comeback factor, and every single time they were forcing out VOs, Unending Sorrows prematurely during the fights, which allowed situations to present itself. Aspire did come back with a couple of nice kills, but it was definitely not enough.
Yeah, it's so hard to come back, right? Especially against a team that's choking you off the map, and BX farming throughout. He's fighting 1 versus 3 here. BX turns it around, then he gets the battlefield command, and it's just okay, what can we do against this guy? He's got the mobility and the speed, and look at how they're looking to dive the T1 from the sides. They do not care. This is a fearless team that is starting to find their groove, and they've been very strong.
Yep, and this is the scary thing about Liu Bang, right? We haven't seen too much of him ever since the championship last year, but I think teams are hiding him because he really can change team fights pretty well. So it's a nice debut pick from the side of R8 for this Liu Bang pick. Let's see if the other teams will be picking him up in the later parts of this season in this Pro League.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's, you have that split push or you have that lone guy that has ultra mobility, and it's a way to get into that team fight to get that potential gank attempt. But of course, that was the series. It looks like R8 Esports 3-0 vicious, and then we'll move on. We're going to take a little bit of a Okay, we're going to see exactly what that third series will be first. It's going to be SCARZ Gen.G Esports. I'm actually super excited about that one, especially since it's Group S, to see how SCARZ bounces back from that first series performance.
Yep, and the last time they met, I believe it was a 2-1 scoreline where SCARZ took it by edge against Gen.G. The games were very back and forth, so I want to see how both teams have improved and whether that first series of today, that result, has it affected SCARZ that much, and whether Gen.G can benefit off of that.
Yeah, all right. I don't really do guarantees, but I'm pretty sure this series will at least go to a game 4, okay? I don't want to say, I don't want to guarantee anything because I don't want to be wrong in the case, but I do feel like these teams have found ways to get themselves, to find weaknesses of the other team. But of course, let's find out. Let's take a little bit of a break before we go into that third series.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. To be a king.
stolen, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, never mind, can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Our final series of today, SCARZ against Gen.G. It is your favorite kind of tofu. With me today is Paula. We're going to bring you the last game of the series. What are we feeling right now?
We're feeling great. I mean, I think that for Gen.G going into this one, you saw what SCARZ and Nongshim were doing to one another, and you saw that SCARZ actually, there were definitely some weaknesses, and I'm pretty sure that Gen.G are going to look to expose those weaknesses yet again, and now SCARZ need to bounce back, figure a way to kind of get really into the Gen.G lineup.
Okay, so we have transitioned from the ranking week going into survival week, and Gen.G, I think they have been changing a little few things throughout the different days. Are they going to come up with an even more creative draft today, or are we going to see the stock standard Gen.G?
Yeah, well, look, I like the fact that Gen.G likes to change things up a bit. They like to do things, the drafts that are a little on the unconventional side. Sometimes it does bite them in the butt, so to speak. They haven't done as well. SCARZ, on the other hand, as what you saw from that first series, they did a little bit of a lane swap. I wasn't 100% sold on this in terms of that role swap, excuse me. And I think that they need to stick to what they're tried and true of what of letting Mfang kind of just shine, right? He's in the jungle, just stick with that. I think that that's the roster that really got you in this position. You need to continue on with that.
Okay, so we have seen the Fade coming in. We have seen the as well. So a lot of very big assassin hero picks, and I'm pretty sure Gen.G is gonna ban that out, right? And if Gen.G allows that to come through, you know they have a solution, no problem.
Yeah. Look, it goes both ways, the intel, right? In the sense of what SCARZ is kind of bringing. Also, you're looking at the Gen.G side, and you're thinking, how do we limit Rock, right? This is the guy that has the second most kills in throughout the KME. This guy's been an absolute monster thus far, literally carrying this team on its back, especially in that R8 Esports series, right? So this is a squad that's going to be wanting to look to just kind of ensure that they let Rock shine. And it's all because, again, the team is starting to gel well with one another. Clue is like the highest in terms of assists throughout this entire league. This is a team that's really started to figure things out here.
Yeah, and look, they are so versatile, right? So we have seen the pay in the farm lane. We have seen even the stock standard mid laners. Gun and Mo Inua has been really just killing it. And of course, we have Clue on the Dadia. The combinations pulled out by Gen.G have been surprising at first, but more effective, rather. And that's more important at this point.
Yeah, I think it's all about just being able to be successful with what you're doing. Sometimes the draft might be a little unconventional or different, but at the end of the day, as long as it kind of works, you're fine, right? As long as it's 50-50, especially in game one where we're seeing some teams kind of go all out, other teams are kind of like responding a little bit differently. Like you saw Nongshim kind of pick things that were not exactly meta, but they were able to find weaknesses in the opposing drafts.
Yeah, I mean, success comes in many forms, right? And I think for Gen.G, one form of success will come in the form of banning, right? Most teams don't ban normally when they play against Gen.G. You'll see the bans like the Fuzi, the Daqiao, which opens doors up. And sometimes you can actually use that to your advantage for both sides, right? So it's curious to me how today's BPs will be like, especially with the global ban pick format, because I think there might be a lot of heroes that will leak through this time.
Yeah, and also it's interesting that you bring that up, especially with the Foos pick by Rock. He seems to like that. It really limits the mobile heroes, and that's kind of why they're trying to do this. It's one of those things where it's like, if this team, SCARZ that is, were to go with like an all-mobile hero lineup, the potential of the Foos pick might be there. So they actually might be outthinking themselves where we don't ban it, but at the same time, we don't pick as many mobile heroes. And this, of course, just goes into the, the camp of Gen.G just getting in their head, so to speak.
Yeah, so I mean, guaranteed you see the Foos pick. You expect a Da Chao coming out from Gen.G, right? Yeah. And of course, with that being said, it's a rarity, but when the Eye of the Whirlpool comes out, it's a joy to see a Whirlpool. Normally in nature, that's not what you want to see, but sometimes, especially when Gen.G does it, it's a beauty, it's a sight to see.
Yeah, Clue's been on point. I mean, especially with the Sea of Fates, like this, they're so ride or die on Clue, right? Especially when he's got that Da Chiao and calling that Whirlpool, almost his success rates have been quite high. The team have all been, able to come at the same time. And those fights, those 2-on-2 fights turned into 2-on-5, and you have a tough time. And Gen.G are able to capitalize because they're able to, again, just call the Avengers at the same time. It's been very smart for them and it's worked out.
Yeah, and I also need to highlight on the fact that I think Inua, like we've talked about this in the first week, right? He has been improving so much. And right now, I think he's not even hitting his peak yet, but he's already not bad.
Yeah, definitely not. I think that he's definitely shined on like the Ganemo and the Yixing. He's a guy that really, when he's put in a position to win and to be on these heroes that are able to really contribute to the fights, especially when the poking game or the control, these things are very key for him, Inua. But when he's getting jumped on and he has a hard time, like he's not as flashy, he's not as he's comfortable on like the Mai, so to speak. But as long as he's got the right hero in his hands, he's gonna have a good game.
So it looks like prone to stress, right? I think that's one key component that's going to define the match today, because both teams have significant stress on their hands. SCARZ, having been dealt their first loss in a series today, they have to immediately pick up their pace, pull up their socks, and go for a second one. In Group S, it's not going to be any kinda. And to go up against Gen.G, which is a true question mark in terms of draft and bans, that's something that they need to carefully think about.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the teams right now in Group S, and there's only 3 teams, Nongshim, SCARZ, and of course Gen.G at this point, right? You're kind of seeing Nongshim, you're like, I don't know if we can keep up with them. All we need to do, we're looking to fight for that second place spot, because third, of course, you're going up against, you might be eliminated, you're in the lower bracket, so to speak, you might have a tougher road ahead of you. But if you're in that second slot, that's going to be key, and that's where you want to be to get yourself into a top 3 guarantee.
Yeah, and of course, if you get the second position in the totality of the Major East League, you'll be going up for that major last call against the West League. And, it's going to be a blast. And, East is going to come out on tops as usual. And then we'll see everyone at KWC.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's either first place you're in the KWC or second place. I mean, even at the KME, you're guaranteed. Against KMW, who are they going to bring? KMW, KM what? Huh? KM weirdos, like no chance, right?
Yeah, I love this banter, and you know what? So far, we haven't really gotten that response yet, right? So it shows you the qualities, shows you the confidence that we have in our teams as well. And it's going to be a blast today, and even for the last call. Right now, we're still waiting on Gen.G and SCARZ to get ready. So let's take a look at SCARZ intro video first as we take a look at it. Challenge ahead. So representing them will be Arashi, Mfang, Glow, ASD, and Ochik as well.
Yeah, and again, Mfang, it's been the Mfang show, 71 kills, most of all players in the KME. He has had the most MVPs with 10 as well. So again, if anyone you need to look on from the SCARZ side, the real ones, the realest one is going to be Mfang. He's the guy to look out for here.
Yeah, so they definitely need to shut his game down, right? I think Gen.G has also made it very apparent that they know how to play the map well. Stealing away camps is going to be very vital, but more importantly, Gen.G love that 5v5 matchup, especially with certain compositions. So I think SCARZ needs to put that into consideration.
Yeah, I think the biggest weakness for them is that they have a lot of guys, and they did this even in the Nongshim's side against the ranking week. But actually, let's break that down in a second as we go into Gen.G here. Gen.G Esports, and they're going to be the game changers. It's, of course, Wawa, Ray, Inua, Clue, and Rock. Clue with the highest number of assists, 134 across all of the players, because he's been supporting Rock, who's been the second highest in terms of kills with 67. So in this series, you're seeing the guy with the most kills in Mfang versus going up against the number 2 guy with the second number of kills with Rock. So again, we're going to just see bloodshed from minute 1.
Oh, I love this. This is going to be action-packed. And I mean, the only constant is change, right? So right now, we're looking for both teams to change it up. Can they improve? Have they improved? And can they show it in the Gorge?
Yeah, and this one is going to be all about just composure, right? Even from SCARZ side. Aside from Gen.G, who tend to be a little bit more, they're definitely more energetic. They can be a little bit more, let their emotions kind of ride them out a little bit. So this is going to be a true test because, again, it's a best of 5. These series are a long and drawn-out battle. Sometimes we've seen 3-0s like we saw in the first 2 series. But getting to that 5th game, that's going to be a true test for both of these teams.
Yep, so I think it's also important to kind of recognize one of the weaknesses that SCARZ has, which was exposed really hard by the side of Nongshim, which is target priority, right? So Nongshim won most of their fights against SCARZ by going into the important members. And there's very few people that are as important as Inua and Glow, both of them very different in terms of stats. A lot more kills coming in for Inua, just higher in percentage and stats generally. But Glow, known as the team player, he is also able to set things up for the side of SCARZ. Let's see if they can get the correct target prio this time.
It might be more the fact that, if you're looking at the SCARZ lineup, I mean, we already talked about Mfang and the fact that he gets a whole bunch of kills, but you're also looking at ASD. This is a guy who's got 3.6 average kills a game, 3rd most, tied with BX's R8. So they have a team that have a bunch of killers, and it's hard to find anything that's left. And that's kind of where you're seeing Glow try to be a little bit more of a utility-style mid laner. He's able to set things up for the rest of the team to have success.
Yeah, and I like that, right? A team player is very important, and of course, it needs to be in a position where you can set your team up for success. And I think when the cards are right and the pacing is okay, Glow can do that. Now, the challenge here is, can you do that against Inua? Because this guy has improved tremendously in a span of a few months. And Inua, I don't think he's stopping anytime soon with his improvements.
Yeah, he's definitely gotten better, right? I think from season 3 to now, it's been a completely different side of him, and we've seen him just really succeed. I believe he has a couple MVPs as well because he's just really set his team up for success. Sometimes when Rock or Ray is not really able to get that farm or to get really going, you've had Inua to kind of just, again, control the battlefield, and that's been his biggest thing, especially with the Yixing and the Ganem mode.
Yep, less of talking the talk, it is time to walk the talk. Gen.G gonna start up with the prio pick and bans.
Yeah, they're gonna set things up. I mean, Gen.G looking to just ban out Lung. I think Gen.G's plan right now is to limit ASD Mfang as much as possible. Target those 2.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's a good start, right? Taking away the Lung, this opens up the doors for the Arlie as well. SCARZ, they recognize the pay. Multi-pronged approach, could go into Ray, could go into Rock. They don't want to deal with that nonsense, so they will pick up that Tiger into the ban pool.
Actually, Rock plays that hero quite a bit, and so they've done a lot of research on this one. But again, SCARZ, with the fact that they're red side and they had to ban seconds, they're going to allow a number of different options in this draft. And it looks like they're going to go attack Clue on this one with the Ming, because they tend to go with the Lady Soon Ming combo, but they're going to go with the Diadea to start.
Yeah, so Diadea, Gun and Mo. This is the stock standard formula that Gen.G have acquired for themselves since the first week of ranking week. So at this point, SCARZ, I like the potential return. It is going to be an Arlie and a Dharma. Arlie, as we all know, able to use the Maple Dance to kind of negate and mitigate all the damage coming in from Freshly Forge, a couple blades. These are big skills to stop.
Look, they picked the Arlie last time, SCARZ that is, and then they were like, Mfang, you just ride this one out on the Arlie, and I don't want to see that. I hope ASD is playing this one. That is my biggest thing, because it's like, when you have a shooter like Mfang that's able to get all these kills, why would you not let the man do his thing?
That's true. I mean, definitely a point to consider, but maybe it is something they practice in the scrims. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. So I think maybe we just give him the benefit of the doubt, right? Maybe he has not had the best game yet, but, things change.
I am Ogre. All right, it looks like they're going to be a little bit more standard. SCARZ, that is. They're going to go with the Ogrin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mfang will be on that one, so I think that they will be fine. I was literally, freaking out because I want to see Mfang shine, man. I love to watch this guy play, but let's talk about the Gen.G side. They're gonna go with the Diadea, Byron, Mai. Mai is 0-6 in this league. Okay, if we're gonna compare to the other leagues where the Mai have been somewhat successful, are the KME guys just not able to pilot Mai to the top tier level?
I think it could also be a composition issue where, they just got wrecked in the farm department, had their jungle invaded, so they lost all that advantage. Now Gen.G taking away quite a lot of control and heals, and of course Sakir, you pair it up with an Ogren, it's almost instant disaster. So I think that's a pretty good pick, but this also tells us about Gen.G's picks here. It might be an assassin jungler.
Once begun,
yeah, has that potential to be. I think it's a good idea, actually. I mean, you pair it up with the Mai, and then you're just like high flying going in. But they show you, the Rock special on this one. This guy pilots this hero to the max, and then they're going to go with a Menki to round out that draft. Look, they're going to have to figure out some way to get onto this Rock Shoyu, because he's an absolute beast.
Is a target.
I think it's quite difficult. It's a high risk maneuver coming in from Gen.G, right? So you need a lot of time to come online. It's going to take him at least, 11 minutes, 12 minutes if they have a huge advantage. SCARZ lineup, they are putting everything in. These are 5 prio picks in any game.
Prio picks, ways to control, and I do like this one. Yixing is the last pick. It looks like they're going to lock that one in. Going into this, a little bit of control. You need to figure out ways to kind of like the Menki goes in with the Dream Roam or even the Mai. With the Shinobi, the Bachi, I think that you have that World is My Board. You lock him in a little bit, and they're kind of, you're definitely gonna be able to blow up the Mai and just kind of reposition them throughout. So I think that the SCARZ lineup kind of makes sense to me. My only concern is from the Gen.G side, like Rock, the Shoyu, he's gonna have a field day. He's gonna pick people off from afar.
Yeah, but that's gonna happen only a bit much later, actually, not even a bit, much later into the game. And start of the game actually falls onto Ray, Wawa, and Inua. This requires them to hit the skill shots. Inua needs to be major farm. He needs to have major advantage in order to be the menace that he's supposed to be. But you're dealing with a Yuhuan, you're dealing with an Ogren. These heroes are not that easy to burst down, especially if you don't combo and lay your stuns at the correct timing. They can get out easily.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on the Inua Mai as well. Just kind of where is he able to get that burst? Is he able to get that control? And is he able to stay alive? That's like the biggest thing. Inua didn't have as much success in that ranking week on the Mai, so we're hoping to see a bounce back in survival week. This is, of course, the third match of the day. Game 1 to start things off. Gen.G Esports going up against SCARZ. Do you have a favorite going into this game here with these drafts?
I actually prefer the SCARZ lineup. I think they have better wave clear. Level 1, the Yixing Glow is gonna definitely receive some help from the Yuhuan as well. So Ochik will do well. They should clear the lane much faster than Inua.
and it's not ideal, which means the first rotation into those tusk boards is going to be favorable to SCARZ.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see how things play out. I mean, the Gen.G for me, it's always the unknown factor. I think draft-wise, they're loaded for bear. They're looking to get going on this one, but Rock on the ShoYu is just super scary. Again, you talked about the fact that he needs to kind of get that farm and to go late game. But if they're able to get that, pretty much SCARZ is on a timer.
Yeah, that's true. So SCARZ, they have to finish the game within 15 minutes, or it's going to be an extremely difficult late game to play for the side of SCARZ. So definitely they need to kind of milk every advantage they have now. But top lane,
oh, they've got him. Oh, the flash away. Arashi's going to go down, and Wawa finds him. Flash or not, you're not going to survive against the Wawa.
Yeah, they definitely were affected from that first one, and still they can't get any trades in return.
Yeah, nothing on this one. Ochik is going to eat a wild wind. He's going to take that shot to the face. And it looks like they're just going to push things along. Gen.G right now finding first blood. Great start for them. But now again, like how does SCARZ, like, do they overreact? What do they need to do to force things out? Clue taking a bit of damage here.
Don't be so serious.
I think they fix one thing at a time, right? So first one, they should definitely fix the clash lane. Arashi needs a little bit more help. The other way, they could also amplify and look for potential kills in the mid lane. But going up against Inua on the Mai, she's a really hard target to catch unless you have really hard lockdown. And that can only come with the stuns coming out from Ochik or Arashi. So for now, mid lane is the last lane they need to go to. It has to be either the clash lane or the farm lane.
Yeah, look at this. Glow already making a rotation. He's sacrificing everything to ASD. Mind you, Mfeng is on the Arlie, right? ASD is on the Ogren. So they're continuing on with this the role swap, letting Mfeng go back to his farm role, which he's previously done prior to the KME.
Yeah, but so far he's doing okay in the lane, right? This is what is expected of this position. But Gen.G, if they want to force the issue, I think they can try and force more fights at this point, right? Every fight at this point, if Gen.G wins, definitely going to help them out. And if they can steal a couple of camps as well, that would be beneficial, right?
Yeah, I think it rides on the shoulders of Inua, right? To be aggressive in those other lanes, to force, put a little pressure down, because you don't want to let ASD continue to just, farm for free, and you want him to feel a little uncomfortable going into the other lanes, or just sticking around in that mid lane, right? Just put pressure elsewhere.
Yep. I mean, maybe it's just a lack of warm-up, but Inua has not been hitting his Kachosens so far on the side of SCARZ. So that's a little cause of concern, but we'll see.
Yeah, but Inua helped Wawa get first blood in the top lane. He's already done his job, at least early, but I mean, it's only 3 minutes in.
Okay. I'm being critical here. I have high standards.
Wait, are you saying I have no standards or low standards in this case?
Maybe.
All right, ASD making his way back into the mid lane here. Looks like a teleport is going to happen. Again, setting themselves up for that 4-minute mark. They're taking liberties on the Clue, but it's going to be no real follow-up on this one. Kachusen missed yet again. I feel like we need a counter just to make you happy, King.
Oh, don't need. It's a miss is a miss. It doesn't matter how many times.
Well, it does matter, I think, at the end of the day. I think that just because the amount of burst that you have, look at Inua looking to go in for this one, threatens, misses the Kachusen twice right there in 3 times in like 10 seconds.
But, okay, end of the day, the wave clear isn't as strong, and it looks like they want to set their position for the Tyrant, right? This Tyrant is going to be important. Both teams just teetering on the edge. No advantage just yet.
Yeah, but this is not something that you really want to go for. The Dream Roam connecting out of 2. Oh, they go in for this one. He goes golden, and it looks like Glow will stay alive. They're taking liberties off the mark. Wawa's going to be picked off. Glow is as well. They've gotten the Tyrant Ray, that is, but the knockback, the truth from Arashi, getting the double kill, setting themselves up, and it looks like it's going to be a 3-for-1 in favor of SCARZ.
And that's exactly what they needed to recover. Taking the Tyrant buff, getting the kills, and also denying the Crimson Golem away from the side of Gen.G. That's huge. And now, look, Anthem, he can try to go for the 1v1. Not ideal, but he does have the backup of Ochik. What was that?
Yeah, Rock right there. He was very patient with that Wild Wind. Does some damage onto Mfeng. He's going to limp away a bit. He's going to heal, use that healing dew. But through it all, it looks like SCARZ right now, I mean, yes, they got that pick off, this could hopefully open the door or keep things going. But again, Rock, he's the guy. He didn't die. He's sticking around. He's continuing to farm. He's finding ways. But let's check out this replay here.
It's all about the board, right? There was a nice dream roam to catch onto 2, but here's the late arrival, right? This is one of the rare situations where being late is a good thing. Arashi came in, wait for the health bars to drop, got the very nice truth mantra, and end of the day, there was no comeback for the side of Gen.G in that fight.
Yeah, and you're kind of thinking, where's Arashi? Where's Arashi? I was looking around for him, and then all of a sudden he comes really late, and then perfect truth setting themselves up, and Gen.G really reeling after that one, right? I mean, yes, they're down about only 700 gold, but this bottom T1 is starting to get under siege. Arashi dealing with Ray and pushing them away, but it doesn't look like they're going to take the bottom T1.
I don't think this is a good fight to take. Although they did burn out that unending sorrow, look, ASD has double buffs, and there is no Crimson buff on the side of Gen.G. They have a lack of damage.
Yeah, lack of damage here. But, I mean, you still have Mfeng at the end of the day. You have Glow to kind of set things up. You just need a little bit of time and a couple shots because Mfeng, enough damage to take at least the bottom T1, and they will take that at the 6-minute mark.
Yep. Just one kill sets them apart, but there isn't a very significant gold advantage going into the side of SCARZ. They need to play the map a little bit more, steal more camps, get more turrets, maybe get a couple of kills as well.
Yeah, I think it definitely will help at this point. I mean, they're up about 1,000 or so, and, you know, Glow continuing to stay up in front. Mfeng doing some work on the Ray, threatening and pushing him back. Inua is as well. And it looks like SCARZ with 4 members are pushing and putting pressure on, at least in the mid lane here.
Okay, so Shadow Reaper for Mfeng, they're on a timer. It's close to 7 minutes at this point, and they have not been able to shut them down with a significant lead. And this is a cause of concern. Like you said, there is a timer, and SCARZ, they're running out of time.
Yeah, running out of time. But look, they still have the lead. Let's not take that away. You still have the Ogren from ASD. He will continue to get that farm. He needs to be scary in that sense. Gets that items. But Arashi, the Formlessness and the Flash, the Wild Wind trying to be sniped in. Oh, he did get hit and he gets bubbled to the face. Ray coming out of left field ensures that they get the kill on Arashi there.
Okay, but they make the trade. So SCARZ, they have learned their lesson. They immediately go for the T1 on the top. So this is also helping them to maintain the goal lead. But this could be a big fight.
Oh, they have the knock-up Glow. They find him, the Wild Wind. He's going to take some damage with the passive. He dodges it. He survives in this case. The top T2 has been taken out. Mfeng making moves in that sense. He's trying to get back to the mid lane. ASD still up in front dealing with them, but there's 5 members. Mfeng now, he gets knocked up the Dream Roam, and they found Mfeng on the rotation. They get the pick.
But is that the best decision? Once again, same mistake as SCARZ. They gave away the T2 this time to the side of SCARZ. And once the situation resets, Gen.G might find themselves in a tight spot.
Yeah, might be. I mean, look, I think at the end of the day, they did lose the top T2, but they found Mfeng. They were able to make him pay. It's not the end of the world. In terms of this net worth, still in favor of SCARZ a bit, but they need to be a little bit careful. ASD still not hitting that critical mass, and it doesn't really look like they're going to be able to defend this potential Tyrant pick.
Not sure whether they know that ASD does not have a smite, and if they waste too much time trying to delay and reset this Tyrant, they might lose it.
Yeah, and ASD sticking around. The path of passing has been seen by Inua, but Rock picking up the Tyrant here, it doesn't look like they were actually going to contribute, especially since Inua was in that brush, pushing them away and doing a great job of providing vision for the team.
Yeah, but here's the difference maker, right? So Rock is not farming, but Mfeng has been consistently taking camps, taking minions, and right now I think he should have the goal lead. Let's take a look. He is at 6,700, slight goal lead against Rock.
Yeah, slight edge at this point. I mean, it's nothing to write home about just as of yet. Because, you know, it's still very early in the game. It's not even 10 minutes in. Wawa, force field suppression. Look, SCARZ right now, just looking, poking and prodding, putting a little bit of pressure on, trying to give as much farm to ASD as possible as that Destiny encounter gets eaten by him.
Yeah, I mean, they have to continue building, right? At this point, ASD is about 1,000 gold ahead of Ray. He is 2-0-1, no deaths yet. A shutdown is going to matter a lot in G, but at the same time, it could also amplify SCARZ's growth.
Yeah, look at Rock He's trying to just kind of get support Ray at the end of the day, but it doesn't look like they're going to be too much. I don't like this dilly-dallying. I feel like Rock should just be focusing on his farm. There's no real reason to fight. It doesn't look like SCARZ want to really take any action as well, but Wawa trying to solo M-Fang is able to do it. He tries to flash, but not able to get away, and they make it pay, but the truth, Rock gets away. He dashes, he gets back to safety, and now ASD on the run. They have the path of passing, but it looks like they want to go for the truth onto Ray instead. They're going to set him up and they knock him down. That's 2 members down, and they're turning this into a Shadow Tyrant. Inua there. Nice Shinobi, he's got the pick. He's trying to go. Not enough damage to kill Arashi or anyone for that matter. All 5 members of SCARZ still surviving, but the Tyrant, they want to defend this one. Now he goes in for yet again, and now a steal by Rock. Gets the steal of all things, especially down members, and it looks like Gen.G have found a way back in.
Yep, a lapse of concentration coming from SCARZ. They could still very well turn this, but the better encounter lands on the 3.
Yeah, I think ASD actually had Smite as well, so I'm not entirely sure why that happened or how Rock was able to get that steal. That was a clutch moment by Rock, and again, just being able to stay alive with that dash away and then to turn it around and to turn it into a steal just speaks volumes about this guy's play.
I mean, they didn't want it to turn it into the situation which they dealt onto Gen.G, which was they got the Tyrant, but they got killed off. So right now, it's a good idea to make the trade immediately, recover some of the gold, because it's really too close for comfort on the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like they're going to have to recall back. All of them are kind of on the lower end at this point. But taking the Overlord, at least he got something, not the end of the world. But Gen.G right there with players down and able to take out that Tyrant. I mean, look, the game completely could have changed if they missed that one and just let SCARZ take that Tyrant.
Yep, and one thing, it's also about Glow's farm at this point. I know he's going to be a bit slow, but until he gets the Venomous Staff, it's going to be difficult for SCARZ to really just dominate the team fights here.
Yeah, ASD up front, has the connection, wants to push them away, and through it all, look at Inua split pushing at this point. Arashi has to defend in the top lane. And both of these teams playing very cagey at this stage. It's 12 minutes in, and they just want to deal with the minions. I mean, the Vanguards are pushing, so if anything, Gen.G are looking to just hold at least for now.
Yeah, it's 12 minutes already, 3 minutes more, and Rock is already at level 14. A couple more gold, he will be able to hit that 6 items. Inua here has to run away.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. I mean, Glow trying to lock him in. But just barely misses the board onto him. Inua's got his lucky stars. He does some damage onto Ochik with that Kachusin. He's got to be a little bit careful because he is on the squishier side, but he is doing some damage, chipping away at that life lead by SCARZ here. And through it all, it looks like with that Shadow Vanguard, SCARZ, the main play is in that bottom lane as they really want that T2.
Yep, they have to make this count though. The entirety of SCARZ is rotating down. They have to secure this T2 for themselves.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they can really defend. The bottom T2 going down way too fast in this case. M-Fang will pick this one up. Ray is still up in front. Now it's going to be a fight for the Crimson Golem. ASD doesn't... Well, you probably want to take that away from Ray at this stage, but it might be a 50-50 with this Smite battle. ASD still up in front. They've got Ray pushed back. Arashi finds 2 members. Nice truth connecting onto 2. And it looks like M-Fang will end up finding Inua. He got caught out Wawa as well. And that's a double going the way of M-Fang. And now SCARZ with the numbers advantage looking to run it down. Chasing after Clue, they're taking liberties. He flashes back to safety. They have the bottom T3. They have the minions. Ochik still up in front, using that Unending Sorrow to take most of this. They've taken a bottom T3, opening things up even more.
Okay, Rock, he's doing well for himself, but he's just shy, unable to get the kills, and it's going to cost them quite a bit because that goal, that timer now has been extended. 15 minutes no longer, the power spike for Gen.G.
Okay, Ochik was going to get sniped out by the Wild Wind, but M-Fang actually walked in front, took the bullet, saved Ochik's life, and all I was thinking was, in our ranked games, I would never do that for you.
Yes, it has been proven multiple times.
It was like, hey, he's trying to shoot you. I'm going to let him shoot you. Why would I stop that?
Yeah, every man for himself. But that's not how the pros play. And right now, Glow actually giving vital information to the team. This could be very well a steal.
Yeah, this could very be close. Tyrant getting down, going down very quickly. And ASD does get the steal, gets the Tyrant, gets the crucial kill theft, and they found Inua as well. He was waiting in that brush, and SCARZ making plays, getting the steals, and getting the pickoffs.
Oh, SCARZ, they have woken up, and once again, they secure another Crimson buff for themselves going into the hands of Anthem. And this guy is already 15, gets the Sun Chaser. As we talk about items, he is 6 slotted.
Look, Mfang is starting to do some serious damage, but they don't have the bottom T3, and it all is pretty much a ruse. Because Arashi wants the mid T2, they're going to look to push this down. They actually want to get the mid T3 if anything, but seeing as that they're so far up. Oh, Mfang! Oh, he finds Rock, he gets the pickup, but he does trade. The world is my board, ASD still up in front, finds Clue. 3 members down, Inua is back up, looking to turn this around, but Ray's been picked off as well. He's going to get executed. Inua just to respawn, goes down with a triple Wawa trying to go in, and it's a quadra kill going the way of ASD. They are going to take the mid T3, and more importantly, they will take game 1. SCARZ does it.
Generation gone. It is Gen.G that gets taken out in this game, first game of the best of 5 series, and SCARZ, you can see the spirits are lifted.
Definitely lifted on this one. I mean, SCARZ really starting to gel well with one another. That was a huge win, right? That's a big confidence boost going into this one. And you thought, okay, Mfang going in, I thought it was a little risky, but then he died, but he took out Rock right before he died. That opens things up because, again, it was a 4 protect 1, and once, Rock goes down, you lose a lot of that damage. And they were really struggling. They had 4 other members, and it really looks like they couldn't really handle the rest of SCARZ.
Yeah, I think that was a good calculated risk. Even if Anthem died, I think the rest of the members, structurally, they are able to do a lot of damage as well. And the waves are crashing in. So they picked the correct time for the fights, and they picked the correct members to pick off as well. So SCARZ learning so quickly from the first series of the day, now bringing it into the second series and putting it to good work.
Yeah, very smart play, right? The target prioritization was on key. Like, everything was on that one. And, I mean, that was a really competitive game, right? You saw steals from both sides. You saw, just how they were able to kind of push things along with those objectives. It was actually very key. SCARZ didn't have a gimme in this one. Rock, was trying to get the team on his back and trying to get themselves back into this one, but dying at the very end, that was, I think, his only death of the game. And that was why, SCARZ was able to just kind of roll them over at the end.
And this begs the question, why mine, right? So, okay, not just about the stats, but we also know why mine struggle in this particular league, right? Because a lot of the picks, when mine comes out, immediately teams counter pick with Ogren. You want the tanky, beefy members on the side of the gorge, and suddenly all of that burst potential is limited.
Yeah, I mean, mine right now, 0-7. Right? I don't want to talk about the West, KM West, but they're 3-2 with the Mai, right? So they've had some success. Obviously, it's a little bit different, story in terms of leagues. I think that the players are just worse so that they're able to kind of get away with the Mai more than anything else. But the KMEs has been not a good place for the Mai. It's definitely struggled. And Inua, in my opinion, you probably want to be looking elsewhere in that mid lane.
Yeah, I think they wanted to save the Garnet mode for different picks against other kinds of heroes in the later parts of the series. But unfortunately for Gen.G, it's not enough. As SCARZ, they're going to take this first game with a convincing win and a very nice calculated death for both the farm laners from Anthem.
Yeah, I mean, look, the fact that Rock, who has the second most kills on the entire league, didn't get a single kill in this game, but had a net worth of about 12,000, speaks just to how SCARZ was limiting as much as possible, just forcing him to play just a farming game and really not able to kind of control, the damage output that he normally gets.
Yeah, which is kind of scary, right? Because the draft on Gen.G, it requires to have absolutely killing power the moment you get that initiation up. Meaning your dream world comes in, you need to have Wawa come in, you need to have Inua come in, which they did, but they did not have the itemization to kill off the members on the side of SCARZ. And when you can't kill a beast, you can be prepared that they will strike back.
Yeah, look at this gold graph. I mean, it was pretty much just really back and forth. I mean, there was no, like, you thought that SCARZ was going to close things out. Things were going very well in like the 5-7 minute mark, all of those things leading up to the 10-minute mark. But then Gen.G were able to bounce back, find ways to get back in it. And this is exactly what we expected from these two teams. It was going to be definitely a more competitive series than the other two that we've seen today. And to be honest, I expect this one to go at least to a game 4, hopefully game 5, because these two teams are very evenly matched.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now let's take a look at the MVP. This time it is gonna be ASD. So all of the doubt gone now. 703, taking up 32% of the team's damage and dealing 23.
Yeah, and we'll see a lot of him in the highlights here. And this is an awesome setup. I mean, Inu had such a great time of just rotating at the perfect time, ensuring that they got that first blood. They were doing well. Dream Roam, this is a nice setup as well. They did some serious damage. Glow surviving was the biggest thing there, or he like delayed the time. Rock was looking on the backside trying to pick things off, but then Arashi with that truth, setting it up, gravy.
Yeah, I mean, the entire time, Anthem, he was just free hitting the entire fight. And I think that was really what made the main difference here. And once Anthem went online, he got that 6 slaughtered items, it was pretty much game over.
Yeah, this is the close one where Rock, look, he gets away, he dashes, he life steals, he stays alive. I mean, yes, Ray will be killed here, but then just him surviving was the biggest thing because he gets the steal later. And that's a big setup. I'm hoping we get to see that highlight on that one.
Yeah, but the setup so far on the side of SCARZ, look, first series loss doesn't matter. They have recovered very well, and I think this is that steal.
Yeah, this is the secondary one. ASD gets the steal on this one. They had steals back and forth. It was very close in that sense. But SCARZ, again, setting it up. But look at how he goes in. Anthem goes all in, says, I got your Rock. Picks him off, and the rest of the team, we are way stronger. We have the net worth to just kind of outlast you. We have the numbers, and of course, we have the ASD factor as he just tanked everything. And look at how low he gets and somehow survives, taking them all out.
Yeah, just listening to the call of the team, right? Arashi actually was busy clearing that mid T3 wave, but the call came in and he just abandoned it, welcomed the presence of the members of Gen.G with the truth mantra, and that was all she wrote.
Yeah, it was pretty much it, right? I mean, just SCARZ really able to find that team fight, the right opportunity to strike, and to close out the game. Not an easy thing to do against Gen.G, who had a decent amount of wave clear that could just kind of prolong the game, let Rock get even fatter and, you know, way more damage. We've seen him do it, you know, in the ranking week games. Like, he has that opportunity. He's gonna just, you know, take over.
Yeah, but SCARZ, so they strike first, but will they strike more? We'll find out later as we take a break. We'll catch you soon.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, look out the down, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, never back we go. It ain't a river, tiny bit. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
We barely found this one, crashing pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone.
They start strong. It is SCARZ that take the first win in this best of 5. Can Gen.G recover? It is your favorite kind of tofu, kindofu, and with me is Holler. What do we think about game number 2?
I think we're going to see Gen.G really strike back on this one. I think that they're going to look at game 1 as missed opportunities more than anything else. I think you saw the gold graph where SCARZ were definitely in the lead the majority of the game, but Gen.G had opportunities to get in. I think that there were some minor tweaks that they need to figure out, giving themselves a little bit of a better chance. It starts, of course, with the draft. The Inua Mai, in my opinion, really wasn't high flying, wasn't able to kind of get going. I mean, he got a couple, he did help with allowing Wawa to get first blood and things like that. But overall, the actual value out of the hero was not a lot of pressure on that team.
Oh yeah, for sure. So my concern about SCARZ now is how deep is their hero pool, right? We have seen them pick up quite a few heroes already. Are they going to be allowed to use the Kongming pick? Are they going to be allowed to use the Fade pick? Right? These are big heroes that have definitely worked in the favor of SCARZ. Maybe that's why they have picked up the blue side this time.
Yeah, and they want to prioritize it as much as possible. Look, they've changed things up. They've let ASD be the jungle, Mfang be the farm laner. They've kind of turned things around in that sense. I think that seeing as that what we saw in the first one is like it's very free flowing between the two, right? They're comfortable on all sides, letting Mfang kind of work when he needs to, especially on those very mechanically difficult heroes like Arlie. Not to say that ASD can't. It just seems like it's more of a comfort thing where, Oghren is a little bit, dare I say, easier to play and might be, more to ASD's liking more than anything else. But it looks like SCARZ right now going with the Lady Soon to start.
About the world.
Okay, so they will pick up the Lady Soon. I like that pick. It's a good start, but why did they ban out the Ming, right? That's a big question for me. I think end of the day, they'll be looking for a different kind of complement into the Lady Sun pickup, and maybe we could see the Zhang Fei as well. But Gen.G, they replied instantly with the Yuhuan Mayin. A different kind of combination, but it has a very nasty setup.
Yeah, definitely a nasty setup. I mean, you have the Mayan to get onto the Lady Soon. You need some sort of chase and some sort of way to control her. So that's why, I mean, it makes a lot of sense here. The Yuhan, on the other hand, I like this hero because it can be flexed in so many different places, right? So it's more of like a mind game more than anything else, especially in this draft. But SCARZ going with the Menki and the Dia, kind of rounding it out, a little bit of beef to kind of protect the Lady Soon here.
Okay, so it's a good pick. At the same time, Gen.G, they will snap up the Agudo. I think this is a decent pick going up against Menki, right? Agudo now with the recent patch and changes, able to melt down tanks really quickly, but the rotations and the initiations coming out from SCARZ is definitely going to be a concern here because the idea with the lockdown, Menki also with the Dream Roam, this could be big moments that will change the fight for the advantage of SCARZ.
Yeah, and look at Gen.G's lineup. I mean, the Agudo, which is already, 4-0, was kind of, dare I say, I mean, not to say that they were learning from Nongshim, but they did see how Haku played it, and it definitely has a lot of potential. It is one of those types where it's just sustaining, right? And able to outdo it. And you have the Yuhan to kind of back it up. And this whole lineup is just all about the sustain, just being able to kind of slow roll you down, so to speak. And now it looks like it's going to be a Rock Marco Polo. I am excited.
Let's go.
Yep, me too. Marco Polo definitely going to be one of a big win conditions, and you can see Clue is super excited about that pick as well. Now this Yuhuan does it go into the mid or does it go into the roam? I personally would prefer it in the mid as well. I think there is a better composition that will benefit a Marco in the farm lane in comparison against a Diadia and Lady Sun. But here, SCARZ, they're going to finish it up with the Charlotte and the Hano. There's going to be a lot of tankiness coming in. Do they have enough damage on the side of Gen.G?
Yeah, actually, it's an interesting thing right there, the point that you bring up, in the sense that like the Hano has generally is kind of fallen off a bit because teams will draft against it by bringing a lot of burst, right? And he can't really use that Fate Rewind to get back. But seeing is that what we've seen from Gen.G is that actually they have a lot sustained, so the Hano will probably to a counter pick into the draft more than anything else. I really like that pick, but it's going to be backed up with the Charlotte. Your thoughts overall on Charlotte?
I think it's going to be really difficult for the side of Gen.G. Yes, Charlotte's not that easy to deal with, but the fact is, look, if the positioning on this Glow Hano is right, you probably wouldn't be able to take as many towers on the side of.
Okay. I mean, we're going to see just how there's going to be a little bit more pressure onto Glow to really ensure that he's got farm in this game.
Yeah, benefits for SCARZ if the fight goes on long, right? And it's Glow members of Gen.G, the fight does not go well. And also, the burst composition coming out and probability from Gen.G to get rid of Glow when he uses his Fate Rewind, not that high in the early part of the game. It has to go to the late game for it to work.
Okay. All right. Looks like Mfeng, they're going to stick with if it ain't broke, why fix it? And they're going to let Mfeng ride the lady soon. He's going to be in the farm lane. ASD is going to be going on the Menki. Probably more suitable for him. I was going to say, because Mfeng, I don't like him on the tankier type of junglers. I don't think he really shines. But again, if he's able to kind of just burst people down with the lady soon, he's going to have a good time.
Yep, so straight away, okay, Glow might struggle a little bit. The wave clear coming in from Clue and Ray is actually pretty strong in level 1. The big thing is, what can they come up with after this?
Oh, Glow being super aggressive here. He's on the lower end, but he did wait for Ochik to kind of make an appearance here. Glow will heal and just kind of push people back. I thought Glow was being a little overly aggressive, especially since he's only level 2 at this stage, but he wants to be aggressive. He wants to kind of change things up. He's been a little bit more passive in the previous games.
Yep, we've also seen, the benefit of having a Yarria Marco Polo combination coming out. I think it was also Gen.G that did this the previous time. And they just out-sustained, right? So yes, you can win this. You can deal a bunch of damage, but overall, we will just win the fight as it goes long term. So I really like this Hano pick coming out from Glow. But yeah, like you said, he needs items.
He needs items. He's got to threaten here. Make Inua's life a little bit more uncomfortable. Push him back. Just, again, you do not want to let Inua kind of dictate the pace and stay away from the lane, right? By Glow being very aggressive, and he's going to get gone on here with that tumble. He's going to take some damage here, but it looks like he's going to be backing off. Ray will be fine. And through it all, it's just going to a lot of poking and prodding between the two, especially with that wild growth in the mid.
Yeah, I'm actually super concerned about the damage input and output actually on the side of Gen.G because, look, Inua, I think he might have to go for a tank build. Yeah, there is no sustenance in terms of tanky people coming in for the side of Gen.G. The moment you take out Wawa and you take out Inua, it's game over. There's no one else that can protect.
Yeah, no chance in that case. I mean, but it's kind of a bit of a balance then, right? Because if Inua has the tank, then you're kind of leaving who's going to do the damage? Oh, in the top lane, they found Arashi. He's trying to dash to deal with the minions before he goes. He knew he was going to be killed, and Wawa will get first blood against Arashi.
That's a big win for the side of Gen.G, right? So Arashi actually is also one of the big killing potentials against the lineup of Gen.G simply because he can also be one of the options to explore to stop Rock in the engages or in the team fights. He's able to weave in and out. So this is a huge marker for Gen.G to achieve, not just to slow Arashi down, but to give Wawa the advantage, which means he can do the same to the backline of SCARZ.
Yeah, and look, I know every player plays the heroes differently and whatnot, but I've just like the Charlotte pick to me is just really underwhelming. I just haven't really seen it really shine. Where I'm like, I wish I had a Charlotte.
It sounds a little personal on that one.
I'm talking about
but yeah, I think end of the day, mid lane, it's just a pillow fight at this point, right? It's tough for anyone to get a kill in the mid lane, especially when it's Ray and ASD, a Menki and a Gudo. In this part of the game, I don't think we will expect high kills so far.
Yeah, Arashi getting jumped on here. He's the flash away. He gets pulled back by Wawa, who's getting a little serious and does get another kill onto Arashi.
Yeah, but with Wawa the catch, that is a kill potential as well. And now Wawa, he does have a lead against Arashi. He just hit 7. So this is going to be a big difference maker for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, at the same time, SCARZ are like, hey, we're down a member. Arashi is going to be, he's dead. He's going to spawn now. But it looks like they're going to take the Tyrant here. So not all is lost in this case. They're still only down about 600. But losing that top T1 definitely opened things up for Gen.G, who've done good job of, rotating across the map and putting pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, so they're going to start exploring the rest of the map, right? And I think most probably the mid lane is one of the last lanes they will be able to take. It has to be done in more subtle ways. So you can expect T1 on the bot to be the main focus of pressure for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, okay. I also want to go back to the whole Inua tanking thing. Like, I feel like if he does go tank, then you're kind of putting even more pressure on Rock to be the only guy that's really doing the damage, right? Everybody else has control and they have like that utility, but is it too much? The 4 Protect 1, I'm not a big fan of it because I feel like you need to kind of, like, other people need to do damage too.
I get your point, and I agree with that as well. So, but let's see, because he does have the tome, right now, I think actually it looks pretty okay in terms of itemization. First core item already done for Rock. Already has the Sparkforce Dagger. And once he gets his Doomsday, he can then go for more defensive options.
Okay, all right. And in the top lane, you see Rock and Clue. I mean, Clue's got the Verdant Protector. I think he can just take a little bit of a nap as he just rides on Rock the entire time, as Rock will stay alive most of the time and not get caught out. All jokes aside, of course, Clue will contribute with his assists here as they're looking to invade the enemy jungle, put a little bit of pressure here. Rock not giving anything for free, wants to make it a little bit uncomfortable for SCARZ here.
Yeah, and definitely it is uncomfortable, but the bot lane, that's going to be the prio lane that Gen.G wants to put pressure on, because if they can open up the side lanes, it opens up entry into the jungle, and jungle buffs are really critical. If you give it to Rock, especially the Crimson buff, true damage is already going to hurt. He's able to deal true damage with his Resplendent Revolver. Give him more buffs, he's not going to be fun to deal with.
Yeah, but Gen.G doing such a good job. I mean, they've got the lead. They've taken the top T1, which again just opened up the map. But now with this Ray, Inua, frontliner, the Fever Barrage right onto Glow. They found it, but the Fate Rewind, he says, no thanks. I got 88 miles an hour, and I'm back in town.
That was close. A little close for comfort.
A little too much. Arashi at half-life. It looks like they're going to back off. The Wild Growth will zone most of this. But again, an ult for an ult. Not the worst thing in the world, but Rock, again, it's just about the opportunity, the threat of that Fever Barrage. He's starting to do some damage.
Yeah, and it's not even just about the Fever Barrage. So far, his Resplendent Revolvers, they're doing quite a bit of damage as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically, set up by the Wandering Bees from Clue. So, the 1-2 combination that they have has been quite strong, right? And the threat is there. Just being able to just kind of slam into one hero a lot to do a ton of damage is quite huge. Rock, on the other hand, though, still needs a little bit more time. He's not doing that bursty type of damage from Marco Polo. He's going to take a little bit more time to get online.
Yeah, but he's doing well already, right? The moment he has Doomsday or it out.
Again, right? And so this is the thing where it's like Rock has got all the damage, but like, okay, we'll just eat it up. I mean, we have ASD on this Menki as well as Glow. We'll just tank it all and then just get ourselves out of there. I mean, they had the opportunities. This has been a good counter draft thus far. At least they're keeping themselves in this. Again, they want to go a little bit towards the late game, slow the game down.
Yeah, they definitely need to slow things down. But right now, actually, if we take a look at the growth of the items and the gold deficit,
right? There is very little that separates the teams here, especially in the farm lane. Both farm laners actually neck and neck. Majority of the difference comes in the mid lane actually. It's a 1000 gold lead going in for Inwa, and he's actually going for a utility build. So he is probably going for, at this point, Stave of Sorceries. Could be maybe a little bit more magic damage, but he might go for the Frostscar Embrace as well.
Yeah, looks like the Tyrant going to be started here. Taken for free. Ray will take this one out, and Autobots roll out back into the mid lane here. Gen.G putting pressure on and taking things for free because they have all of this map control. Look at Rock in the top lane. ASD has to defend in this case, but the mid T1 now under siege. Ray and Inua still up in front. Glow just trying to throw out those scepters. Slow it down. He's not going to step into the wild growth, but he needs to deal with those minions to, again, just protect this T1. Fate Rewind will do most of that and heal it back almost up to full.
Okay, this is a situation that has happened in the other leagues as well. And specifically for this one, this was the AG and Team Secret game, right? So AG was the one playing the Hano comp, and they held Team Secret to a very long P1 take. They didn't even manage to take it. They turned the whole game around from that particular moment. So this is exactly what SCARZ is trying to review as well.
Oh, the Fever Barrage finds Glow. No Fate Rewind this time. He's going to be picked off, and now this is a bit of an opening for SCARZ. You have no way to heal this T1 mid up. It looks like the top T2 is going to be their target. They've got 3 members pushing it on from the top side, and now Mfang looking to deal with the minions. SCARZ need to stem the bleeding somehow.
Oh, this is not just bleeding, this is a full wound at this point, and right now, it's just map control for Gen.G. One more mistake by Glow like that, and I think Gen.G might be able to break into the base of SCARZ.
Yeah, I mean, at least the top T3 more than anything else. I think the mid, I mean, they have a long way to go. 3 towers is a tough ask, but ASD ensures that they get the blue buff, which is huge. He did smite that one out. The Shadow Tyrant now going to be gone on here by Gen.G, looking to force this back, but now with that Destined Encounter, they want to go for this, and Ray will pick this off. ASD dream roams back to safety. He's going to be chased. Ray is just trying to go in. They get the stomp off, they get the knock up, and ASD is down for the count. Tanky or not, you're going to eventually fall. Rock has been doing some serious damage. He goes over the wall with a roaming gun, but no minions, and now Gen.G are going to back off and regroup.
Yeah, Rock definitely hitting the mark at this point, and you know what? This T1 in the mid might not stand any longer. They actually force out the ultimates as well, and ASD, he has 10 seconds, but 10 seconds might be too long.
Might be too long. Oh, they got the knockup yet again, and Arashi's going to be killed. The Fate Rewind. Oh, Glow barely survives. ASD's going to be back up with the Fever Barrage. Oh, it's been stopped, and Rocket's picked off. Ochik finds him out, and now 4 members. Gen.G, if they want anything, they're going to at least take the Crimson Golem on their way out. They're going to be out. Glow still up in front, throwing out them scepters.
Yep, they need to buy a little bit more time on the side of SCARZ. Right now, it's about damage limitation, right? So the healthy thing is, look, this is the comp, how it's supposed to happen. End of the day, T1 and mid still standing.
Yeah, just barely standing at this point. Glow, no Fate Rewind. Needs to be careful. Throwing out them scepters. Needs to be more concerned about his positioning. The Dream Roam back by ASD. Rock is back up on the list if they want to go, but ASD at half at this point. Mid T1 is taking some damage as well. And now Gen.G trying to figure out how to crack open this puzzle, so to speak. They've done some damage on that T1, but with the Hano Fate Rewind, it's kind of put in an awkward situation because most of it has been healed.
Yep, okay, but Rock, he does get a little bit more damage now. Shadow Reaper will be able to maximize the number of bullets coming out from his Resplendent Revolver. And right now, they don't know what's going on. This Shadow Overlord is going to go into the hands of Gen.G.
Yeah, SCARZ right now playing in the dark. They don't really have too much in terms of being able to provide that vision. ASD now being skirted away. Glow going over the wall. Does have the Fate Rewind if they want to go. Wow, looking for that perfect angle. And it looks like Arashi will join here. The Wild Growth will slow them down, though.
Yeah, it's not an ideal situation for the side of Gen.G, but, you know, it's complemented by the fact that they have the Shadow Overlord and the Vanguards marching down. how much structural damage can they actually do? That's the big question here.
Yeah, Glow uses his Fate Rewind. I think that might have been too early. Rock does end up taking the mid T1. Now the bottom one. This is the knockoff. They do have the damage. Arashi is going to be picked off out of position, not able to dash away, and Rock's still up in front. He's going to use that Suspender Revolver to zone them away. They've taken the bottom T2. They do have the Shadow Vanguard consistently pushing with this. And Wawa still up on the side looking for that angle. The Wild Growth is zoning them away. They want the bottom T3. Glow does not have the Fate Rewind. This is a key opportunity for them to have kept it, but they don't have it. This is a bit of an opening now for Gen.G.
Yep, it's a tense moment for them. At this point, it is still 10 seconds for Arashi, and once again, 10 seconds counted.
The bottom T3 looking to go down. It does get picked off here. Gen.G now pushing it out. They've taken the first bottom T3. The top T3 looking to go down as well. And SCARZ right now, their base in ruins, struggling to figure out how to get on top of Rock, getting some sort of, kill, because again, he's doing all the damage.
Yep, and he's at the top. 10,000 gold, closing into 11. But the funny thing is, and the curious thing, is Anthem is actually keeping pace with him on this Lady Sun. So we have to be very careful about the way that SCARZ takes up fights. Gen.G as well. At any moment of time, it could be turned over if Anthem gets the perfect shots down.
Yeah, but it's going to be tough, even for that. I mean, there's no real chance to tumble Furball onto ASD. Oh, Barrage connecting on a 3. ASD has gone down. He got completely blasted. ASD down for about 35 seconds, opening things up for even more for Gen.G.
Yep, that's a big win at this point. ASD down, that's a big tank gone, and now they can just go run rampant. Gen.G take the T3.
Take the top T3. Now they want this mid T3. Glow is just continuing to stick. He doesn't have the Fate Rewind. He has the Scepter back. The Leap of Fate that is, and it looks like the Destined counter gonna be off the mark. Mid T3. They've got super minions, and they Wawa going in for this one. And Arashi is down for the count, and they take the base, and Gen.G will take game 2.
Easy game for the side of Gen.G. It is all about them this game.
Yeah, it was all about this game at this point. I mean, Gen.G, we knew they were going to be able to strike back. They were going to be able to just find their way back in this one. But again, off the back of Rock, and the rest of the squad from Gen.G really able to kind of finding their groove. I mean, we knew this game was going to be a heavyweight fight, and they were trading blows for blows.
Yeah, they were. And at this point, I mean, the strategy was pretty clean from this side of SCARZ, but the execution wasn't as good, right? They couldn't hold on long enough before they could really hit the power spikes. And while the farm was great on the side of Anthem, they had no angle. There was no entry.
Yeah, no entry, no way to kind of, again, the net worth was neck and neck with Rock. Empfang was finding ways to just farm. But the opportunities that were going in, and again, look, I'm not a huge fan of the Charlotte, but I just felt like it was a little underwhelming, and it's not a tank, it's not really a damage dealer. I mean, Charlotte has amazing hair, if anything, that's the contribution. I don't really know to this draft. I'm not a huge fan of that hero, just in general, but I just felt like, again, Arashi got cut out a couple too many times for my liking, and they were fighting 4 versus 5.
Yeah, I think that was the main difference maker, because Arashi was actually one of the win conditions to be able to jump onto the back lines. And the moment you have offense as your defense from the side of Gen.G, it's really difficult, because then Arashi is actually diving into a 5-man composition. He's not diving into the back line, because there is no back line. The back line is the front line.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're looking at this draft from Gen.G, it's like, how do you go into the Wild Growth? How do you deal with the Yuan? How do you know what I mean? Like, there's so many different, sustaining frontliners that it was really difficult. I mean, they couldn't sustain themselves. SCARZ right now, I mean, the Haino, he was really struggling, and this is kind of why this hero has fallen off a bit. Because if you're in these long, drawn-out fights, it's like, yeah, you don't have an ult. It's like, what are you going to do? You're just pretty much a range minion at that point.
Yeah, but it's a painful one if you allow him to get in, right? So this is a recovery by Gen.G. We this as well. 1-1 right now between the two teams as we head into the next game of the series. But let's take a look at the items first. This game was just all about Rock. 12,000 gold in the pocket, and I mean, he went full on damage. He didn't even go with the extra protection. He knew that it was meant to be offense being the main defense here, going for the Eternity Blade, he must have dealt a heck of a lot of damage. 102,000 worth of damage.
Yeah, he does so much damage. I mean, Rock just finds ways to just carry this team. I mean, he died once, to Ochik's credit, and that was the only death by the entire team. That's scary, right? By Gen.G. Everyone else surviving, being able to kite them out, keep them out of arm's reach, and the fact that Rocket only died once speaks volumes about this team. Really just starting to hit their groove. Again, this is what we wanted to see in this series, a very competitive one, and Gen.G strike back. Check out that gold graph going the entire way of Gen.G as they were in full control here.
Yep, let's take a look at the MVP. I mean, it has to be Rock as well, right? So MVP of the game, it is going to be Rock. 4-1-1, 18% of damage taken only with the help of the shield. And with that, he is able to deal a total of 31% for the side of Gen.G.
But MVP, the only guy that died, really? No, I'm just kidding. He didn't make the game. I think that's too ridiculous. Again, this is the highlights of what happened here. We just saw Arashi just getting ganked a couple times, had a really tough time getting anything going because they forced it down. They were trying to make it super uncomfortable for him. They put a lot of pressure on, and Gen.G with those rotations really converted quite a bit. And basically, this is almost every single highlight where you see Gen.G just running at them, and then SCARZ just on the run.
Yep, they recognize the win condition, right? So end of the day, Rock was also placing very heavy emphasis onto Glow, but at the same time onto ASD as well. And his kit allowed for that because he deals percentage health damage with the shots from his Resplendent Revolver. And coming in with the stun, he was very confident about the ability of the team to back him up when he jumped in for the Fever Barrage. I think that's good trust in a team, and Gen.G definitely playing more as a unit this particular second game of this series. And if this continues, then I think SCARZ might find themselves in a very tight spot.
Yeah, it might be in a tough spot, really. I mean, Gen.G right now, with the way that they played in that last game, if they continue that on for the next two, this series might just be over, right? SCARZ really didn't have an answer. They had no way to get back in. It was completely different from what we saw in game one, where it was really back and forth, and they were giving like opportunities for the other team to kind of get back in. There were really no opportunities in that last game. Gen.G really closed it out.
Okay, but with that being said, we will go for a short break. When we're back, we bring you game number 3 of this best of 5.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world.
we get this far. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Welcome back. It is time for the third game in the series here. Gen.G and SCARZ looking to have that advantage in this best of 5. First one to reach 3 will win. Let's see who gets that done first.
Look, let's look at things as like a best of 3. I don't think we need to go crazy at this point. I think that the teams have really, put their like really 2 good games ahead of them. The last game looked impressive by Gen.G, right? SCARZ right now need to figure out a way to crack the code that is Rock, figure out a way to get onto him, but at the same time, Gen.G right now really starting to play well together. This is a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, and look, Marco is not like a super top tier pick, so there is still plenty of firepower available in the Gen.G lineup, and I think that might be a cause of concern for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah. I'm more worried about SCARZ in this case for game 3 going into this one, because again, it seemed like they didn't really have any answers. I mean, they were trying to do what they traditionally do, right? Mfang was still able to get farm. ASD was definitely contributing in his own way, but it just seemed like the hero picks were not really able to do what they were drafted to do. They were basically playing Gen.G's game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think at this stage of the game, you don't want to allow others to influence your gameplay. You want to play your own game, or you want to force them into your style of play. So great job so far by Gen.G for that recovery. But of course, we don't count SCARZ out. Let's see what these guys can do.
Yeah, and I think that it's going to come back to the draft for me, for SCARZ, right? Again, composure. Look at this as like a best of 3 with some of these heroes that are already been banned and can't be picked. Let's not worry too much about it. I think that they're both in a good position to take out this series. Again, this is the barn burner. This is the fight that we knew it was going to be. It was going to be tough going in to see who was going to be the 2nd or 3rd seed going into Group S here. And I think Gen.G and SCARZ are more than capable, and both of these teams are going to really want this 2nd seed.
Now, Gen.G seemed really concerned about the lone pick, so they will ban it out for the first phase. And SCARZ going to reply with the Ming as well. Something's up in their scrims. They have definitely scrimmed against each other. A composition has been played to destroy both sides. I need to know what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know that Clue plays the Ming. I mean, he's one of the only players that has been playing the Ming, just because almost all of the heroes that he plays is like a latch on, like the Verdant Protector, what we saw with the Yarya in the last game, or the Ming, which, it has that sort of, that buddy system of just kind of accelerating what Rock wants to bring to the table. So being able to kind of enhance his abilities has been key. And it seems like SCARZ are like arrowing in on that, being like, hey, we're going to limit this as much as possible, at least by attacking the roamers here.
Yeah, but now you have the Wawa Dharma. That is something that we all love to see. Regardless of whether you're a Gen.G fan or not, you can definitely appreciate a great Truth Mantra.
Yeah, if he's able to set it up, I mean, get that in. But Gen.G now, Ogren, the pick is going to be there. I mean, look, SCARZ, it's going to be interesting to see how they respond to that. Do they go with the Agudo pick themselves? But they're going to go with the Yixing as well. Nice little combination. I like it.
Yeah, they're going all in. This game, Gen.G, they are looking to win. SCARZ, it's more damage limitation at this point, right? Direnjie, Lianpo, and Mayin, they have decent control, right? They have the Get Serious, and Lianpo itself, as Ochik's probable role, he's going to be looking to try and force out errors on the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, but like now it's going to be the point where SCARZ obviously banning out and attacking Rock as much as possible. They don't have a farm limit. Arlie is a perfect pick for that. What else are you looking to just kind of restrict on the Rock side? Because I think for SCARZ, both of your bans should be attacking Rock.
I think, you know what? You can take a risk. Go for the whole E, right? Play the setup from far. Hope that your Burning Sun arrows land. Okay, maybe not hope, but plan for your Burning Sun arrows to land, and then it's just a whirlwind of destruction coming in from Gen.G.
Yeah, if you're able to hit. I mean, look, I don't like that 100. I'm not a huge fan of Hou Yi. Obviously, the Burning Sun arrow, but it's one of those things where it's like you get the stun, but you might be further away than you really like to be. And I think Rock wants to be the type where if he gets the stun, he wants to be in position to just kind of get that kill. And it looks like they're going to save Rock's pick for last. But the Hanshin, this is interesting. There's no way, right?
Never say never. This is Gen.G we're talking about. Do they really pull out the Hanshin here?
And the Liu Bang. Look, that would be interesting. It's the it's the caveman approach, dare I say? You know, in the sense that it's like all melee guys just running at you. They're gonna have the Yixing to kind of set things up. I mean, if he has the perfect board and then you just have 4 melee guys just run in, potential damage, yes. But it looks like
they're cooking.
Wow. They're gonna really. But the Agudo, I like this pick as a last pick though.
Okay, I mean, you're meant to deal with the Ogren, that's fine. But your Princess Frost Glow, he's dead. There's no way you handle a Hanshin easily.
Yeah. I think that this is going to be very. Oh no, they're not actually going to commit for that one. They're potentially picking other like the Jing. I don't know how I feel about the Jing pick.
I love this.
Okay.
This is a bloodbath battle. I love this game already. Like we haven't even seen what's going on. It's just kills everywhere. Either it's gonna be like 30-40 kills in this game, or it's gonna be like, no, it cannot be. It has to be 30-40 kills this game. This is a high kill game.
So okay, all right, my thought process in the Jing, especially last, obviously you have a lot of mobility and you have ways to kind of like the squad from Gen.G are generally going to be deathballing together, right? So you have the Jing with that mirror domain, the Shattered Illusions doing a whole bunch of damage, but is that enough to deal with essentially 4 melee heroes that are just like running at you?
I think the burst potential of the Jing is pretty scary, right? But you know, in order for that to be maximized, you have to get every single melee hero in your mirror domain in the middle and allow you to continually swipe left and right. I think that's a tough situation to ask for.
No, but okay, look, the wombo combo potential is there. Like you have the winners here, you have Jing with the mirror domain, you have the Tremor Smash, you have the whatevers from the Mayin, and like the Gen.G on just like cleanup. Like I see potentially how this draft could work, but when you have like and melee heroes, then when they're running at you, they're a little bit more predictable. They're definitely more linear in that sense. But this Hanshin pick kind of chooses his own battles. The angles are going to be different, and the fact that Rock is on it, I mean, he could do some crazy stuff with this Hanshin pick.
Look, they have multiple angles of entry. You have an Ogren, he has the Path of Passing. Wawa, obviously, you know, Formlessness, he has the Truth Mantra. So many things he can use to enter the fight. He has Flash as well. Rock is just Rock. And Clue's not even going to be in the fight. He's going to be split pushing or somewhere else, and he's going to come in last minute, change the whole fight from there.
Yeah, and also look at the fact that Rock is the one with Smite, meaning that he will be the one jungling. He will be going across the map. And obviously, they're going to try to funnel as much farm to him as possible, especially since you've got, you know, Ray in the top lane, just dealing with ASD. They've done lane swaps, they've done role swaps, they've done everything at this point.
I mean, if you're gonna do something, just go all in. I think this is the Gen.G mindset, and I love it, right? So it is a formula that could potentially fail very horribly, but let's see.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to see how this goes. I mean, I think that game 3 is perfect because it's not an elimination game, and you're trying something out like this that's like definitely gonna be completely different. I mean, if like as you were saying, if it fails miserably. But if it works, we're just gonna be like, oh, this is brilliant, right?
Yeah, this game potentially could be just a full highlight clip.
Yeah, just people just killing each other, just running at each other, doing so much damage. But I think it really comes back to this Mfang for me, this Jing. Is he able to kind of get that farm so that he can deal with, you know, the 4 melee heroes that are running at you? And mind you, one of them is an Ogren, so not the easiest of takedowns.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And also, I think my eyes are pretty much on Inua here. If he lands a great board, Gen.G should win that fight every single time.
Yeah, ideally. I mean, it really comes back to him. I mean, he's been on point throughout, especially in the ranking week. His boards have been amazing. and being able to go in. But Ray going in gets the Death's Precipice. ASD has to flash away. The burst ran from Ochik, and it's going to be the end of that assault.
Yeah, and this is like a tease from both teams, right? You know they won't overcommit at this point. They will only start fighting and really going all in when they feel like they have the advantage, either in farm, either in itemization, or maybe someone is just out of position, they have more members. So this is going to be a real calm before the storm.
Yeah. And if we're looking at this one, I mean, at what point are you kind of like, hey, I think that we've got enough farm, we can go, right? Because the farming in the different lanes is not going to be the most conventional from Gen.G. It's going to be a little bit different for them, so their timings are going to be different as well.
I think it's going to come down to the mid laners, right? Frozen Breath, for both of them, that will be a big marker, because then you kind of limit the escape options on both sides, and then, yeah, who can land the ultimate first? That's the proper initiation anyway.
Okay. And as SCARZ, though, are you looking to kind of, you know what I mean? Like, are you just looking to play standard, just kind of slow things down? Like, what is the play style here going up against a 4 melee lineup?
I mean, they have certain options, right? So you can either initiate with Ochik. He's going to be the frontliner. He's going to dive in with the Tremor Smash as well, which sets up the freeze coming in from Glow, or maybe even the stun coming in from ASD as well. So that's one potential angle. It could also be Anthem jumping in, straight burst, mirror domain, get with the slices as well. But it's a risk.
Yeah, it's definitely a risk. And they're going to go find ASD. He's been locked in. The Conductor of Souls is going to be committed as well, and they get first blood. And the Tremor Smash in return. They want to get Clue. He actually is going to out-heal this one, and he will be fine. And Gen.G finding that pickoff.
Okay, so that's a great start, but it also is about the conversion.
Oh, Wawa. He's got him with the truth. Arashi now on the run. Wawa completely outclassing Arashi at this stage, and Arashi has to limp away. And it looks like Gen.G are finding ways. I mean, this melee lineup, kind of definitely not a traditional lineup. It's something very different. Rock is looking to take the Tyrant, smites it out for good measure, and through it all, Gen.G up about 500 gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pleasure to watch Gen.G, but it's also a pleasure to watch SCARZ. So two of the most entertaining teams, and this is the most unorthodox gameplay I've ever seen. So Gen.G, I mean, they're doing well so far. I want to see what else they can bring to the table.
Look, I love the fact that Rock is just like, look, I'm going to be a farm, I'm going to be a jungle this time. It's like, but yeah, we don't have a farm laner, we don't have a carry, we don't have a, it's like, we don't need that. I'm a jungler. I told you, we got this, right? And so you just like find your own farm across the map. You might just stay in the lane, but we'll figure it out, right? Like this is like Gen.G are totally cool with just throwing, caution out the window. Oh, they're gonna go in. Wawa gets him with the truth. Nice catch. They found Glow sticking around, and they're making him pay.
Blue team has destroyed a
Yeah,
tower.
look, so Glow is gonna have a very horrendous game for SCARZ. I think it's a very clear-cut message and a very clear-cut vision you will see. Gen.G, everyone is itemized and optimized against Glow.
Yeah, and they found Ochik, burst ram away. I mean, Glow needs to be like, dare I say, if they're fighting at the tier 3, he needs to be in the fountain. Like, I think that's the only safe spot. And then like the fight happens, and then he comes in with like the Frigid Prison, Winter is here. Like, he's got to be like the last wave of initiation to get himself at least the spells off at least once.
Yeah, look, Glow has either he has to be a fortune teller at this point, because he's gonna need to know when exactly they're gonna jump in, and he's gonna need to prep his Frigid Prison like 1 second before that jump comes in.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you just like the entire time you just have the Frigid Prison like set on yourself, right? Like if you get you just drop it on yourself to give yourself a chance to get on out of there, right? And then you have your flash to potentially escape, because they're going to be targeting you. You're definitely squishy. You're going to have a hard time, but I think that Glow needs to again just stay alive. He needs to be the third or fourth wave into a team fight.
Yeah, definitely. If he's the last one to engage in a fight, then I think it could very well go in favor of SCARZ in the team fights as well, especially if he gets a couple of targets with the Frigid Prison into the Winter is here as well.
I mean, don't you think that if he gets that perfect Frigid Prison with Winter is here, like, it's like team fight game winning almost, right? Because again, they're melee, they're going to be grouped, they're going to be sticking up, they want to go for you, so you're definitely going to be within range. So I think it's going to be even more pressure on Glow to perform and to ensure that he gets those spells off.
hands down. That's definitely one of the win conditions. If Glow gets the setup he's looking for, Gen.G is done for. That fight should be over in a couple of seconds.
Yeah. I mean, really, it's not about him getting as much farm. I think it's more of just like staying alive more than anything else. Like, again, Rock, I think that this is the guy that you got to watch out for. Mfang doing a good job of keeping on pace. It seems like Mfang is just like, hey, whatever Rock does, I'm going to do. Like, if Rock is like, I'm going to be a jungle, Mfang's like, okay, I need to be a jungle this game. Like, they're like matching each other neck and neck at this point.
Taking mirror domain to a different kind of understanding here, actually mirroring the moves as well. And so far, I think Gen.G, they're doing well against SCARZ. You know what? It's one turret apiece. And right now, it's a complete stalemate. We know this. It's less than 1,000 gold that sets both teams apart. And right now, the only thing that has changed is the fact that Wawa is not getting any freebies anymore.
Yeah, he's not getting free. I mean, look, SCARZ are doing a good job. Look at Oakchick all the way up in front. He is the forward scout. He's like, okay, you want to go? All right, I'm going to scout you out. I'm tanky enough to take whatever you're going to go. Wawa definitely doesn't want to go against it. So, you know, Oakchick, it's more of Oakchick's play and the way his positioning has been. But now, the board is going to connect. They've got three. The Conductor of Souls, ASD, trying to get out of this one. But it looks like Ray is going to be turned around, and Mfang gets the pick off. They have the Miro domain, and the engagement was on. Gen.G, Rock wasn't even there.
Destroyed a tower.
That's what I'm talking about, right? So it's all about this. It's back and forth. Both junglers have the absolute authority and power to burst anyone down.
But look, I think that Gen.G, if you want to take a fight, you got to make sure Rock is within the same zip code. And it looks like they found Mfang. He's trying to dash away the mirror domain. Can he go left? Can he go right? No, but Rock will take him down, slicing him down. And now this is going to be a potential pick into the Tyrant here. The world is my board is going to be a little off the mark, but nonetheless, with this opening, it looks like they want to go. Arashi looking to go for the steal, but Rock takes the Tyrant. Rock will limp away. Arashi trying to chase him down. Rock dashes away yet again, and Arashi cannot get the pick. He wants to go. He's trying to cut off the retreat. Rock will be fine. He goes in, and he just barely dodges the Venn diagram, but he's going to be picked off. Inua finds him out. 2 members down from SCARZ.
Yeah, SCARZ, they're not in a position to be in the runaway situation, right? They struggle to get away at this point, and Gen.G, they're making full use of the fact Ray is just being super aggressive, and here we go.
Oh, they got the aggressive. They got to go with the battlefield command. They found Mfang, not able to stay alive. They had 3 members in a heartbeat because they had the vision. Rock was there, and then the battlefield command from Clue. Winter is here on the minions trying to slow things down. Gen.G finding their footing as they're up about 3k.
They defend that T1, but they're losing this Crimson buff all the way. It goes into the hands of Rock once again. And look, if this continues, SCARZ is going to run out of options for defense. They will not have any more turrets to play around with.
Look at Rock, highest net worth. He had about 8k. You know, he's just completely outclassing everybody. He's finding farm across the map. Look at, he's soloing the Tyrant at the stage. I mean, picking things off, and now it looks like he wants to engage at this point. He's found Oakchick. They have the stomp up, the truth on this one, but not going to be enough to get the pick on this. Not enough damage as of yet. Wawa, sorry, he did save the truth.
So how long are they going to hold on? That's the question here on the side of SCARZ, right? And look, they have been more successful on the side of Gen.G in opening up these setups to allow the heroes like Rock as well as Ray and Wawa. Hang on.
Oh, Oakchick. He's got the burst ram. They want to turn around. Mfang is now going to make an appearance here, but he's at half-life. He needs to be careful. He's trying to dodge this definitely, and he goes down. Ray finds him out, gets the pick off. Not enough damage and to ward through these 4-man melee squad that's running at you. And now Gen.G find yet another. Arashi is down for the count. They're just looking to dive the T1, and Rock gets the pick off, and he gets himself out of there. They take the T1, and Gen.G are doing it.
Inua doesn't even die. He made full use of his passive, committed the flash as well. And right now, gold chart, like you said, Rock is just killing it. He is at 10,000 gold. He's close to 2,000 gold ahead of his competition. And right now, this is just the beginning of the end for SCARZ.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for SCARZ to find a way to get back in. But look, everybody's so scary. Like, who do you go on? Everybody's tanky. Everybody's doing a bunch of damage. They're able to just, like, stun lock you. It is a tough situation. This is a crazy draft by Gen.G. I love the timing of when they reveal this, especially in this pivotal game 3 here.
Overlord has
Yes, because every time our OB turns the rock, he's doing a new objective. It's from the Tyrant to the buff to the Overlord. It feels like, hey, the perks are free and they're all over the map.
I mean, he's taking everything. He's just so fast that he's able to farm. I mean, if we check at the net worth, he's definitely the highest. He's been all over the place, taking everything from SCARZ. They have scraps. And mind you, it's all because of Rock moving from place to place. I think that this is going to be not only a great game for Rock, but we're going to probably see Hanshin a lot more, especially in the KME here.
Yep, he should be at 11,000 at this point, right? So I think at this point, okay, he's gonna try again.
That 3-man's done. The Battlefield Command and ASD gets deleted. No chance. The winner is here, trying to lock in onto him. And they have at least Arashi trying to go. Ray takes out Ochik. Rock over the wall, chasing it back. The flash away by Arashi, but he gets picked off. Not able to get away from Clue. They've turned this around, and Mpeg trying to fight 1 versus 4. He's got the mirror domain. He's doing some serious damage, but he goes down as well. Rock that is, and Mpeg turning it around with that double. But 3 members are crashing into the mid T3, taking that down with that Vanguard. Mpeg needs to hold in some way, but he's looking to split the minions. Oh no, my board, the dash away. He's gonna walk under this one. Now the Crystal, Mpeg must hold in some way. The Crystal at half-life. Inua gets killed. With a triple, Mpeg somehow takes it down 1 versus 3 and wins out.
Blue team.
They hold. I don't know how they did it, but they hold. Anthem, oh my goodness, this guy, he came with a vengeance. Now, it's half the kills, 12 to 6, but SCARZ, they survived. They have about 19 seconds to deal as much damage as possible. It was a great start. The ultimates were all committed. Battlefield Command, winner is here. Every resource was exhausted, and it felt like SCARZ, this was the game for them. It was going to be over, but Anthem, he would not relent. He held on.
I mean, look at this beard domain. It was perfect. Just dancing around. Everybody's so low. And he's able to get a while, like somehow survives. And he gets the pick off here. And then 3 members. And with that Shattered Illusion, picking those 3 members off like they were all sticking together. Now Arashi solo. Rock looking to chase after him, but they do have the lock-in. And it looks like Rock and Inua, both of them are down. Now SCARZ are finding ways to get back in. Mind you, they don't have a T3. So whatever push they do, they need to ensure that it makes a statement and they're able to kind of shift the game over.
Peak entertainment. This is why I love to watch both teams, but this is even better to watch them compete against each other. We have the weirdest draft ever, but this is the best gameplay.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like the T1 will be taken out. That's going to be slow rolling up this hill. It's going to take some time. Mpeg is in the top lane looking to defend, at least protect that one. Arashi in the bottom. They take the mid T2. At this point, they have a bit of an opening. Mind you, Inua and Rock up in 3 seconds. Probably now is a good time to retreat.
They did their best. This was the best they could do with the time that they bought for themselves. 12 to 8. They have taken down the T1 across the board. Have they taken the T2 in the mid? I think they have, right? So T2 in the mid taken down as well. Now, this next fight is going to be critical because the death timers are getting long.
Yeah, but with those super minions pushing, it's going to be tough, right? You have to do the housekeeping. You got to ensure that those lanes have been fixed. I mean, the bottom lane is already a little bit of a risk. Arashi needs to make a beeline here, but now with the Overlord, this is only 15 minutes. SCARZ needs to hold out, get the game. Oh, looks like they want to go. Arashi finds it. Clue. Mpeg all the way. Finds Wawa. Looks like they're going to get the pick off, and Mpeg goes legendary. He's going to have to back off. He needs to stay alive, but he's being chased around. They really want him, and Mpeg dashing in and out. He's going to be down for life number 1. The winner is here. The Tremors smash, and Mpeg somehow surviving. He needs to survive. Ray uses the Conductor of Souls onto ASD. Not able to get the pick off here. And now Wawa trying to fight SCARZ. Very low. Rock decides to maybe go in. He scared me for a bit. I thought he was going to go, but it looks like only Wawa's the one that falls.
Okay, once everything settles, once the dust settles, it is still so pressurizing for the side of SCARZ because the wave clear on the side of Gen.G is actually still pretty significant. They have the Death Precipice, they have the Taking Liberties, they have the Sliding Stones, and even with Rock, right? Ruthless Assault, they have the Unrivaled Spear, very short cooldowns, and even Clue, Dominator's Shield. There's so much clear potential.
Oh, he's going to go golden. He's going to use the Battlefield Command Ochik, trying to just protect his buddy, but he's stuck in the board. Rock is just dancing, playing with his food, the Taking Liberties bouncing around Ochik. He's been on this roller coaster. He does not like it.
This is a match where all your ultimates matter while getting called out again, but I don't think there's enough damage. And you know what? At this point, Gen.G, they're taking the Shadow Overlord, and there's absolutely nothing that SCARZ can do about it.
Yeah, nothing they could do. I mean, they knew exactly that it was going to be taken here but the lanes are pushing throughout. Mfeng right now, that bottom lane is looking to be a little bit on the darker end. And like SCARZ, they really have to just defend the base, hold. Now, if they're able to somehow survive this, especially with Vanguards pushing, this is going to be a tall task for SCARZ now.
3 minutes. That's the countdown timer right now, 2.5 for the side of SCARZ. If they can even last to try and take a win with the Tempest Dragon, this has to be the cleanest thing that's available for them. If they can do it, I mean, SCARZ, massive respect, because this is a tough composition to fight against, and Gen.G, they're making every second count.
Yeah, making every second count. And I mean, they're playing this one amazingly, right? Gen.G, that is. They're just really putting the initiative on. But one thing to note is that Gen.G, the reason why they haven't really been able to do well in those team fights as of late is because Rock hasn't really been there. They've been trying to fight these things 4 versus 5. Yes, they have the lead, but now they're continuing on. Oh, they found low. They get the pick off. The board has already been laid out. ASD now running for his life, being chased by Ray. Mfeng solo. He does have the shields. He's going to abort his own mirror domain. They have the Conductor of Souls, and that's going to be enough. They have the execution, and now Rock in the base. They have the Vanguard, and this could be one push. Ochik looking to just hold, somehow deal with the Vanguard, but he's being bashed around. The Vanguard from the top lane, and the base is under attack. Ochik just trying to deal with it. He doesn't really have the damage. He's survivable, but he's eventually going to be picked off. Rock ends up getting the kill, and now Mfeng trying to go for this one. That's going to be life number 1, but I think it's going to be too little too late at this point, and Inua will pick him down, and they will take the base, and Gen.G, off a crazy draft, take game 3.
What a game! I mean, I would have it no other way. What a way to win it, and what a draft to do it with. Look at what this means. Gen.G, my goodness. I mean, this is what we want. Creativity, execution, clean, everything you want in a series, and this is just one game.
Yeah, I think SCARZ is just like, at the end of the game, they're like, what just happened? Like, that was the craziest draft. And like, to go into this one, I mean, it went the distance, so to speak. I mean, yeah, there was no Tempest Dragon, but man, SCARZ really fought back. They had opportunities to get in, but Rock was just too far ahead, tough to deal with, and Mfeng was trying his darndest to kind of deal with this. But man, once he got focused, it was a tall order for him.
Yeah, it felt like they were in a hospital bed, right? They woke up and like, what's happening? I'm not sure. I just know that Rock was all over the place. And look, SCARZ, you have to give them credit because they did make a couple of big saves. Ochik did his best at that last defense, and of course Mfeng as well with the initial crazy triple kill defense. I mean, this game was just going back and forth, and here's what's crazy. At every single moment, if SCARZ had won a team fight, they would have easily run rampant down the middle lane or any open lane and took the game.
Yeah, I mean, but the lead was just so far in Gen.G's favor, right? Rock was so far ahead. Everyone else was like, I mean, yeah, you took like the the T2 and the T1 mid, off that team fight, which is great, but it's still, you have so many, like, you have to win another team fight, like potentially 2 more to win the game. It's a tall order for this team, right? And to find Rock, and the fact that he was so mobile, he was constantly farming throughout the map. I mean, his net worth was insane at this point.
Yeah, look, I think one of the main things we need to look at is Glow. I feel so sad for Glow because I have been in that position. Okay, it's a ranked game, but look, it's the result is the same, the feeling is the same. You feel absolutely lost. Glow, he did his best, but what do you do against a Han Xing? Every time you have landed your Frigid Prison, all he needs to do is to open up that unrivaled spear. This guy was just all over the place. Sage's Sanctuary in check. Siege Breaker, full itemization, 15,000 gold.
I mean, if you're looking at this, also ASD and Glow just really struggled to get going. I mean, they both had 0 kills. They really couldn't get any. I mean, ASD did a lot of damage, but he would just get deleted, right? Because this lineup is running at you. The caveman strat works, right? Just going into this one, especially if you're going to be on the squishier side, you have no way. I mean, Ochik did whatever he could, but look at this gold grab. Gen.G with this swing up and down, and actually there was a point where SCARZ were winning, able to come back. but Gen.G finally able to close that game out. What a great game.
Yeah, it came from that triple kill, right? It was that last-ditch defense coming in from the side of SCARZ that really made the difference. Anthem are responsible for that big drop in gold. But end of the day, if ASD and Glowed can't do their jobs, then, you know, it's going to be a very tough life. But MVP, let's take a look at who it is. It is always going to be Rock. 4, 2, and 10. 30% of the total hero damage offered by the team on Gen.G.
Yeah, respect. I mean, Rock was on points. I mean, look at the number of objectives that he, like the neutrals, the farm, all throughout, just everything. Like, it was so perfectly done. And look, Gen.G, when they get him going, they have that, you know, they're like, they can continue to fight. And they were trying to take some fights 4 versus 5, not the greatest, but they knew that at one point, when they actually go for these 5-man death ball lineups, I mean, Rock is gonna get the pickoffs. Look at this 3-man stun. It was perfect. Battlefield command all the way up in front. And this is that turnaround where you're like, hey, the game is over. But Mfang was like, not just yet.
Yep, it was so difficult to stomach, right, for the side of SCARZ, because look, Gen.G, they knew that this win was coming regardless. All they needed to do this was to force the waves into it. But Anthem said, no, you're gonna have to hang on a little bit longer because we still want to fight. And boy, did they fight it out. The triple kill pushed the game for that much longer. And for a moment, there was a time where I think Rock overcommitted. It was a bit scary for the side of Gen.G.
Moments, for sure. And there's a reason why SCARZ were able to come back into this game. But look, it really comes back to just like how Mfang was doing, right? When the fights were happening, if Glow and ASD were just instantly deleted, like in some of the fights here, I mean, Glow gone, right? And now you're fighting 4 versus 5. This is a almost unwinnable fight. But Mfang doing what he could, and then he was just kind of dragging them away, just barely getting out, somehow surviving. But through it all, I mean, Ochik, yeah, he was tanky, trying to fight this 1 versus 4. Impossible by Mfang here. Really tough game by SCARZ.
Yep. So, I mean, we were talking about the Hanxing, but that was not the main problem. The main problem was also because Ray was on the all grid. So, if you get out of Rock's way, you still had Ray who was chasing you down. And he was like a ray of light. But of course, this ray of light seems to be dimming, but it is not the end. We're going to go for a short break. When we're back, let's see what happens in game number 4.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, you know won't let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not
Welcome back. That was the most exciting game ever by SCARZ and Gen.G. It was so fun to watch, so fun to cast, and we are now at the cusp of a Gen.G victory against SCARZ. My name is Kendofu, and with me is Holler.
Yeah, look, that game, phenomenal, right? And just kind of keep everyone up to speed. What was that draft? If we're looking at it, it was like, dare I say, the caveman strat. I mean, you have Dharma, Hanshin, Yijing, Ogren, of course, Liu Bang. There's 4 melee guys just running at you. SCARZ really had no answers.
Yep, the Hooga strat. I'm gonna name it that. It was just crazy. And now, SCARZ, you can feel that was a tough pill to swallow. Gen.G actually fired up by that performance. Right now, Gen.G going to go for the blue side. They're gonna try and kill this series off as they go for that prio pick.
Look, if that's how Gen.G want to draft, they should continue that, because it's not only just completely non-conventional, but it's catching people off guard, and I love it. This is the perfect time to experiment, especially going into these Survivor Week.
Yep, you know what? Right now, it's not just SCARZ I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about, okay, Nongshim, as they watch this game, how do they prepare for this? They're like, no, you know what? We have to ban the Ogren. No, we also have to ban the Han Sing. What do you do in a draft against Gen.G?
Yeah, and that's the brilliance of it, right? Just the draft kind of really catching people off guard. And to be honest, I kind of feel like even moving forward, that sort of play style, like it just totally works for this team, because Rock is able to get farm. Again, this game back, they're going to see that, like, hey, we need to not, I mean, the draft is going to be whatever it is. There's no way to predict something like this, but it's more of like the play style of just trying to restrict Rock as much as possible, especially when he decides to go as the jungle.
And the bans you can see from Gen.G are very different. Now the way that I see Gen.G's bans is not, hey, the team wants to use this, it's a good pick. It's, this destroys our composition. We want to play our game, do not destroy our game.
Yeah, it's super smart, right? And I mean, going into this one, I think it's going to be even more interesting to see exactly what do they have. I mean, they can go standard, they can go off, non-conventional. They have a lot of options, and to be honest, that's what you need, especially when it goes to like a 5-game series or even 7-game series in the potential future.
Yeah, and at this point, look, it's a lot of beat-down potential again from the side of Gen.G. They're going for a Dian Wei, going for a Gun and Mo. So huge burst, but even more insane is the chase down. We've set sail with Dian Wei as well. It's so scary to deal, and if you ever give Gen.G a lead in this particular match, you know SCARZ is going to suffer.
Okay. Yep. Speaking of suffering, I'm starting to suffer. My 0 and I believe 6 at this stage has not found a single win, and it looks like they're going to give it to Glow more than anything else. Kind of set things up, right? Dealing with the Gan and Mo, not the easiest of matchups, especially since you need to dodge and elude those daggers. You might have a tough time. So it's going to really put a lot of more potential. I think that he was just like so frustrated last game. He's just like, give me something that I can shine on. Let me go, coach.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a different stance. I think actually Mai does do well against Agan and Mo because her mobility is insane. And unless Inua is a tracking god, I think this should go in favor of Glow in the lane. But of course, with the roamers being picked up, that is going to change a lot of the angles in which the fights will be taken. Now, SCARZ, they don't want to deal with all those disruptions. They take away the Da Xiao, they take away the burst potential of the Lady Sun as well. These are all heroes that will burst SCARZ pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, look, you could talk about lane matchups all you want, and I totally understand that. But I'm looking at the data here, right? Mai is 0 and 7. Byron is 2 and 13 with a 13% win rate. These are not, I mean, they're hotly contested heroes, don't get me wrong, but they don't really win. Like, teams have found ways to deal with them and to kind of manage what they bring to the table. And that's what worries me here.
Yeah. Okay, so at this point, I think Gen.G, if they can pick up a self-sufficient farm lane, I think it will be great. And at this point, I think burst damage works wonders for them. Maybe they can consider, okay, yeah, the RD is great in this matchup. It does have the ability to melt people down in the late game. And finally, today, we get our first potential Liang.
Okay, Liang, it's going to be great. Locking down, I mean, pick your poison, right? Who do you want to lock out? Chano, Mai, Secure, all of these are great targets. I mean, obviously not as much the Secure, but it'll just kind of control you, right? Like, and this is all you really need is that split second of control where the Arlie, Ganon, Mo, you got your blades, boom, blow them up. You got Sun Tzu going in with that boat, boom, blow them up. Like, there's so many different options that they can have. SCARZ really need to beef it up, and they decide to go with the Kaiser here. Great last pick for them.
Okay, so I would have preferred if SCARZ goes for the assassin jungle because look, there is a potential of a really quick kill onto people like Clue, people like Rock, and even Inua as well. Of course, with that, the backup coming for the SCARZ lineup can definitely be enough to deal with Ray and Wawa, but it looks like, look, they don't want to risk this because it is the potential final game for Gen.G. I'm excited where this game is going to go. Let's see if they can do it. ASD this time taking up the mantle of the jungle again, Anthem going to go into the farm lane.
Yeah, I want to kind of go on to that Kaiser topic. I mean, I know you're not a huge fan, as you just said, but like if they were to go with the assassin style jungler, isn't that kind of disconcerting going up against the Liang, who has that control, that lockdown, right? And then plus that boat coming in secondary, like it's definitely more high risk. And you don't really have somebody who can kind of protect the backline. You're definitely squishy on the SCARZ lineup without the Kaiser.
Offense is the best defense. You have people like Secure, you have people like Byron. These are all people who can set you up with very nice knockups, and also with Mai, right? Your two favorite things. At this point, it's going to be a disaster if they don't know how to deal with the knockups and CC coming in from SCARZ.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a lot of potential for that play. I mean, to go in. Look, this is the glow show for me, right? There's going to be so much pressure on him to perform to get himself in, because if he falls off or he just goes even, the team will just crumble. There's a lot on for him to perform in this game, and I expect a big bounce back game by Glow in this one.
Yep. So pressure creates diamonds. Will SCARZ become a diamond in the rough against Gen.G, who are looking to end this series with form and power coming in? There is a lot of damage on the side of Gen.G.
I think overall, though, you're looking at the Gen.G lineup and you're kind of thinking this is probably a little bit more of a standard build. It's probably easier to play, dare I say. Your thoughts?
I think it requires a little bit more mechanical execution on the side of SCARZ for sure. It's a Mai, right? You need to know your positioning really well. But at the same time, they do have the sustenance and they can actually offer quite a bit of damage if they can get the itemization advantage.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's definitely going to help here. But I do like this rock into Mfang. I think that he has definitely some options. The Parasail will definitely help in terms of some of that onslaught damage that the Chano brings to the table. But again, it's interesting. Again, Rock is like, I'm a farm laner. And Mfang's like, all right, whatever Rock is, I also will be a farm laner. Like, he's just copying him.
Yeah. So at this point, I think right now both teams are looking for advantages, and Gen.G has identified that it's better to shut down the Byron. They want to shut Arashi down, but on the mid lane is the prio for the side of SCARZ, as Rock goes in this 1v1 skill matchup against Feng, and it looks like he is triumphing. Inua, maybe first blood.
Oh, Inua goes to the blades, gets the slice down. Inua with a perfect couple blades, and Rock was just baiting him out.
Yep. Cut through like butter, and this is a good start for the side of Gen.G. You can definitely expect that they are a little bit more composed at this point.
Yeah, they've got the barrier. Definitely more composed in this case. Oh, the set sail not going to connect. Wow, buddy, I've done that too. Just running into walls. Oh, man, it's embarrassing.
But right now, it's all okay for the side of Gen.G, right? They did get the first blood. It's not the biggest of advantages. So it's close to, what, 600 gold advantage going into the side of Gen.G. So this game is far from over from the side of SCARZ. In fact, SCARZ, if they can find that first kill for themselves on the Clash lane, that could swing things in their favor for the side of Glow.
Look at how Mfang is rotating from lane to lane to get that extra farm. A little bit of an edge, potentially, considering Rock is out farming him in the bottom lane. He's actually doing a great job picking up yet another Firehawk. This is not looking good if you're from SCARZ. You definitely want to get as much farm as possible, and you're falling behind. ASD now is suffering because of that, because a lot of that farm is being filtered into or funneled into Mfang here.
Okay, so 300 gold, not the biggest of differences. You will probably get an item like maybe, what, 30, 40 seconds earlier. My main concern here is actually Inua, because Inua was the one that got the first blood kill onto the side of SCARZ, and he's also responsible for that big burst damage ASD.
Oh, they got the knockup. ASD not able to get away. Wawa just lining him up. Inua just taking him down. Inua's been on point with these blades.
Yeah, this is a very quick game, and the scary burst potential of Glow is slowly being muted by Inua, who is now leading by close to 2 levels. After this wave, it should be 1. But Glow, this is not a nice game to play.
Yeah. Oh, they're gonna think about the control and then knock down Inua again. Set up by Clue. That flash control, so good. And now Gen.G looking to invade the enemy jungle. ASD, all they can do is watch at this point as another Crimson goes the way of Ray.
Oh, feels bad, man. This one is tough to watch for SCARZ fans. Right now, Gen.G, look, they kind of changed the entire plane of the game with those unorthodox picks, and now suddenly they play a stock standard simple combination. Clue with the catch, Inua with the burst, and SCARZ, they can't deal with it.
Yeah, they can't deal with it. I mean, I think the last game just completely like threw them off, where SCARZ are like, oh, now they're playing standard. It's like, oh, okay, there's still people that I don't really like. And again, these best of 5s are a true test to teams, right? It is not easy going into one of them because there are literally heavyweight fights. You got to be super prepared, and some of these drafts will throw you off.
They have turned their confidence into mush. This is a potential kill.
Yeah, potential kill here. They're gonna go, but the set sail. Wawa trying to just dodge his way around. It looks like he's given up on life. He will go down. Just buy time for Ray to join the fray, who does get the return kill. And now Ray will take the 2 freebies, essentially, as he gets the double.
No way. No way. This is a clean one. Pure teamwork from this side of Gen.G. And right now, look, ASD is suffering. He is a level behind Ray. And the fact that they're feeding kills into Ray, he's going to be a raid boss at this point. I don't see how they're going to be able to stop him.
Yeah, I don't think that, it's going to be easy here. I mean, it's super scary at this stage, the Dian Wei. And now look at how they're looking to invade. All SCARZ can do is just watch. They have no chance. Ray takes yet another buff away, and ASD really struggling to find any sort of farm, as well as the rest of SCARZ.
5.5 minutes in, it is a 4,000 gold lead for the side of Gen.G. And look, Gen.G, they said, look, we used the Diadea earlier in the game, in the series. No problem. We have a new one. We have the Liang for the catch. And in fact, this one is a more potent combination.
Yeah, and there's a reason why teams are banning Liang, even first phase, right? Just the amount of control, and you're seeing the meta kind of shift more towards like these glass cannon type of mobile, high damaging type of heroes, and then Liang just shut it down. Yes, obviously he's very vulnerable when he locks you down, but when you have the rest of the team to just like, follow up and you have that damage and that burst, it's going to make things much, much easier. So you need to figure out a way to find Clue. He's been setting up the attacks. And, when he flash controls you, you're going to have a tough time as he does it yet again with those freshly forged blades. Inua gets the pick off here. Ray still up in front. The set sail a little off the mark on this one. Mfang running for his life so low. And now ASD's low as well. The return kill. Glow is going to be picked off. And unfortunately for him, it's going to be a 2-for-1.
They will take that trade any day. Another wave coming in for the pressure on all 3 lanes. In fact, it is a little bit of space before they reach the T2s. So SCARZ can breathe easy for a couple of seconds, but now T2 on the top, instantly pressured. What can they do? I don't see an angle of opening here available. There are no ultimates for Anthem and Arashi. That comeback factor is dwindling.
Yeah, I think SCARZ, the only red buff they got was in the first minute. Right? Like every time after that, Gen.G has invaded and taken that away. Like they're on timers. Like whenever they make rotations or whenever they're trying to invade, like it's based around this buff. And ASD has largely struggled. He's level 9, has not been able to farm. And look at him. He's 3.8 versus the 4.6 of Ray. He's really struggling to find any sort of footing in this game.
Yep, it's 1,000 gold ahead, and it's so difficult for them to come back into this game because, like you said, they have to catch Clue, and nobody is even close to catch Clue at this point.
mean, Clue has that, the China walls with those barriers just on point. And like, nice little stampede, nice little control. Arashi's going to be killed, and Rock gets that pickup, but Ray will die in return. It's a 2-for-1 yet again. And now Gen.G taking the bottom T2.
Blue team has destroyed
An
a
instant
tower.
convergence coming in for the side of Gen.G. This may very well be the start of the end once again. They do get a nice knockup of the Inu.
Glow finally gets the pick off. That's exactly what we wanted. It might have been a little too late, but it's at 8 minutes. He does get that pick off. He wants to go for yet another. He's trying to go for a Rock. Not able to get that final Kachusen onto him. And now they're chasing. He does end up getting a Glow with a strike back. Gets a 2-for-0. And now they want to get the T1 mid.
Signs of life coming in from the side of SCARZ, but instantly the comeback with the set seal just to put them a little bit back. Gen.G now, they have options around the map, and SCARZ, they have to be really careful about the way they choose to pick fights now.
Yeah, Glow, you just need to go, right? Green light, go. Find somebody. Find Rock. That is your number one target. Find Inua. Those are the two. And obviously with Clue kind of out of the picture, it'll really set things up. That's where you want to be.
Yeah, and right now, I think one of the important common spells on the side of SCARZ, it has to come from Glow, right? Every time he has the flash, he has the potential to make a huge, big play. But until that moment presents itself, it's a risk, because if he dives in, dies, that huge burst potential is not going to be showing up anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to stay alive as well. Glow hasn't, I mean, aside from those couple of pickoffs, which is great in getting himself back in this game, but he hadn't really had too much of an impact in this game thus far. He's been largely behind. Gen.G picking up that Tyrant here. This is going to be another difficult situation, trying to kind of, being pushed away. Inua, like those blades are just like poking and prodding, making things difficult for SCARZ to even get into the lane.
5,000 gold ahead. Rock has the Crimson buff. Inua has plenty of farm. Ray is level 12 against ASD, who's level 11. This is not ideal, but it's still something they can come back from. 10-minute mark, we will see the Shadow variants come out.
Never say never, right? I think in this case, SCARZ have options. Obviously, their map is very dark. The top T3 is actually under siege by minions alone. But through it all, I guess the Shadow Tyrant was the bigger picture, but it looks like they have no chance at that. Now they're going to just kind of fall back and regroup and just defend the base, at least for now. But Gen.G, my gosh, they're making some good moves across the map. This map control has been insane.
It's a test of restraint, right now from both teams. You don't want to overextend, because as the game goes later, number one, death timers are going to start becoming a lot longer. At the same time, the goal difference will start to cut down, and SCARZ will have a way back into this game.
Yeah, they definitely have a way, and it's going to help the fact that Mfeng has, the Crimson buff right now, which is definitely going to help in terms of that damage. He needs to get going. He's like 3.9 net K net worth. That's very low considering we're looking at the opposing side from Gen.G. But now they found Clue. They get the nice little pick off. Mfeng finds him out. Rock now a little bit on the low side. He's going to get killed as well. Arashi finding him, but Ray trying to fight this 1 versus 4. Are they able to do it? And Ray is down. 3 members down. SCARZ finding ways to claw back into this game.
When there's a will, there's a way. And SCARZ will not take no for an answer. What a beautiful play. The fact that you mentioned that they needed to catch Clue. Clue was one of the big win conditions. And Rock, he was forced to dive into a very uncomfortable position. And Arashi, when it's a one-on-one Byron against an Arlie at this stage of the game, no problem. He can deal with him.
Yeah, and just finding that pickoff was huge. And Rock did go the wrong way. I think that was an uncharacteristic mistake. He probably should have just gone closer to his own base, and instead he went further in. And this is an opening that SCARZ has been waiting for. I mean, the fact that they're into this one in like the 12-minute mark, the net worth lead is dwindling in favor of Gen.G at this point. But still, SCARZ clawing their way and finding opportunities to get back in this game.
The silver lining down here is the fact that Gen.G has not been able to break those tier 3s onto the base of SCARZ. And this might cost Gen.G as we go later into the game. 12.5 minutes in. Now, that jungle aggression, taking the buffs, it's not as apparent anymore. And Ray is now at risk of actually being taken down by the lineup of SCARZ.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes back to just like Clue initiating. Rock is all the way up in front, being a little bit of a poking and prodding. Inua needs to be a little bit on the safe side. The Shadow Vanguard will push the bottom lane. So if anything, Gen.G are looking for maybe some sort of pickoff, maybe a bit of a fight into this Azure Golem here.
Yep, and this buff is super vital actually. If it goes in the hands of Inua, then it's going to amplify the kill potential, but hang on.
Rock needs to be a little bit careful. He's got the Paracel. Glow's already been picked off and threw it. Ray all the way. He's been in this menace, chasing after them, wants to go, but Clue is going to be picked. Arashi trying to trade it out, wants to go for this one, but 3 members already down, trading for Glow and SCARZ. Finding it, the opportunities are picking away, and they end up getting a triple with M-Fang as Wawa goes down. Ray is the last lone survivor. SCARZ making a beeline for that top T2. They are potentially looking to end this game. They have the Vanguard. They're going to chip away at it. 15 seconds for Inua to come back. That might not be enough time. The Vanguard so slowly making his way there. Ray wants to stop this Vanguard more than anything else. It's 1 versus 4. Is he able to go for this one? And Ray gets picked off as well. And SCARZ, ASD down for the count, but here come the Cavalry. Clue gets the lockdown, has the control. The flash away by Ochik. The base is at half-life, and Clue still up in front. But with Rock and Inua there, it looks like that's going to be the end of things.
Oh, the timing hurt so much for SCARZ. This was so close, they could have had it, but there was just not enough time. And I mean, Inua, Rock, and Clue, these 3 musketeers saving the base of Gen.G, and suddenly it is SCARZ who has to run back for a bit.
Like, I'm wondering if instead of killing Ray, if they just focused the crystal, couldn't they have just won the game there?
I think they could have, but it was a risk. I mean, either way, if you feel you were gonna die, so I think it would have been a better try.
Okay.
Go for the crystal.
Yeah. No, I mean, killing Ray and getting out is definitely the safer route, right? Because nobody did die in the end. Obviously, you've kind of extended the game here, and now you're in a more precarious situation. But I think that they had the damage to take down the crystal. It's a bit of a risk. It's all in, so to speak. But when you have those opportunities, I mean, to end that game and to send this to a 5th game, wouldn't you take it?
The question now is, who's going to show? Because Clue is going to have his flash. In fact, I think he has it now. And if they catch out the primary target on the side of SCARZ, this fight is going to go bad.
Yeah, ASD up in front. I think he's going to show in that sense. But look, Gen.G doing a great job of putting pressure in the other lanes. But they haven't taken any of the T3s. So the pressure that's actually being pushed on is not that great. That said, Arashi, he's going to get jumped on. He gets controlled. He's been locked down. Arashi down for the count. They have the return kill in Ray, and that's going to be a huge win for them. It's 1 for 1. The set sail. He's looking to go around and connecting onto 2. But now the Shadow Tyrant at the 15-minute, 50-second mark. Inua throwing out those blades like they're going out of style. But it looks like the Tyrant is going to be picked up here by ASD.
Yep, so a different trade coming in. Arashi for Ray definitely costed for the side of Gen.G. Right now, they have to stem the bleeding at the top. Not only that, SCARZ, they do have the damage potential to be able to do a double neutral objective at this point. Whether it's going to be enough, let's see, because if they make a mistake of overcommitting into the fights, they could really take a big loss here.
Yeah, it's slow rolling up this hill. It's going to be tough here. The Shadow Overlord, Wawa spots it out. Clue is going to be there as well. But no flash on Clue. Ray is back up as well as ASD. Oh, sorry, as Arashi. And they're going to be joining into this fight. The Overlord potential next big fight here.
Yeah, well, look, 17 minutes in. This is so tense between the 2 teams. You can tell Ray knows that they're inside there, but he just doesn't know who is inside.
Yeah, he doesn't really want to face check this brush here, but it looks like they're turning around the Invincible Warrior, ASD at half-life. They get the knockoff, they get the pickup, they found Rock of all things! And now Wawa trying to just defend, try to kill on M-Fang, and he's going to be picked up. And SCARZ have found 2 members. They've traded ASD. I think that's a worthwhile trade. Now they want to go for the mid T2. They burn that down quickly. SCARZ now looking to take the mid T3, knocking on the door. Arashi dealing with the top lane. The rest of SCARZ in that mid lane. They take this down. They burn it down as quickly as possible. Arashi has the force field suppression. They have those barriers, and it looks like SCARZ are going to hold the horses a little bit because the bottom lane, they need to go all the way back to the bottom T1.
Yeah, restraint is definitely necessary at this point, right? Wave management, now we get to test how well do you manage a wave for both teams. Now, at this point, SCARZ will have access to the Shadow Overlord. We are still a ways away from the Tempest Dragon. Gen.G, I think they should be able to hold this until then. But let's see, how does SCARZ play their cards? They have a big one now.
We have a big one, and Shadow Vanguard is going to be making an appearance here as well. I mean, 2 minutes for that Tempest Dragon. We could potentially go there, but SCARZ have clawed their way back into this one. The net worth is literally tied at this point. I mean, SCARZ have found ways to get in. The mid and the top T3 both taken down. SCARZ right now looking to siege the bottom T2, and Gen.G, it's all hands on deck to defend.
Yep, the cost is high for both teams. They have been dealt with their hands before in the sense that long series, BO5s, full distance. Right now, the experience is going to show.
ASD with the Invincible Warrior pushing them away. It was just more to take them and to push them back. They've taken the bottom T3. All lanes now are going to be pushing. The base is wide open. SCARZ rightly regroup, and they're going to look to just push with those Vanguards.
They don't have to overextend, right? There's 30 seconds, no, about a minute before the Tempest Dragon comes out. And with the knowledge that all of the ultimates are available for the side of Gen.G, it is a risk to go in against the likes of them.
Oh, if they're able to take that Crimson Buff, they were not raped, smites it down for good measure. That would have been huge if SCARZ was able to take that one as well, especially since 40 seconds Tempest Dragon, Vanguards, all 3 lanes. Gen.G just trying to defend and to hold on. That Tempest Dragon is going to be key.
Yeah, this is so important to SCARZ. Right now, they cannot make a single mistake. Any mistake right now at this stage of the game means a loss. And Rock is going to try and step in a little bit too overzealously. I'm not comfortable with this positioning, but it's a bait. We all know that.
Yeah, it's definitely a bait. I mean, he knows to the extent. I mean, ASD, not much you can do. I mean, yeah, you get the little charge here. But the Tempest Dragon, this is why it's key. All 3 lanes have been pushing. Wawa was in the bottom lane. Now, the Tempest Dragon, it looks like they're going to try to burn it down as quickly as possible. Mfang has some serious damage. They have the vision. ASD still up in front. Mfang slowly burning it down. It's down about 25%. Clue looking for the right angle. Looks like Tempest Dragon, they're going to just bail on this one. It's too risky. The set sail connecting onto ASD. They have those barriers and the zones of control. It looks like SCARZ maybe starting the Tempest Dragon back up, forcing Gen.G to kind of go into them and to kind of maybe find some sort of pickoff. Ray up is in front. Tempest Dragon, half-life. They do have the damage if they want to go for this one. But now ASD, a little bit still there. The Tempest Dragon, 25%. Now's the time if they want to go. And the Tempest Dragon is going to be picked off. ASD takes it for free. Ray and Rock are both down. They get the pick off and they find them out. They find Rock. They find Clue. They find Ray. They've got the double. They're going to get more as they take Inua down. That's going to be the second time for him. And through it all, SCARZ come back. And it looks like it's going to be Wawa versus the world. He's going to be picked off as well. And SCARZ will send this to a Game 5.
Crazy game. I mean, SCARZ, that has definitely got to be a boost of confidence. Curious to see what the camp looks like for Gen.G right now. 2-2. Day 1 of Survival Week. Last game, last series of that day. And we have the full best of 5.
We knew it was going to go to the distance, right? This is the kin curse or the kin blessing. I don't know how you look at it, but we're there now. I mean, we knew it was going to go the distance between these 2 teams. It was very evenly matched. They struck back and forth. How was SCARZ going to respond in that Game 4? That was going to be pivotal, and they were up to the task. They brought it, and they went all in on this one, and they played such a smart game, and they pulled out the V.
Look, they held on in the previous game before this one, and it didn't work out, so they had to make this one count. They held on for dear life, and boy, did they hold on well, because the hold on to the Tempest Dragon And look, that final moment didn't even come down to a comparison of smites. It came down to a normal basic attack, or maybe even the blazing cape on the side of ASD. And with that, they just hit the gas and never looked back, because that was an open, barren base. And right now, we're tied 2-2. Gen.G against SCARZ. I mean, this one, nobody knows what's going to happen. There is no clear advantage.
Yeah, no clear advantages, especially going to game 5. I mean, I would always give the edge to the last team that won, that forced the final game. I think that there's a thing, you know, like the momentum is definitely there. SCARZ have definitely been feeling good, but now Gen.G need to go back into the drawing board, take a little bit of a break, right? Do you go into like a more a non-conventional draft to kind of throw them off a bit? Do you show all of your cards? Like, it's going to be super interesting going into this final game here.
Yeah, because, I mean, they have been taking a few unorthodox drafts in this best of 5 series so far. We have played a total of 4 games, but let's take a look at the itemization. The big one to me was actually the Sage's Sanctuary. We have reached that stage of the game, and I think there was only one Sage's Sanctuary on the side of Gen.G when the fight started, but it wasn't enough. 6v5, it was still SCARZ.
Still SCARZ, still Mfang, right? I mean, he had 9 kills, 9, 1, and 5, I believe. 112,000 damage. His positioning was flawless. His ability to find targets, flawless. Finding Rock, not the easiest of things to do, especially when you have Ray and Wawa just being this like meat shield up front. But look at this gold grab. Gen.G's hopes up and down and through it all. There's a little bit of blue, mind you. But somehow SCARZ pulls out the victory. That's a crazy game.
Yep, it was a dash of confidence coming in from the side of SCARZ. Now, I think it's safe to say that the MVP is going to be Mfang here. He has done phenomenally. 9, 1, and 5, 34% of the total hero damage dealt by SCARZ was dealt by this man on a wolf.
I mean, he's just taking the channel to the next level. We'll check out the highlights. He was all the way up in front. Look at those wolves. Just look how much attack. And Rock is in a bad spot. He gets picked off. And this is kind of like the beginning of the end, dare I say, where SCARZ are like, oh, they're really back in this game. They're in the driver's seat. I mean, they're down about 5K at that point. But they were able to find that pickoff, and that just changed everything because Gen.G had so much control, forcing them back to take their team fights. Clue was getting pickoffs left and right, you know, with the rest of the team, but it totally changed at that moment.
Yeah, only 2 words matter at this point for the side of SCARZ, and that is target prio. They knew what was needed to be done, and they did it. And this was a very clear understanding that they could definitely out-damage the side of Gen.G. All they needed to do was the last. And look, they took a risk on the side of Gen.G. They did not go for the heals. They went for massive control. And I think the addition of this old chick Secure was one of the main reasons why they won these fights so hard as well. Look at the sprites. They're healing everyone up, but also damaging the lineup of Gen.G.
Yeah, it just, I mean, the fact that they were able to just like get the jump, find Rock, lock the guy down, get the pick off. I mean, so many good things were happening. The target prioritization from SCARZ was insane. Like, Ray's trying to fight this 1 versus 4, but the rest of it, look at Clue. He's got the nice little lockdown on the glow, but no chance. There was no follow-up. They had no damage. Rock was down for the count, and now is all, like, all-out retreat. They were routed. They were just, like, pushed back. No real control. SCARZ, what a perfect way to bounce back. Very impressive win.
Yeah, there was no other way. And of course, with that being said, before we take a look at the last game of the series, we will go for a short break. When we're back, we'll find out the winners of this best of 5. We'll see you soon.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight
Welcome back. It is going to be the conclusion of this best of 5, and right now SCARZ against Gen.G. This is not the only battle they'll be fighting today. Tomorrow they're facing off again. Will we get a best of 5? All the full series? We don't know. What we want to find out now is how this game is going to go.
Yes, I hope so. I mean, look at how deep these these teams are going right now. Going into the 5th game of the global ban and pick. Not the easiest. All of these heroes, they cannot be used again. Tough situation for both. Now it's to see exactly how deep their hero pools really are as they go into the pivotal game 5 to see who pulls out this series.
Yep, and now you start to appreciate, right? The fact that, look, teams like Nongshim that had to go best of 7 for so many games, now you know how difficult it is and how well and how deep their hero pool was.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the true test, right? I think that, look, best of 5s is still a true test for these teams, especially since they haven't really had that experience. Usually, I would say when you scram, it's like a best of 3, or even in the group stage, or in this case, the ranking week, all of those were best of 3s. But this is where the true brilliance of, Honor of Kings Esports in terms of the draft and how well prepared you need to be is key. Because, again, game 5, 20 heroes, you're not allowed to be picked. Now you got to get to your 25th hero. Like, what level is it going to be at? I'm kind of worried.
True, but at the same time, it's also like, look, the standard heroes, are they really Gen.G's choice? I'm just considering, what if Gen.G comes up with another unorthodox draft?
Yeah, but actually the unorthodox draft did them, I would say, benefits in the sense that they have more openings, like in the sense that they haven't really picked out some of the more traditional meta heroes, and obviously SCARZ can attack that with the bans and whatnot, but it might actually open up doors. It might be brilliance more in the late game or in the game 5 like right now.
Yeah, so they ban out the Lung again, they ban out the Luna, and this time SCARZ, they're gonna follow suit. They take away the Ming, they take away the Pei. Are we in for another carnival run of a draft?
Yeah, I mean, now is the time, right? I think that we're going to find out first, and they're going to go with the Dolia to kind of set things up. I'm not 100% sold. I think the Dolia has really fallen off since Season 3. Not the highest of win rates, if I remember correctly. It's got a, 4 and 9, 30% win rate, not the highest.
Okay, so they're gonna try and take a look at the Mozi and Sun Ce combination. The long stuns coming from the Cannon Blast, and also the team fight setting with the set sail. So that's a great start. But Gen.G, they come up with a channel, very standard, I would say. Looks like we're gonna have an interesting one, and they're going to try for the Elaine, Death by Sunset. Double.
Meet my swords.
Yeah, I mean, what's better than 1 death by sunset? It's usually 2 death by sunsets, right? But it looks like SCARZ are going to turn things around. They're going to go the Shoyi, maybe show Rock how it's actually played, even though I think Rock is probably the best Shoyi player out there right now. But this is going to be interesting. And why, again, game 5 going in, this might not be your best hero. We're going to have to see if ASD or Mfeng end up playing it. They'll probably chase Rock depending on what he ends up going with.
Okay, so SCARZ, they're gonna ban out the initiator heroes. I like the Dune ban because it allows instant access into the backlines. It can also chase down this Soyue. Now, whether this Soyue is gonna go into the hands of Anthem or whether it's gonna go into the hands of ASD, we don't know just yet. But Gen.G, they take away that big burst potential that Gan and Mo, is gonna be taken out.
Yeah, and actually, one thing to note, and I know that we're way past it, but the first phase bans, Ming was, again, targeted by SCARZ. They're really targeting Clue on this one. They have some sort of intel. They know something is up because, again, that ban is definitely something that we never really see except for going up against Gen.G.
Okay, so they're gonna try for the pretty much close team fight base picks here. Lady Chen does well in big team fights. Destructive Deluge, Ocean of Tears, Flowing Side, it all works well, and woo! Kong Ming! Not from the side of SCARZ, but from the side of Gen.G.
You must think ahead.
Wait, okay, all right. I see it. Kong Ming in the mid lane, and then Kaiser in the jungle. Okay. This is gonna be interesting. Oh, but the Hanshin! Oh, SCARZ rounded out their draft. I love it. both of these squads really wanting it, the best foot forward on both going into this game 5.
Yeah. Look, they're looking to one-up each other, and right now, this is who is the better. I don't know. Is this coming is going to the mid for sure. So who's better? Is Rock better? Is Enfeng better? It has to go into Enfeng, right?
On the Hanshin?
It's a Hanshin.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely towards Enfeng play style.
It's him.
So this is like the first time in this entire series where Rock will be in the farm lane, and then Enfeng will actually be in the jungle. So they're not going to be, laning against one another. This is going to be, it's so interesting. I mean, these guys have been going back and forth. It has been a chess match throughout the entire day today. But again, pivotal game 5, we could not have asked for a better series.
Yeah, and regardless of the result, this is going to be a big, win for whoever wins. Because look, they have fought tooth and nail for every single point on this board. And whoever wins it, well deserved.
Well deserved. In fact, I mean, look, I love the fact that we're into a game 5, like really testing these teams, the resolve, the drafts, and almost stamina at this point. I mean, it is a bit late, right? It's 11 p.m. right now, and we're going into a game 5 Gen.G 2-2 with SCARZ. This is all that we could have asked for here.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is peak entertainment. When I first stepped into Honor of Kings, I was not expecting this level of craziness. But yeah, I'm hardly surprised, but this is a surprise. Now let's see. I mean, there's a lot of risk involved with picking up a Kongming, lesser risk involved with taking up a Hansing in comparison. But we'll see. It all comes down to individual execution and how well you synergize as a team.
It's all about the synergies, but at the same time, it's about the execution as well. I think that the biggest thing to take note of is that, like, the double celestial melodies, the double ults from everybody. Everybody has a good potential way of just utilizing that spell. It's going to be so key when those team fights are starting to happen, like winning fireballs, winning strategies, excuse me. I mean, like 2 invincible warriors, like, you have so many options.
Yeah, and right off the get-go, you can see both teams putting a lot of aggression. Now, Inoue steals that first camp, and Wawa actually doing okay, but he does not have his common spell.
Yeah, he's going to be chased here. He's going to definitely maneuver around that ocean of tears. Wawa will stay alive. It was a little on the predictable side, especially when you see Elsa chasing after you, and it looks like he did not want to build a snowman.
Yep, definitely. A snowman is not what they're looking for at this point. A win is what they're looking for. And SCARZ, I think right now they're trading by a little bit. It's neck and neck. 300 gold. Really the most minuscule of leads for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about this Shoyu Chano matchup. I mean, ASD is probably not really too well versed in this matchup in and of itself. Obviously, he's very well versed on the Shoyu, but it's a situation where it's like, do you want to be soloing this, or do you want Ochik to kind of just stick around to ensure that you've got a decent set of farm?
Oh, nice. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. At this point, Inoue was just locked up, and I think that shows you. Hang on.
Oh, they've got him. They've got the knockoff. Clue just barely able to dash away. Enfeng is going to be killed. He's going to give up first blood, and Glow goes down as well. Gen.G are finding it. Ochik just trying to dash away to safety. ASD is there, but they've got the pick off, and more importantly, it looks like they're going to take the Azor Golem as well. And now Gen.G finding ways to get back in this game, and they're taking the lead now.
Oh no, this is gonna snowball out of control really soon. 1,000 gold, taking away the Azure buff from Enfeng is a huge marker. He needs his Azure buff, he needs the cooldown, he needs the mana regeneration.
He needs to stay alive more than anything else. Enfeng dying right there, absolutely huge. 0-1 and 0. I mean, that's the biggest one, but still net worth. He's still, actually outpacing Ray. So I guess we got to give props where props are due. Enfeng still finding ways to farm.
Look, Enfeng, if you're not happy with that, you can find him at Dashcast. All over social
come at me, bro. Come at me, bro. Bring it. Anyways, in the bottom lane here, okay, look. Arashi dealing with Wawa, but Inoue is going to be there. The set sail, and he's going the wrong way. He's going to go onto the tower, but the winning strategy will hit him on his way out. And a parting gift, but not a killing blow.
Yep, it is going to delay his movement into the lanes as well because he needs to get those due. He needs to get up his health and HP, right? Done so already, but you know what? He's going to have his winning strategy pretty quickly. The cooldown on that skill is insanely short.
Well, it is short. One thing to note is that Inu is level 6, Glow is level 4. He's been struggling after that early death, hasn't really been able to farm. And mind you, I get it. SCARZ, they don't let Glow really farm and be that carry. He's more of like a utility style.
Hang on.
Okay, like they found Arashi. They've got him with a winning strategy, and Inu snipes him out.
Oh, he is just on a mission to hunt. And you know what? I had my doubts. I was like, he plays Gun and Mo. It's kind of different from playing, the Kongming. But boy, Inua is just killing it this game.
Yeah, he's doing really well. I mean, the movements has been great. Getting that pick off, absolutely huge at this stage. And that's going to lead into this Tyrant here, which is going to be picked up by Ray. Gen.G up about 2K.
Oh, they're kind of locked in, but at this point, Wawa might have to give his life. Okay, they will not commit the set sail. They want to make it more useful at this point. And it's a little bit concerning because 3-0, SCARZ have not found an opening just yet.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really found... I mean, Gen.G have done such a good job in this laning phase. Just the pace, the pressure, the pickoffs. I mean, everything that you would want right now for Gen.G. Having a great early start to this game.
Yeah, the double Ps, right? So at this point, Inua, I'm so impressed with this Kongming gameplay. Okay, it's not like super spectacular or anything like that, but he is providing so much value for the team. Like you said, the difference between him and Glow, it is quite shocking.
Yeah, it is. It's tough. I mean, Glow has just been sticking around the lane more. He's not really rotating because he's been far behind. And now ASD's Rock looking to just go in, force Mfang back. He does have it with this one, but now Mfang over the wall, thought about going in, but decides against it. And Inua in the mid lane, looking for somebody to just show up. The Ocean of Tears a little off the mark.
Okay, it's so hard because the time shift is really quick. And right now, the big question I have is, Clue has not used his Celestial Melody just yet. And I'm curious to see, how is he going to choose?
Yeah, I think it's whoever screams loudest, I think. That's usually how it works in the comms, right?
True. Okay. I normally wouldn't give it to the person that screams because I don't like loud noises. But here we go. This is a potential kill.
Oh, Jake gets under the tower. He's going to be fine. And the Inua is going to be at half life. He's done such a great job of providing a presence throughout and looking to just cut off the lane of retreat. And look at SCARZ. 3 members down. The Wild Wind is going to be a little off the mark. But again, just space created. Rock takes the bottom T1, trading with Mfang's top T1.
Yeah, Anthem is just on his own personal mission at this point, right? He needs to be the one that kind of splits the lanes, push down the waves, and get the gold advantage in his favor as well. Because Anthem will probably be that initiator besides Arashi, and he needs the farm to be healthy. He needs the farm to be able to tank through the damage as well.
Yeah, he wants to be off the map. I mean, largely, he just wants to be farming. I think that as long as he's not dying, I mean, he did have that early death, but he needs to just be funneled as much farm as possible. He is your win condition. You need to be able to find, because if he gets onto Inuo, Rock, or Clue, like, he's just going to kill them, right? He's going to be able to just find that angle of attack, but, you know, he needs that farm before he can get that burst.
Yep. Right now, the biggest concern is for the side of ASD. Will he get found out? That's a big concern. Because if he gets taken down, it's going to be the start of a horrendous fight for the side of SCARZ.
It might be tough here. And speaking of tough, the bottom T2 taking a lot of damage. Rock dodging the Wild Wind and actually chipping it out. He's doing, you know, he's bouncing the tower aggro and he's doing some serious work. The set sail is going to just go around, make a U-turn, but through it all, Mfang takes the top T2 for free. Split pushing there.
Yep, he's having more impact as a split pusher at this point. And this is the silver lining for the side of SCARZ, right? Mfang, he seems to be getting his farm up as well. Level 12, he is now taking the EXP lead against Ray. But not only that, his items should be online.
Yeah, I think you don't want, I mean, you don't want to be fighting into the death ball that is Gen.G. You were able to just kind of take what the enemy's giving, and they've been kind of sticking together. Gen.G right now have a bit of a, you know, a leak in this house. They need to figure out how to slow them down. Mfang being able to split push for free, largely not what they want.
Yeah, I mean, until he gets his spheres, Inuwa is not going to be in an easy position because he doesn't do well in a team composition like 1v5 when he doesn't have his spheres. He needs the damage. He needs this extra spheres to help him lay down the pain so that he can have the winning strategy put to its best use.
And look at this. I mean, look, SCARZ doesn't even have a single kill, but in terms of net worth, they're only down about 1K. This is largely off the back of Mfang, who took the bottom T1. And the split push has been real. SCARZ, they're playing objectively based, and they're playing smart, right? And understanding that, hey, Gen.G might have a slight advantage, especially with those 3 kills early. They're putting themselves in a position to win, at least in the mid to late game.
Yeah, and the target prio, definitely SCARZ has demonstrated that they have a clearer understanding of it now after the game with Nongshim, and so far they have been putting it to practice.
Yeah, Tyrant going to be picked up here by Gen.G. Ray still up in front, contesting. They might actually go for this 50-50 smite, and it looks like Ray will pick this one up. And Ray with the Invincible Warrior says he flexes as he takes their buff and lets it go.
Yeah, but it needs to be a conversion into a turret at this point.
Connecting on a 3, the meteor kill. They have the knock of the secondary one. The thing inside the box is not going to connect onto this, and Glow survives. The winning strategy he's not going to connect is his buddies actually made a body shield for him.
Okay, but this is a good marker for SCARZ. While it might look like a bad thing because they got pushed back, end of the day, it was a 4v5 and they survived it well. And thank now, he's going to try and make his way out. Oh, nice juke.
That was actually very clever. I mean, they put pressure there. The top T2 had been, already been taken out. They were potentially going to go for the top T3, so Gen.G had to rotate to deal with this. Mfang is back. Needs to be careful. The winning strategy. Oh, Glow steps in front of that one.
Oh, the body blocking is real from status SCARZ. And once again, no kills, but you can see they have a little bit more efficiency around the map.
Shadow Tyrant right here. Arashi might want to go in. Ochik might just fish for the Cannon Blast more than anything else. Oh, he mistimes it, and it looks like Ray will pick up yet another Tyrant.
Yeah, there's no way teams of this caliber will allow a steal like that anymore. They're going to delay. And right now, it's really about finding the opening. If anything dies, then this game is pretty much over. You can try and catch.
But he's got the boats, and they're going to ride together, die together, and they get themselves to safety. They're going to get back into the mid lane. They're going to reposition.
This is really just both teams searching for an opening. And right here, Inuwa.
Overlord. Inuwa still up and finds Arashi. Mfang takes the Overlord. He gets himself out of this, but Arashi's being chased. Inuwa might have gone in too deep. He's going to get picked off. Stuck around the Invincible Warrior from Ray, but nobody wants any action from him. Ochik might have to just stay under the tower. He's going to be probably left for dead on this one as he's going to get chased by 4 members here. He throws out those Cannon Blasts, but for all that, just to kind of slow them down.
It's a worthy sacrifice because, like you said, they don't really achieve much with this. And end of the day, look, Anthem, he has his itemization. He is going to hit like a truck really soon.
Yeah, but with 3 members down from SCARZ, that was a huge advantage for Gen.G, and they might even find Mfang. He's being chased. I mean, I don't think they have the control to really just lock him down, but still, Mfang just trying to just kind of find farm, get himself back in this game. He has 9,500 gold.
Yeah, that's crazy high. Not the highest. I think it was Rock that has the highest, 9.7. But nonetheless, right? End of the day, the win condition on the side of Gen.G is that they just need to get a huge amount of burst. They don't even have to get the stuns. As long as Inuwa gets his winning strategy on board, Mfang is probably dead.
Yeah. I mean, if he's able to find him, but he hasn't been able to draw him out aside from that early kill. Inuwa, on the other hand, has kind of been largely more defensive, dare I say. He hasn't really just found that pick off, in that mid game.
Yeah, and okay, the game plan here looks like it is going to be a nice steal, but Tempest game. This is what SCARZ seem to be playing for.
Yeah, play the late game. I think that it's definitely going to help them out. The only problem is that, I mean, I feel like Inuwa kind of falls off a bit, and Rock is, definitely your carry. You got to be super careful about him. But if they're able to kind of control Rock, find some way to lock him down, maybe with a lucky Cannon Blast or set sail or whatever it is, I think that you can largely kind of mitigate some of that other damage.
Actually, in fact, late game, ASD can just straight up walk in front of Rock and kill him off, right? 3 shots. 4 shots max. That's the probable condition that they're waiting for. So late game, this is all about SCARZ. So if this game goes to the 20-minute mark, you can expect that Gen.G is going to suffer and have a pretty tough time.
Yeah. So you're saying the timer is pretty much on Gen.G to kind of make a play here to get the win?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least on taking a tier 3, right? Glow, no, he's low.
Oh, he's in a bad spot. He's not able to flash away. The Death at Sunset. He's going to go golden, though. Stays alive. He's got the passive, but he does die in the end. The secondary Death at Sunset on to 4 or so, and it looks like Wawa will trade his life away. Clue has been killed as well, and it's going to be a 2-for-1. And through it all, they got 3-for-1, excuse me, as ASD finds yet another as Ray goes down.
Okay, so both teams taking quite a bit of risk here. Now, this is a difficult position for both teams. Gen.G, look, the T3 on the top, really low. It could be a potential kill, but Rock, right now, in danger.
Yeah, in danger here. Mfeng, look at his trade. I think Mfeng smited it out. He took it under his nose, so to speak, and he's going to look to turn this into a Shadow Tyrant as well. You've got Arashi doing donuts in the parking lot, and through it all, SCARZ finding ways to get back into this game. Yes, they're still down in terms of this net worth, but the last couple of team fights have kind of gone in the favor of SCARZ.
Yeah. Do not be mistaken. The advantage in firepower definitely in the hands of SCARZ at this point. And look, there is very few people who can catch Anthem, and there's only a select couple that will be able to deal enough damage for that winning strategy to work right now. Oh.
They're gonna go, they find Glow. Oh, that's the initial pickoff. That's a perfect one, but Inua trades his life for this one. I'm not sure if that was the best trade. Inua needs to stick around. The set sail actually slams into the wall. Not gonna be enough to flash away by Arashi. The Death at Sunset onto it, but I think inside the box, they're trying to lock him in. Wawa with that meteor kill. The secondary Death at Sunset onto 3. He's doing some serious work. They have that damage. Ochik now trying to stay alive. He gets picked off. Rock finds him out. It's gonna be a 2-for-1, and through the back door, Mfeng was consistently split pushing.
He's trying to slow down the damage coming in. They want to re-engage Rock.
Oh, they're looking to go for this one. They go for that, and Rock is gonna get picked off. He got blindsided from the back, but Mfeng trades with his life. Arashi is solo. That's a double going the way of Ray, and they've turned this around. And 3 members down from SCARZ, and now Gen.G have an opening. They want to take out this Overlord.
I don't agree with the fight. That was not a fight for SCARZ to take. They should be patient, but in this case, potential steal, Destructive Deluge available.
Oh, ASD is going to show up now. Wawa gets picked, and they get the Overlord. Ray picks this one up with that smite. That was super risky, but through it all, they were like, hey, we got to get onto Rock. That was his first death, so they went all in to ensure that they got him.
Okay, so look, life is going to be a little bit difficult for the side of Inua on Gen.G because Splendor is available. There should be a little bit more magic resistance coming out. The Succubus Cloak going into the hands of Arashi as well. And look, there is just so much burst potential from ASD to deal damage against Inua. He's not going to be able to perform how he has had in the first, 15 minutes of this game.
Yeah, and another thing is that Inu now needs to change his playstyle. He can't be that initiator that's potentially just going for that pick off on the Glow or, you know, ASD or whoever it is. Like, he needs to play a little bit more careful. Let somebody else, like let Ray or Wawa initiate, and then you kind of come in as that second initiator. You're going to have way more success because they're not going to be able to target you down. Inua definitely on the squishier side at this stage of the game.
Yep, and right now, target prio definitely going to be more easy for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, definitely. Ray's still up in front. ASD taking a decent amount. Needs to be careful. He backs off. Inua dodges the cannon blast like a pro. And through it all, Gen.G dealing with those minions. The Shadow Vanguard in the top lane, something to take note of.
Yeah, and look, Mfeng, he's just going to do Hanshing things, right? End of the day, he is so mobile, he is so fast, and he's going to be able to kind of alleviate the pressure coming in from the waves. Every single instance, he's not there. He is clearing waves, and this is buying so much time for SCARZ. They will definitely hit that Tempest Dragon timing.
Would you say he's fast and furious? I'll show myself out.
Yeah. I am gonna make a Chinese. No, I'm gonna make a Chinese joke. But anyway, Feng is like a wind, and yeah, he's gone like the wind essentially.
Okay, but look at Mfeng waiting in that brush. This could be risky, but I'm pretty sure they think that Mfeng is definitely not going to stick around. That seems way too risky, and Gen.G will just deal with this. Mind you, the Tempest Dragon is up in about 2 minutes. Something to take note of.
Oh, Mfeng, he's around the corner.
Oh, Wawa. The set sail. They can connect onto 2. They do have it, but the Cannon Blast also connecting onto 2. But they're going to just run. They don't have the follow-up damage. SCARZ, nice combos, nice stuns, but no follow-ups.
Okay, in fact, I think it will be crazy, but it's worth for Gen.G to try and melt down and rat that top tower as well. That could work out in their favor.
Yeah, but I mean, do you go out, especially with the Shadow Tyrant? It doesn't look like they're going to contest at all. Life number 1 is going to be done for M-Feng. That's going to be huge. Something to take note of, especially since, you know, again, he doesn't have that in the next team fight. They found M-Feng. They were able to get that pick off. Death at Sunset, not going to be fully committed. They're going to look to just regroup.
Yeah, and look, you only have 2 charges of the Sage's Sanctuary. You don't want to burn it out, you know, prematurely as well. M-Feng.
Split pushing. He's
playing
enemy lines. I am so scared for him. He actually damage from Inua, but Inua had no idea. He's just going to continue moving on. The lanes have been pushing. And mind you, Wawa's in the bottom lane. Tempest Dragon up in 60 seconds.
No, he knows. Look, there is a notification when you hit someone in the bush, but I think, you know what, he understands. Look, the wave pressure is more important. We need to break that T3 on the top. And SCARZ, they're going to defend this with their life as they have had in the past 2 games.
Yeah, Ray up in front. They're throwing out the Wolves. And Ochik is going to just kind of back off. Gets the Cannon Blast onto a rock. And through it all, it looks like they're going to hold, at least for now, the top T3 very low. And that is definitely an opening for Gen.G, but Gen.G doesn't really have the minions. They have to constantly deal with the lane management, plus the fact that M-Feng is split pushing throughout.
Yeah, right now, every Cannon Blast is so vital from the side of Ochik. It can set up potential kills, even onto Inua. And at this point, it's all about the burst damage that Inua offers. Can he find the opening to create space so that Rock can go in, Wawa can jump the backlines?
And now we're here. Tempest Dragon is showing up. The 20-minute mark, we're finally there. SCARZ still in the top. M-Feng being scouted out by Inua. He's looking for that pickoff. He's looking to go aggressive.
Yep, and Inua, he does have the Moon Goddess. That's an upgrade from the Splendor, and it's going to give him a little bit more breathing space. But, you know, there's not much space to breathe if all 5 members of SCARZ are onto you. So Inua needs to play really safe. M-Feng already looking for that split push.
Yeah, split pushing top lane. M-Feng looking to just deal with this. The Tempest Dragon has been started. SCARZ do know this. They've got the traps, the Death at Sunset connecting onto 3. The meteor kill is going to be legit. Almost gets a pick off onto ASD. And through it all, Wawa skirts them away. The Tempest Dragon is continuing on. They've been picked off, perfectly spaced out. Well played by Gen.G at this point. Now SCARZ on the retreat, trying to run away. Arashi just so low, he gets picked off. Inua finally finds him. And through it all, SCARZ, 4 members surviving. But Arashi down for 40 seconds. The Tempest Dragon has already been slain by Gen.G.
Yep, and there is a wave. There is something to work with on the side of Gen.G as well. This could very well be Death's Door for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, I mean, they need some sort of pick-off. They need to figure out how to deal this. The Tempest Dragon buff is going to be legit. They just don't have minions at this point. The Vanguards will eventually show, but through it all, Gen.G slow siege, the Death at Sunset. He's looking to potentially, no, it's a fake back. He's not going to go for this one. ASD dashes away. The mid T3 is looking to get destroyed at this point. The Death at Sunset, yes, again. Oh, he gets into the safety of the fountain, and Glow tries to go golden, but the base is going to be open. They've been pushed back. M-Feng is going to be here. He takes a lot of damage. He's got the set sail, gets the pick off. Blue is going to be killed. M-Feng is still there and somehow surviving. They've got the secondary kill, and Wawa's killed as well. It's 2 members down, and SCARZ have held, although they don't have any T3s.
Okay, look, they hold, and this is not new, but still, they hold. SCARZ are on the cusp of making one of the best comebacks we've seen in the Major East League.
Look, if they can come back from down all T3s, right, and they lost the Tempest Dragon,
you shave your head.
Somehow SCARZ wins this game. That would be a miracle. Like, I mean, seriously, like the team fight and the fact that they have to go through what? The T2 mid, they still have so many towers to go through. And if they're able to find that pickoff, it is pretty much Gen.G's game to lose.
Yep, I agree with you fully. I mean, we knew this was coming. Now, double Phantoms for Wawa and Ray. Once again, this is the upgraded items of the Blood Rage, and we have Anthem with the Skydome as well. Arashi has not gone for the Winter. So let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, Tempest Dragon up in another 50 seconds. Gen.G, I don't know if they're going to hold for that one, but the lanes, again, all three of them are going to be pushing in favor of Gen.G. Pushed back, SCARZ, backs on the wall, the winning strategy, not enough. Oh, he uses the passive. Oh, ASD so low. He's got the shields, and Death at Sunset's going to be connecting, and he gets the pick off, and Wawa finds him. Oh, what a great Death at Sunset. And ASD down for 40 seconds. This is a worry because, again, ASD is all your wave clear.
Yep, Anthem as well. He has to come into the base, and here we go. That's another reset.
Death at Sunset on the glow. He goes golden, trying to deal with Wawa, who's chased him back, skirted him back into the mountain, but it looks like they're going to take the base, and Gen.G take game 5 and the series.
Well, that was well-deserved. They pushed them to the edge. SCARZ, I'm talking about these boys from the JPKR region, doing so well to hold Gen.G for so long, but Gen.G will not be denied.
Not be denied at all. And I mean, look, Wawa, to me, just towards the end, those Death at Sunsets, the secondary ones, he was hitting 3-man, 4-man Death at Sunsets. He was just on fire. Wawa just pushing them all back, just did such a great job on this lane.
Yeah, and they tried. SCARZ, I mean, Ochik, he was saving his thing inside the box to make sure they could catch Wawa after the fact that he jumped to the skies, but still, ASD, he made a very, very big blunder. He got greedy. He tried to kill Inuwa, stepped a bit too far forward, and that was the finishing blow.
Yeah, look, and also on Inuwa, like, we got to give him props. Like, he had an amazing game on this KME. We were kind of like suspect in the sense of like, is he going to be able to kind of play it to the high level? Oh yeah, he's ready, man. He's good to go. He was finding pickoffs. He was finding solos. He was really forcing the action early, and there's a reason why Gen.G had such a huge lead, because it was off the back of Inuwa.
Yep, now look, this series has been the absolute messiest of all series I have ever watched and casted in Honor of Kings. So it's a fun one. And look, this result, I think MVP-wise, it's a struggle to wrestle between Wawa and Inuwa because both of them have played extremely well. In fact, you can even throw in Clue as well. He was doing so well on this Dolia.
Yeah, actually, everyone from Gen.G really stepped up. You know, I've been more than impressed on this one. Everyone was just understanding the maximum of what their, like, the hero roles are supposed to do, and they were, you know, to utilize all that value throughout. I mean, everyone played so well. Big props to Gen.G. Well-deserved victory.
Yeah, you know what? Throw in Shishwai as well, but throw the coach in. He's absolutely crazy with the drafts. His drafts have won some games for Gen.G here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. What, game 3? That was an amazing draft, and we'll see highlights of that. And to be honest, it might be in SCARZ and Nongshim's nightmares the next couple of days as they play throughout, because they're like, do we need to expect this caveman strat going up against us? It could be completely caught off guard if they're not prepared.
Yeah, definitely you will get bludgeoned if you're not prepared for it. But that's the surprise, because how do you prepare for something like Gen.G? Now, let's take a look at the itemization here. It was just all about those last-minute saves. Sages, Sanctuaries, your Crimson, Frigid Charges, as well as your Moon Goddesses. Those were the big game changers. Every frame of invincibility, every frame of stun was a game changer down here.
Yeah, and if you told me that SCARZ was going to take it to Tempest Dragon and still have a chance to win this game, but MFEG had 0 kills, I would have been like, no, you're crazy, bro. That's not possible, right? But the fact that they were able to do it, because MFEG was just constantly split pushing and providing a lot of that space, but he wasn't able to get those pickoffs. And this is kind of why Gen.G did such a good job of working around the Hanshin. He's like, yeah, he can split push, but nobody got caught out.
Yeah, very well done and well managed on the side of Gen.G. Now, was it because Anthem wasn't aggressive enough? Or was it because Gen.G was just too pressurizing in the wave management in such a way that Anthem had nothing else to care about?
You know, I'm kind of thinking it was more of the fact that their playstyle, right? And the way that the team was drafting, like Gen.G had, you know, the Chano, they had the KME, you had so much burst that if Mfeng actually took any of those fights, he would have been deleted. So he had to play super safe, and he was just split pushing more than anything else.
It was a big risk, right? Because he could have gone in for the Chano. It would have been traded out, but here we go. It is Wawa those death at sunsets were winning sunsets for the side of Gen.G. 2, 3, and 4. Step by step, he cut them down, dealing only 22% damage. Not a lot, but because of the way he repositioned the rest of SCARZ, it opened up so many doors for Inuwa to just go crazy like that.
He just played so well. And through it all, I mean, Inuwa set it up where everybody actually went for him. They looked to trade. And you see the rest of Gen.G just cleaning up, just running at them and just chasing them down. Ochik had nowhere to go. He got picked off as well. And it was just constantly this like reoccurring theme that just happened where Gen.G were able to, again, off the back of Inuwa or Wawa, like in these highlights, you're going to see Wawa, the Death at Sunsets, multiple times, multi-man. He was on point.
Yeah, and see, this is the difficulty. They wanted to get Rock, but every time they go for him, they will make a trade on the side of Gen.G, and they already knew that this was one of the potential win conditions.
Yeah, look at with this Tempest Dragon. Look at how Wawa had spread them out. They couldn't even contest the Tempest Dragon because Wawa was in the heart of the enemy team, pushing everyone back. SCARZ all-out retreat. It was pretty much a rout at that point, but Gen.G were able to just go in. Again, another amazing Death at Sunset. Wawa was so on point, pushing them back, and they were able to close this game out. But again, SCARZ did such a good job of holding. Their defense was on point. They extended the game as long as possible, but unfortunately, it was too much Gen.G in this case.
Yeah, this was the big mistake. ASD got a little bit overly zealous, and Wawa, the moment he saw that opening, he knew it was game over. And I mean, look, this was a moment where SCARZ continually held, even when there was a Tempest buff. That's how difficult SCARZ, the cards have been dealt for the side of SCARZ, and still, they managed to hang on.
Found ways, right? And look, both of these teams, heavyweight fighters, you know, they get punched, they get knocked down, they got right back up, right? Both of these teams really wanted it, and so it's so impressive going into this Group S, right? Going into this best of 5, SCARZ really bouncing back after a somewhat lackluster performance, dare I say, fight with Nongshim, but going into this one and really sticking it to them. But Gen.G just too much. SCARZ back to the drawing board. They need to figure things out as they lost 2 series today.
Right, so we'll let the production team work on the stats and we'll give you the final standings for the day. I mean, it's obviously still Nongshim at the top. It was a clean 3-0 dismantling on of the side of SCARZ today. And SCARZ, look, any team that gets dismantled like that, I think you come into a series with a little less confidence. But this series, I think it definitely will build them up for tomorrow because they have to be ready. This is not the only time they're meeting. They are going to be playing each other again tomorrow.
Yeah, double round robin. And speaking of tomorrow, or it's today, excuse me, this is the results of what happened. Spoiler alert, guys. Nongshim 3-0'd SCARZ in the first series. R8 3-0'd Vicious in the second one. And that last series, Gen.G ekes out a victory 3-2, taking it to SCARZ. Unfortunately, SCARZ with an 0-2 day.
Yeah, so pretty exciting. And of course, with that being said, this is the standings for now. Group S, we're going to have Nongshim at the top, followed by Gen.G following closely, second, and then we're going to have SCARZ in the third. Meanwhile, in Group A, it's going to be R8 at the top because of their win, leaving Crazy Raccoons, Vicious, as well as Venomous, all the way at the bottom, 2, 3, and 4 respectively.
Yeah, actually, Vicious versus Venomous, that happened off stream, and it looks like Vicious pulled out the victory on that one. But let's talk about tomorrow's games. First series of the day is going to be Nongshim versus Gen.G. That one's going to be a crazy game. Second match is going to be Vicious versus Crazy Raccoon. And the third one, again, a repeat of what we just saw, SCARZ versus Gen.G. This is, again, a double round robin, and this will be the second game, and I guarantee that's going to be an amazing series too.
Yeah, so drink your coffee tomorrow, man. It's going to be a long day, but it's going to be an exciting day because I'm so curious how is Nongshim going to hold up against the Gen.G creativity, the unorthodox approach to the game, and whether it's going to be weird enough to kind of shake up the lineup of Nongshim RedForce.
It's going to be fun, right? I think those unorthodox drafts are just so much fun to watch, and I love the way Gen.G brings these to the table. It brings so much interest, and again, you can just pull out the victories when you just kind of catch everyone off guard.
Yep, but of course, that is our time for today. Thank you for joining us. It's been fun. It's been great. We'll see you again tomorrow. It's been your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me has been Holler. Holler, any last words?
No, thank you so much, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great night.
No